What's the point of cultivating immortality if you don't have money? This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 225, Battle with your Link 0. 1.12%, 1.56%, 2.27% bang. As Zhang Yu's footsteps became heavier, his flesh and blood expanded slightly, and bursts of heat burst out. With each step he took, his muscles expanded, just like inflated rubber. Bang, bang, bang. After 9 steps in a row, the 10th level expert level skill whale tendon 9 changes was fully operational, making Zhang Yu look like a giant whale rushing out of the sea. With the blood surging all over his body, his figure rose to 2.8 meters in one breath. At the same time, the 10th level blood changing technique, the 10th level 5 key refining method, the 10th level Zhenfa Yuanshan, the 10th level Kambing Lihero refining body technique. One by one, the body refining techniques were fully operational, mobilizing all of Zhang Yu's physical strength. As the physical strength was mobilized crazily, the Zhuangjia spiritual root in the test mode seemed to be stimulated, and its power began to surge 10.55%. As the power exceeded 10% and the spiritual force field was activated, Zhang Yu felt that he had a vague connection with the spiritual force within a radius of tens of meters. It seemed that as long as he punched, the fist force could reach any corner within the radius of tens of meters. 30.89%. The moment the power exceeded 30%, the Zhuangjia magic shield suddenly started, turning into a layer of light shield to cover Zhang Yu's body. The power continued to increase, 31.51%. 41.15%. All this is not the limit. Sensing the intense operation of Zhang Yu's physical body, the power of the spirit root can continue to increase. But while the power of the spirit root continued to grow, Zhang Yu did not stop. He directly activated the second layer of ability derived from the martial arts fetus, overload. Boom. The blood in the body seemed to be directly ignited at this moment and exploded. The blood rushed like a tsunami and erupted like a volcano. With the activation of the overload ability, Zhang Yu's muscles and internal organs all entered a state of overload. Correspondingly, under the overload of the physical body, each of the techniques that were in operation was also raised to a level beyond the original limit. Only the crisp sound of pa 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 came from Zhang Yu's body, and his body, which had originally been raised to 2.8 meters, suddenly expanded again at this moment, and soared to 3.3 meters in one breath. Roar. With a roar, the blood flow driven by the 10th level Yixu Dafa accelerated again, and it rushed through Zhang Yu's blood vessels like a roaring mudslide. The 10th level Wuki refining organs method in the overload state made the 5 internal organs run extremely violently, like a can of gasoline barrels, bursting out unprecedented internal organs. There is also the 10th level Kambing Lihero Forging body Dafa, which keeps heating up in the overload state, making Zhang Yu's body temperature rise again and again, and his sweat keeps evaporating, and layers of white mist like smoke appear all over his body. This overload state directly caused the power of the divine root to surge instantly, 60.1%. At the moment when the power of the spirit root exceeded 60%, Zhang Yu's eyes suddenly burst into light, and he felt that the spiritual energy in the air suddenly had color, and he could even see the traces of the spiritual energy in the air as his movements and the operation of the spirit root. Wang Zichao sighed. After the power of the spirit root exceeds 60%, the spiritual energy detection function can be activated. By detecting the changes in the spiritual energy in the air, the opponent can be scanned, the enemy's traces can be detected, and martial arts and Taoism can be observed. Before Wang Zichao finished speaking, the power of Zhang Yu's spirit root continued to soar, and in the blink of an eye it had reached 85.11%, 89.83%, 90.05%. With a light buzzing sound, I saw the spiritual energy gathered behind Zhang Yu's head, first turning into a red halo, and then the halo emitted waves of heat and whistling in rotation, and gradually turned into a fire dragon. Wang Zichao quickly introduced, at 90% power, the black armor flame dragon can be activated, condensing the positive spirit in the atmosphere and condensing a flame dragon with a temperature of thousands of degrees. The temperature of the flame dragon is condensed but not released, and the power is controllable, and the dragon can move at will. Zhang Yu's mind moved slightly, and the black armor flame dragon flew around him. He could feel that the flame dragon was like a part of his body. As his thoughts changed, it could fly around flexibly and hit wherever he said. And just as Zhang Yu's divine root power skyrocketed all the way, Yiling Xiao, who was standing beside him, was surprised and chased after him. Good, this is the opponent I should have in the foundation building exam. It's worth my preparations in the past period of time. One after another, Yiling Xiao launched the body refining exercises. Although his divine root power did not skyrocket as fast as Zhang Yu's, he never stopped and steadily increased step by step. But after seeing Zhang Yu activate the overload ability and the speed of the power surge of the spirit root increased significantly again, even Yiling Xiao, the pride of Xiandu, changed his face slightly at this moment. This kind of power. He has never seen it in any Xiandu high school student. Except for himself. This guy just took the medicine slowly. He didn't give up the game at all, but was preparing, right? Yiling Xiao's mouth showed a hint of a sly smile. Very good, I have to defeat such a strong enemy in front of so many university representatives to highlight my value. After saying that, Yiling Xiao had already taken out a box of capsules from his arms. It was the Daoji sustained release capsule that he participated in the research and development process in the past 3 months. Of course, the name of this medicine has become the spirit of separation at this moment. As soon as the capsule entered his stomach, it was quickly absorbed and digested by Yiling Xiao, turning into a surge of medicinal power, which crashed into his brain. At the same time, the mental method in his mind changed, and he started to run the mental method specifically for the spirit of separation. Ever since he felt the strange side effects of Daoji sustained release capsules during the last round of foundation building exams, Yiling Xiao has been very interested in them. Since then, he has participated in the research and development of this drug, hoping to use its side effects to further develop his potential. The bad news is, this side effect is extremely difficult to use and develop, and it is not yet commercialized. The good news is, Yiling Xiao can use this drug to make his body reach a super limit state through the operation of multiple level 10 exercises. Boom. The moment the drug power hit his mind, Yiling Xiao felt that his thoughts were like two, and it was like there was another self in his mind. But these two are both him, both Yiling Xiao, and with the operation of the targeted mental method, they now work together to manipulate Yiling Xiao's body. I have mastered so many techniques that no high school student on the first floor of Kungsa can match me. But no matter how many techniques I have, with my Dao heart and thinking, the number of techniques I can use at the same time is always limited. Such a vast number of techniques, mastered in Yiling Xiao's body, is like his potential for immortality, which is always limited. But when my thinking has one more level, when there is one more me in my brain, at this moment, different techniques were used in different parts of Yiling Xiao's body. Muscles, fascia, bones, internal organs. The number of techniques he used suddenly doubled. This allowed every part of his body to use more suitable techniques and to burst out the potential of his body in a more refined way. This spiritual power may be a poison to others. But for Yiling Xiao, it is a magical medicine that can release countless techniques in his body. Boom. This physical power dispatch directly stimulated the power of the spiritual root to surge again and again. After Zhang Yu, the power of Yiling Xiao's spiritual root soon exceeded 90%. In the dazzling firelight, a fire dragon was born from the inspiration, like a ring of fire, floating behind Yiling Xiao's head. But seeing the dazed look on Yiling Xiao's face, Wang Zichao frowned and said, Yiling Xiao, are you okay? Yiling Xiao laughed and said, what can be wrong with me? I'm just taking some medicine, I'm sure there will be no problem. I just have a little problem with my brain. After all, I took medicine, just taking medicine, how could there be a problem? Although the spirit can greatly stimulate Yiling Xiao's potential, because the brain needs an extra layer of thinking to control the body, Yiling Xiao's brain power in other aspects is slightly insufficient. Wang Zichao frowned. Although he didn't understand what the other party was saying, he didn't care anyway because it didn't affect the other party's game. As the power of Zhang Yu and Yiling Xiao's spirit roots exceeded 90%, the growth rate gradually slowed down. The two looked at each other, and the fighting spirit in their eyes burst out, with both excitement and tension. Zhang Yu, this guy, has improved a lot compared to 3 months ago. Yiling Xiao, who is this guy? Anyway, no one can surpass me. With a strong fighting spirit, the two began to mobilize their physical strength further. Zhang Yu shouted, and all the free blood and flesh in his body began to operate. The dragon elephant collapse palm 93.3%. Yulin Xiao took a deep breath, his cheeks flushed a little, and the whole person performed a set of extremely explosive boxing 95.61%. In overload mode, Zhang Yu's body continued to have hidden injuries, tiny cracks in the bones, a little damage to the internal organs, and inflammation in the tiny parts of the muscles. But soon, under the effect of the martial arts fetus, these minor injuries continued to heal. He was like an overloaded engine, being repaired while rushing forward. Zhang Yu roared in his heart, I want to become stronger. I want to become richer. I want to have freedom. I want to be in the top 10 with Zhen. And my sister, I must get the foundation building qualification certificate. 98.17%. Yulin Xiao's perfect bloodline was forced to the limit as never before. Under the secretion of various hormones, his body suppressed all pain and injuries, and burst out at its own limit level at all times. He could no longer organize words in his mind, but there was only one thought that became more and more fierce and exciting. If someone summed it up, it would probably be, I don't want to rot on the first floor of Kung Su. Representatives from various universities, all of you look carefully, as geniuses in the first floor of Kung Su, our qualifications, our thoughts, will never lose to those guys above, 100%. Boom. As the two people's divine roots reached 100% power one after another, two storms burst out from their bodies almost at the same time, turning into whirlwinds that wrapped around their feet. Wang Zichao said calmly, Mysterious Armor Divine Wind, the ability of the Mysterious Armor spiritual root when it reaches 100% power, can allow people to glide at low altitude, move at high speed, and cooperate with a Mysterious Armor Flame Dragon to launch a wind and fire offensive. But Wang Zichao could feel that not many of the audience were listening to him talk about the effect of the Mysterious Armor spiritual root. The representatives of various universities all looked at the two figures in the examination room with burning eyes. Chapter 226 Victory or Defeat. The first test was to use the Zhuangji spiritual root test mode to test which of Zhang Yu and Yulin Xiao's bodies was stronger and had more potential. Originally, the ranking was to be based on the power that the Zhuangji spiritual root eventually reached, but unexpectedly, Zhang Yu and Yulin Xiao both raised the power of their spiritual roots to 100% in the test mode. The internal communication network of the 5 true divine examiners suddenly became lively. A minor god said, I thought the upper limit of the heavenly spiritual roots was too low to measure their strength, so I got the divine spiritual roots. I didn't expect that these two people can now raise the power of the Mysterious Armor spiritual roots to 100%. Another minor god said, the power of both of them is 100%. How should we determine the winner of this match? We can't ask for immortal spiritual roots again, can we? Those are only available to the personnel of the 10 major sects, and I don't think the higher-ups will agree to give them out during the foundation building exam. Just when several minor gods felt undecided, one of them said with emotion, based on Yulin Xiao's performance in the last round of exams, I thought that even if he made further progress, he could at most raise the power of the divine spiritual root to 80 or 90%. I didn't expect that 3 months later, he could go one step further and develop his body to such a level. Wang Zichao nodded slightly and analyzed, when the physical body of a key refining stage is developed to Yulin Xiao's level. It is reasonable to say that it is difficult to make any further progress, even if it is just a step above the limit. At this time, the chief examiner Deng Bingding said calmly, if you only develop muscles, fascia, bones, and internal organs, the closer you are to the limit of key refining, the harder it is to make progress. But this kid Yulin Xiao, it is his brain that has improved this time. Wang Zichao said in astonishment, brain. The incoherent way Yulin Xiao spoke before flashed through his mind, and he thought to himself, is this brain improvement? Deng Bingding looked in the direction of Yulin Xiao and continued on the intranet. Yulin Xiao has a perfect bloodline, and he can learn any technique very quickly, but no matter how many techniques there are, the number of techniques that a person can use at the same time is limited, but the number of techniques he used at the same time just now is indeed far more than before, about doubled. This shows that his brain power and thinking have been further developed, and the number of techniques activated at the same time has increased. It is precisely because most of the brain power is used to activate the exercises that other aspects of the state have declined, such as the language organization ability. The other gods' eyes moved when they heard this. The so-called physical body naturally includes the brain. However, people who can develop their brains and improve their thinking in the key refining stage are too rare in the Kung Fu layer. They did not expect that it would happen to Yearling Xiao. A minor god said, although both are at 100% power, Yearling Xiao has actually improved his brain power and thinking in the key refining stage. He is obviously more powerful in the development of his physical body, and his future foundation building is also more promising, a minor god echoed. I think he should be considered the winner of this round. Wang Zichao had a different opinion on this. Didn't you see that Yearling Xiao used drugs to achieve this, and Zhang Yu's consecutive outbursts just now? Can't you see the value? Recalling the process of Zhang Yu's rise from 2.8 meters to 3.3 meters, Wang Zichao sighed. What he just performed was clearly the 9 transformations of whale tendon. With his body size and physical strength, the first sudden increase in size should be the limit, but later he actually broke this limit. What does this mean? Looking at the several other techniques he performed, they are all the same, obviously. The upper limit of the same technique in his hands is much higher. As a righteous god who has lived for a long time, the examiners present have either heard of or seen similar situations. Some skills, in the hands of some people, can break the rules and be more powerful and effective than others. And Zhang Yu obviously has this extremely rare physical talent. Wang Zichao continued, in addition, you can all see how much Zhang Yu has improved from the first time he signed up to the last round of exams. With such talent and potential, I think if he succeeds in building a foundation, his future will be even brighter than Yearling Xiao's. Someone immediately retorted, it's just an innate physical talent. Are there any talented students who can build a foundation? On the contrary, Yearling Xiao, who can explore methods to improve his brain power at the first level, has more potential. Another righteous god said, Zhang Yu can still take the exam next year, but Yearling Xiao is in his last year. Just as the righteous gods were arguing about the outcome of this level, many university representatives in the audience were also watching Zhang Yu and Yearling Xiao and commenting on them. A college teacher said, write down these 2 students, and find a way to contact them as soon as the foundation building exam is over. As long as we can recruit either of them, our college will have one more foundation building graduate, his colleague said without hope. How can such a student possibly get into a college? The college teacher said, what's wrong with the college? College students can be promoted to undergraduate students. It won't affect their admission to a good university. The colleague thought to himself, if they enter our college, their academic qualifications will be tainted. It will have an impact on their future studies and job hunting. Right, the college teacher went on, especially this Zhang Yu. Have you seen his information? He's a poor man, and should be easier to win over than Yearling Xiao. Our college is indeed a little behind other universities, but we can offer him higher conditions. We can give him a scholarship of 10 spirit coins a year while he's at school, and he can choose any major. We have to bet all our enrollment budget on him. Isn't it more cost-effective to recruit him than 100 poor students? At the same time, Hotao from Wanfa University said, not bad, not bad. If you don't want these 2 people, our civil engineering department is going to accept them. It would be a pity if such a potential body didn't come to comb the earth veins, Mao Tao said lightly. Although they are not qualified to enter the finance department, they are indeed qualified to enter our university. Although Zhang Yu and Yearling Xiao showed extraordinary qualifications, Mao Tao thought that Yearling Xiao was still a little poor, and Zhang Yu was simply a super poor person, and being poor represented the lack of potential and foundation in the immortal way. He thought to himself, how can a poor person be qualified to enter the finance department of Wanfa University? Mao Tao continued, but I see that other universities are also interested in them. What conditions are you going to offer? Hotao said, a scholarship of 1.25 spirit coins a year, which is enough for them to enter the school without having to borrow mana to dig spirit coins for the time being, and they can concentrate on their studies for a while. Mao Tao nodded slightly. 1.25 spirit coins is indeed enough for daily life in college. At the other end of the audience, laughing and crying expression looked at the examination room and said, Mom, this Zhang Yu is very qualified. After I go down, I want to recruit him and let him and Yearling Xiao to assist me. Smiling expression frowned slightly when she heard this, and warned in the tone of an experienced person, son, Mom was young too, and I have appreciated and promoted some poor people before. You can recruit this Zhang Yu and use him, but you have to remember one thing, these people are different from us after all. If you take them too seriously, you will only hurt them in the end. Spoiling a dog is like killing a dog. If you really want to make good use of this kind of poor person, you have to polish him well. You can't be too nice to him right away. Laughing and crying expression disagreed. He had his own set of principles for employing people, and that was to spend money. He didn't believe that there were good subordinates in the world that couldn't be hired by spending money. If he couldn't, it meant that the money wasn't enough. While the representatives in the audience were evaluating the two people on the field, the four little gods in the intranet on the other side were arguing and finally looked at Deng Bingding, the chief examiner. Deng Bingding said lightly, "Let's call it a tie for now. After all, these two guys haven't used their full strength yet." Hearing what Deng Bingding said, the four little gods were slightly stunned, and looked at Zhang Yu and Yiling Xiao with surprise. Wang Zichao thought to himself, this is not their full strength yet. The thoughts of the five gods were communicated at high speed in the intranet. Although there was a lot of information exchanged, it was only a moment in the eyes of the outside world. Wang Zichao soon announced the result of the first level. The two were tied and the scores were temporarily the same. As for who will win the foundation building qualification certificate in the end, the scores of the second and third levels will be added and calculated according to the total score. At the same time, Zhang Yu and Yiling Xiao, who were standing in the center of the examination room, looked at each other and could feel the increasingly strong fighting spirit in each other. Zhang Yu licked his lips, and his swollen muscles slowly began to shrink, returning to their normal size. His extremely hot body temperature gradually dropped, and under the effect of the Kambing Liharo body forging method, he gradually entered a low-temperature state, dissolving the inflammation and swelling on his body and helping his body recover. Zhang Yu thought to himself, at the last moment just now, I still had a trick of the spring and autumn endless Zen to burst the poison, which was not used, and it was not the real full-strength state. I wonder how much strength the opponent has not yet revealed. After a moment, after feeling that the damage in his body caused by the explosion was almost healed, Zhang Yu focused his mind on the chain method diagram of Yushu, and began to replace the above exercises with high school basic exercises, and switched the effect of the martial arts fetus to the high school holy body. It took Zhang Yu about 2 or 3 seconds to change the exercises and switch the holy body. After the switch, the blessing of the martial arts fetus was all transformed into the digestion capacity and drug absorption and metabolism capacity of the high school holy body. This also made Zhang Yu, who had just swallowed a large amount of medicine, feel comfortable. Feeling the drug poison gathering towards the word Zen on his chest, Zhang Yu felt satisfied. The reason why he had taken so many drugs just now was not only to get free drugs, but also to improve his chances of winning in this foundation building exam. Chapter 227 Teaching Level Dharma Corpse. Zhang Yu secretly said, the high school saint body allows me to have a stronger drug metabolism ability than the opponent. If the opponent accumulates a large amount of drug poison, it may damage the body and affect the performance, but I won't, relying on the drug poison accumulated by the high school saint body, and then detonating it with the spring and autumn endless Zen, and finally coordinating with the explosion of the martial arts saint fetus. This is my real full strength. At the same time, Yiling Xiao felt the fighting spirit coming from Zhang Yu, and thought to himself, this person is very strong, with his level now. I guess if he was there in the last session, if he is there now, then his strength is really strong. If I want to defeat him completely, I have to use my full strength and surpass my limit again. Just as Zhang Yu and Yiling Xiao were each thinking about the current situation and thinking about the subsequent performance, Wang Zichao also began to let the two take off the black armor spirit roots and prepare for the next level of the exam at the same time. The light screen in front of Wang Zichao flashed, and he saw a series of pictures of foundation building cultivators using the black armor spirit roots played in it. After all, the two candidates are only at the key refining level and can only mobilize the most basic 100% power of the Zhuangji spiritual root. If this divine root is activated by a foundation establishment cultivator and enough mana is injected into it, the power will be more than 10 times stronger. Zhang Yu looked at the 100-meter-long fire dragon in the picture, which was like a tornado. He couldn't help licking his lips again, thinking to himself, this is really an advertisement, right? He glanced at the audience seats. Is it an advertisement for those universities? Then Zhang Yu reluctantly withdrew the mana in his combat suit, feeling the gradual dissipation of the fire dragon behind him and the whirlwind under his feet. Looking at the dissipation of the surrounding Zhuangji magic shield, he sighed in his heart, when can I have this kind of divine root? Although it was only a test mode and the Zhuangji spiritual root had not been actually used, Zhang Yu could already feel its power. The combat power of this combat spiritual root is not at the same level as the heavenly spiritual root. This is when my strength is insufficient. If I can use this black armor spiritual root to build a foundation, then it will be ridiculously strong. No, this black armor spiritual root is a combat spiritual root. My goal is to build a foundation, at least a golden elixir or a primordial infant. I should use the cultivation spiritual root, but the next moment, Zhang Yu realized that he seemed to have fantasized too much. The reality was that he couldn't even afford the heavenly spiritual root, let alone the divine spiritual root. After Wang Zichao recovered the divine spiritual root, he began to talk about the content of the second level of the exam. As we all know, after the mana reaches 100 units, one can carry a Dharma corpse, and after that, the higher the mana, the more Dharma corpses can be loaded and carried. So, the higher the realm, the more financially powerful the cultivator, the more Dharma corpses they have on them. So the content of the second level is to see how well your two bodies adapt to the Dharma corpses. And who's better? As he spoke, Wang Zichao's divine power was surging, and he had already sent over equipment one after another, surrounding Zhang Yu and Yilin Xiao, as if the scene had been set up as an operating table. In this exam, I will use the talisman of the Ministry of Health to temporarily cut off part of your connection with your own body and temporarily transfer your nerve signals to the Dharmakaya. This is not to let you really have the Dharmakaya, nor do you need to provide mana for the Dharmakaya. It is just to simulate the feeling of replacing your body with the Dharmakaya. During the whole process, you will simulate a total of 3 Dharmakayas. At the end, the synchronization rate between you and the Dharmakaya will represent your performance in this level. In Wang Zichao's explanation, the synchronization rate of the Dharmakaya represents the host's control over the Dharmakaya. The higher the synchronization rate, the more the host can exert the power of the Dharmakaya. If the synchronization rate is too low, not only will the power of the Dharmakaya not be exerted, but there's even a risk that the Dharmakaya will lose control and go crazy. While Wang Zichao was talking, Zhang Yu and Yilin Xiao had already laid on the operating table, surrounded by wires, patches, testing equipment. The Erhotao in the audience looked at this scene and said, "This level is well designed. Zhang Yu and Yilin Xiao must have gone through a lot of cruel training and drug stimulation to obtain such powerful bodies. They obtained such powerful bodies through hellish training, and relied on these powerful bodies to overcome countless difficulties, but because of this, their body and mind are deeply integrated, and it is easy for them to take their bodies too seriously. Many freshmen find it difficult to adapt to the Dharma skeleton because their original bodies are too strong and the connection between body and mind is too close. And they end up failing in their grades. The way to cultivate the body of the flesh requires one to be able to take it and put it down, and while constantly strengthening oneself, one can also constantly receive newer and stronger Dharma skeletons. This is the right way of the immortal sect." The cat-headed man next to him did not respond to Erhotao's evaluation. He only said after seeing the first Dharma skeleton that Wang Zichao took out, "Is it the I-Dharma skeleton of Xian'an Company? Tisk. It's really an advertisement targeting us. Do you want more universities to purchase their teaching-level I-Dharma skeleton?" At the same time, 2 crystal-clear eyeballs, like 2 gemstones, floated in front of Wang Zichao in the examination room. He only heard him introduce, "This is the I-Dharmakaya recently developed by Xian'an Company, Farsightedness." Listening to Wang Zichao's introduction, Zhang Yu knew that the levels of Dharmakaya are divided into teaching level, professional level, and enterprise level. Above the enterprise level are the military level and immortal level, just like magic weapons and skills. At this moment, Wang Zichao was holding a teaching level I-Dharmakaya. After the Dharmakaya was implanted, it can not only retrieve various information through vision, but the instrument spirit in it also has simple intelligent recognition, intelligent search, marking and other functions. Of course, in addition to these most basic functions, its most important function is to connect to the network and observe the spirit world. Wang Zichao only said, "In daily life at university, it is common to connect to the internet through the I-Dharmakaya to make payments, communicate, consult and other functions, and the spiritual world is even more common in university. Without the I-Dharmakaya, you are no different from a blind person in university." At the same time, Wang Zichao said in his heart, precisely because of this, after all students enter the university, their universities will uniformly issue I-Dharmakaya to them, so that students will not have difficulty living there. This I-Dharmakaya is purchased uniformly by various universities, and then charged to students. Students either pay in installments or temporarily mortgage their own physical eyes. However, the I-Dharmakaya is not expensive, and most people can pay it off before graduation. It's just that unless you stay on the second floor, It's useless to have an Dharmakaya on the first floor. The university graduates who come back basically exchange for their own physical eyes and sell the Dharmakaya they used in college to make up for their losses. But Wang Zichao understood that although a single teaching level Dharmakaya was not valuable, the quantities purchased in bulk by various universities were large. Cheyenne & Company, a company specializing in eye-related magic, has obviously set its sights on this market, which is why it has invested money in advertising here. Looking at the representatives in the audience, Wang Zichao thought that the money for the advertisement was still too little. Just after Wang Zichao finished his introduction, as the talisman of the Ministry of Health was activated, Zhang Yu felt that his eyes were penetrated by a burning divine power. The next moment, he felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and he had lost all vision. Not only did he lose his vision, with Zhang Yu's control over his body, he couldn't even feel the existence of his eyeballs at all, as if the burning light just now had dug out his two eyeballs. This feeling made Zhang Yu very uncomfortable, and even had an inexplicable tension. At the same time, Wang Zichao said, "Don't panic, we are only temporarily disconnecting you from your eyes. Your eyes are still intact, now I will transfer your neural signals to the eye-level skeleton of the sky eye, farsightedness. This is the eye-level skeleton that students in the key refining stage can adapt to as long as they have 100 mana units. The process is very simple and the burden is very light. You don't have to be nervous." Before Wang Zichao finished speaking, Zhang Yu felt a sharp pain in his eyes, and then saw a blurry light and shadow. Wang Zichao continued, "Farsight will automatically adapt to your visual system. It may be a little blurry at first, but it will be fine in a while, just like the focusing process of a camera." At first Zhang Yu felt that everything he saw was blurry and full of mosaics. But soon he felt that his eyeballs seemed to be shrinking and enlarging, and everything around him was becoming clearer and clearer. But the scene in front of him was completely different from the examination room just now. Looking up, there was a vast, cloudless blue sky. Looking down, there is a vast and boundless sea, like an endless blue silk. At the same time, Wang Zichao's voice came again. "We have temporarily spread a layer of spiritual world in the examination room. You should all be able to see the scene of this spiritual world now, right?" The next moment, with Wang Zichao's divine power, the vast sea and sky in front of him disappeared without a trace. But the originally cold examination ground was now filled with advertisements for various spiritual roots and Dharma bones, various promotional videos, and various discounts and preferential information in their eyes. Zhang Yu was slightly stunned, and thought to himself, "This is the examination room in the eyes of the righteous gods, those university representatives on the second floor. You need to implant the eye Dharma bones to see the information." At this moment, Zhang Yu was thinking, if the spiritual world entered through the spiritual world mask is a virtual world, then the so-called spiritual world in reality is like AR technology, which integrates the virtual environment and reality. It is a real world that can only be seen with the eye Dharma bones. Without the eye Dharma bones, are you not even worthy of seeing the advertisements on it? Chapter 228 The Burden of the Law Corpse. When Zhang Yu used the power of the eye-shaped Dharmakaya to see the true appearance of the examination room for the first time, his first reaction was to not wear the eye-shaped Dharmakaya and watch fewer advertisements, which seemed to be no bad thing. But when he looked at the light screens on the ground and the various advertisements on the light screens, he realized that he had thought too simply. A lot of information about spiritual roots, Dharmakaya, and prices continued to pour into Zhang Yu's mind. Former god spiritual roots? Will military-grade god spiritual roots also be downgraded? Will they flow into the civilian market, and the prices of these spiritual roots and Dharmakaya? 4.992.98. When Zhang Yu saw the prices for the first time, he was naturally surprised. Could it be that the prices of goods in the world have been reduced by 10 million times, and only my money has remained the same? But Zhang Yu quickly denied such an outrageous idea in his heart. Then he saw that some advertisements had the word spiritual currency after the price. Zhang Yu thought to himself, spirit coins? Is this the currency used there? It seems that these spirit coins are really valuable. Can a few spirit coins buy a spirit root? Thinking of this, Zhang Yu suddenly sighed in his heart. Just the advertisements all over the floor contain countless information. If you don't use the eyes Dharmakaya after entering university, you won't even be able to see the advertisements, let alone other useful information. Compared with other people who have the eyes Dharmakaya, there will be a huge information gap. If you are so poor, I'm afraid you really won't even have the chance to turn over Just a tip of the iceberg in front of him made Zhang Yu feel the importance of the eye's dharmakaya. But the next moment, he suddenly felt a discomfort in his eyes. He subconsciously touched his eye sockets, but felt that he didn't touch anything, and his hands failed to block any vision. Yes, my perception of the eyes has been cut off. The feeling I feel in my eyes now comes from the dharmakaya. Is the dharmakaya uncomfortable? And this dislocation situation where his fingers clearly touched his eyes, but his eyes couldn't feel anything, made Zhang Yu's heart twisted. It was as if his eye sockets were telling him that he no longer had eyeballs. But his brain and his thoughts were telling him that he had eyes. Not only did he have eyes, he even had a pair of eye dharmakaya. When the eye dharmakaya's gaze swept in Zhang Yu's direction, allowing him to look at himself lying on the operating table face to face from a third-person perspective, this awkward feeling became even more severe. It even made Zhang Yu feel that the discomfort from his eye dharmakaya had deepened. At this moment, two numbers appeared above Zhang Yu and Yiling Xiao's heads, which were their synchronization rates with the dharmakaya at the moment. Zhang Yu 97%, Yiling Xiao 99% at the same time, Wang Zichao said, in the process of body refining and cultivation. As the strength of the body increases, the practitioner's control over the body will continue to improve. The combination of body and mind becomes closer and closer after repeated hard training. When you are accustomed to the powerful body that you have cultivated bit by bit, and accustomed to this close combination of body and mind, any slight disharmony between body and mind will bring you discomfort. Zhang Yu nodded slightly in his heart when he heard this. He knew that although this body was once the original Zhang Yu's, he had already completely gotten used to this body in the past year of continuous hard training. In the process of surpassing the limits and practicing the exercises again and again, he has become inseparable from this body. Wang Zichao in front continued, the closer the body and mind are, the more incoordination you will feel after connecting to the dharmakaya, and then the synchronization rate will decrease, and as the synchronization rate decreases, you may experience all kinds of nausea, mania, phantom pain, illusions and other reactions in the process. Don't worry, this is all normal, just like now, after cutting off the original connection with the eyes and connecting to the eye dharmakaya, your brain feels that the eyes are gone, but the dharmakaya is telling you that they are. In this contradiction, the brain may judge that you are injured, and then gradually produce phantom pain. At the same time, in the network of the righteous gods, several examiners are also evaluating the performance of the two. A little god named Mugain said, Zhang Yu's body is indeed strong. But it is precisely because it is too strong, he is too dependent on this strength, and it is more difficult to adapt after changing to the dharmakaya. On the other hand, Yiling Xiao has been undergoing various operations since he was still in the Zhiansa womb. He has been transformed countless times since he was a child, and he has long been accustomed to the sudden changes in his body. After his mana reached 100, with the Yi family's financial resources, he must have tried many kinds of dharma bodies, but after practicing them, he finally changed back to his own body, so his acceptance of dharma bodies must have been very high. Mugain sighed, this is the difference in foundation. This gap will inevitably be further reflected in the synchronization rate data in the next level, making Yiling Xiao's synchronization rate always higher than Zhang Yu. Of course, there is another most important reason why Yiling Xiao was able to win in the end. Listening to Mugain's sigh, Wang Zichao said in his heart, Mugain, this guy, supported Yiling Xiao in the previous level. How many shares of Oasis Group and Yi's family did this guy ask people to buy in private? Although he secretly complained in his heart, Wang Zichao had to admit that Mugain was right. Yiling Xiao had a huge advantage in this level. After Zhang Yu and Yiling Xiao had adapted to the foresight Dharma skeleton for a while, Wang Zichao brought the second Dharma skeleton of this level. Then he saw a pure white, yet lifelike arm floating in front of Wang Zichao. He only heard him introduce, this is the professional grade arm Dharma skeleton from Xianwu Group Jiantong. Xianwu Group is an old-fashioned company specializing in the research and development of combat Dharma skeletons. This lightweight Jiantong can be said to have integrated all the advantages of previous generations. It is a Dharma skeleton that is very suitable for foundation establishment cultivators. Not only is it made of high-strength materials and can withstand the strength competition of foundation establishment cultivators, but after being infused with mana, it can also automatically convert mana into high-energy sword energy. The inside of the sword tomb can even store level 20 sword technique. At present, there are thousands of sword techniques on the shelves in Xianwu Mall. You only need to place an order to buy, download the sword techniques to the sword tomb and install them, and you can immediately have a level 20 sword technique. With a thought, the sword tomb can perform sword techniques according to the preset tactics, and the weapon spirit inside the Dharma skeleton will assist in the battle and correct the trajectory of the sword moves. Just as Wang Zichao introduced the sword tomb, light screens lit up all around, in which a user was playing the appearance of waving the sword tomb and slashing out sword energy. Zhang Yu, who was watching this scene, thought to himself, is this the Dharma skeleton used in the Foundation establishment period? It can actually store sword techniques. Zhang Yu felt more and more that in college, the role of wealth in the immortal way seemed to have become greater. However, he quickly suppressed this idea. The most urgent task at hand was still this foundation building exam. I don't know if these righteous gods are afraid that the key refining period Dharma skeleton will not be able to test us, or if they chose this kind of Dharma skeleton that can only be used in the foundation establishment period for advertising, instead of some Dharma skeletons that can be used in the key refining period. Zhang Yu understood that for the same professional level Dharma skeleton, the professional level Dharma skeleton of the foundation establishment period must be stronger than the professional level Dharma skeleton of the key refining period, and it also has a greater load. Just like the same advanced level exercises, the advanced level exercises of the foundation establishment period must be more powerful and more difficult to practice than the advanced level exercises of the key refining period. He secretly guessed in his heart, this Dharma skeleton used in the foundation establishment period may be quite a burden. As if he understood the concerns of the two candidates, Wang Zichao comforted them. Although the sword tomb is a Dharma skeleton designed specifically for the foundation establishment period, this time the Dharma skeleton is not implanted for you. Neither blood circulation, muscle strength, nor your flesh, blood, and bones are truly connected to the Dharma skeleton. There is no need to use mana to maintain the operation of the Dharma skeleton. There is no requirement for mana, and there are no side effects such as rejection between materials and cells. It just temporarily connects your nerve signals to the Dharma skeleton to simulate the feeling of having a Dharma skeleton. So you can connect the nerve signals of several Dharma skeletons, and you can also connect the nerve signals of the Dharma skeleton of the foundation establishment period. Zhang Yu understood that this test was ultimately just a test of their physical adaptability to the unfamiliar Dharmakaya through the remote connection of neural signals. There was still a distance from the real implantation of the Dharmakaya, which could only be connected to the Dharmakaya used in the foundation building period. A moment later, as Wang Zichao finished his introduction, he used the talisman of the Ministry of Health again, just like before, to cut off Zhang Yu and Yulin Xiao's connection with the right arm. At this moment, Zhang Yu felt that the area below his right shoulder was empty, and he could no longer feel the existence of the arm. However, this feeling only lasted for more than 10 seconds, and soon Zhang Yu felt the existence of the new arm. He watched the sword tomb floating in the air under the effect of divine power, clenching his fists, bending his arms, swinging, and making various movements according to his thoughts. But the more he wanted to adapt to this arm Dharmakaya, the more he felt awkward, and even the movements of the sword tomb seemed to have a slight delay, always a beat slower than his thoughts. And the next moment, the sword tomb completely stopped, and no matter how Zhang Yu urged it, it was difficult to move a bit. Zhang Yu was shocked when he saw this scene. Is it because my synchronization rate has dropped too much that I can no longer establish a connection with this Dharmakaya? At this moment, he heard a voice from the sword tomb, your free time has been used up. Please watch the video to get more time. At the same time, Zhang Yu noticed that the sword tomb on Yulin Xiao's side had also stopped and issued the same warning. Damn! Zhang Yu cursed in his heart, what's going on? Doing this to me during the exam? Do I have to watch the advertising video now? Wang Zichao on the side hurriedly explained, it should be that I accidentally used up too much free time during the previous test, for daily use. As long as you become a member of Cheyenne Mall, you can skip the ads. Zhang Yu looked at the other party explaining to the audience and thought, it's not explaining to his candidates at all, it's directly explaining to potential customers, right, and damn, you don't care about mistakes during the exam, but the user experience of the product. At the same time, Wang Zichao said in the intranet, everyone, use the link I sent you and help watch the video together. We will watch one each, and the free time rewarded is enough for the exam. So the 5 examiners present were immediately lost in thought and watched the video together through the Divine Network. As for directly charging money to buy a membership, who will pay for it? What is the name of this membership? How to reimburse? Thinking of this, the 5 gods decided to watch the video honestly. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 229, Victory or Defeat depends on the third level. During the break in watching the video, Wang Zichao said something interesting. In order to not seem dull, when you two enter university in the future, have your Dharma bones implanted, or purchase flying swords or magic weapons, you must pay attention to similar things. Before going out every day, check whether the balance of your equipment is sufficient, whether the services have been renewed, whether the ads have been skipped, whether the installments have been repaid. Wang Zichao warned like he knew them all. In various exams in university every year, you will always encounter students who have similar problems on the day of the exam because of a momentary negligence. They perform poorly and ultimately get unsatisfactory grades, which in turn affects their university GPA. Today is just a lesson for you in advance, Zhang Yu said to himself. It is indeed a lesson. I will remember this for the rest of my life. When I enter university in the future, I will definitely check it repeatedly before every exam. Yiling Xiao thought to himself, aren't they all turned on automatic renewal and automatic deduction? What's there to check? Oh, by the way, it seems that poor people will have insufficient balance, right? Poor people are so pitiful. About a minute later, the sword tomb finally returned to normal, and under the control of Zhang Yu and Yiling Xiao, it started moving again. But the uncomfortable feeling in Zhang Yu's heart never disappeared, and even the discomfort in his eyes became more severe. At the same time, with the access of the sword tomb, the synchronization rate of Zhang Yu and Yiling Xiao's has changed again. Zhang Yu 90%, Yiling Xiao 95%. This synchronization rate represents the comprehensive synchronization rate of all the Dharma skeletons on their bodies. Obviously, after accessing the nerve signal of the sword tomb, the synchronization rate of both of them has declined. Zhang Yu frowned. The gap has widened a little bit. At the same time, in the internal network of the righteous gods, Mu Gian said, in addition to their foundation, the biggest gap between the two of them is in their Dao heart. Yiling Xiao's Dao heart had reached level 10 last year, while Zhang Yu is only at level 8 now. Although this exam tests the physical body, the Dao heart is the foundation of a cultivator's cultivation. The impact is reflected in all aspects, so how can it not affect the physical body? The gap in the Dao heart between the two of them determines that Zhang Yu has no chance of winning this level. Another righteous god sighed. After all, Yiling Xiao has been at level 10 for a long time, and he can perfectly control his physical body every day. The adaptation of his physical body to physical changes is cultivated under the blessing of the 10th level Dao heart. Only by adapting to the physical body day and night, and constantly figuring out the limits of the physical body in subsequent practice, can we quickly adapt after the physical body has new changes. Wang Zichao didn't agree out loud, but he had to admit in his heart that Mu Gian was right. Zhang Yu's Dao heart level was too low, and he had practiced for too short a time. He thought to himself, after all, Zhang Yu has practiced for 1 year less than Yiling Xiao. It's not easy for his physical body to match Yiling Xiao's. It's natural that there is a gap in Dao heart. In the sports track of the foundation building exam, the final contestants are Dao heart level 10, magic power 100, and physical strength level 10 to compete in physical strength and potential. Haha, who would have thought that this year there would be such a kid? Dao heart level 8, and he could also make it to the last round of the foundation building exam. While thinking, it did not affect Wang Zichao's continued hosting of the exam. He saw that he had taken out the third and last Dharma skeleton of this level with his divine power. It was a spine flashing with a trace of strange bloodlight, but it was like a white dragon, swimming back and forth around Wang Zichao in the air, like a living thing. Wang Zichao introduced, this is an enterprise-level Dharma skeleton manufactured by the Dragon Soul Workshop, named Jialong Lingshu, as an old manufacturer specializing in dragon Dharma skeletons, which has been making Dharma skeletons with various dragon materials for many years. The Jialong Lingshu created by the Dragon Soul Workshop can be said to be a classic among spinal Dharma skeletons. After the Jialong Lingshu is implanted into the body, the dragon tendons extending from it can greatly increase the cultivator's physical performance. The effect obtained in the foundation building stage is roughly equivalent to the level of physical strength plus 1 level. A dragon-type Taoist technique is also sealed in the Jialong Lingshu, called the Dragon Power Technique. Once activated, It can shock the spirit and make it difficult for cultivators with a Taoist heart level below 20 within a radius of 100 meters to operate their mental methods. Zhang Yu's heart tightened when he heard this, and he thought to himself, wow, is this the forbidden magic field? No, it's the forbidden heart method. This was the first time that Zhang Yu had seen the effect of Taoist techniques. After all, in high school, the so-called Taoist techniques were actually talisman classes, and he had not yet come into contact with real Taoist techniques. The next thing was the same as before. Zhang Yu felt that the nerve connection between his spine and brain was cut off. The impact of this time was naturally much greater than the previous 2 times. After all, the spine is related to the movement of the whole body. Once he lost the connection with his spine, Zhang Yu immediately collapsed on the operating table, feeling as if he was completely paralyzed. His heart tightened slightly for no reason. 10 seconds later, Zhang Yu felt the existence of the spine again, but this time it gave him a weirder feeling, because the spine could not move his body, but just bent back and forth with his thoughts. At the same time, Zhang Yu felt that his consciousness seemed to be sucked into the spine, controlling the Jiaolong Lingshu, as if he had turned into a white dragon and flew across the sky. The next moment, Zhang Yu suddenly came back to his senses, and said in his heart that it was a close call. It seemed that his thinking was affected by the Jiaolong Lingshu just now, and he had hallucinations. Zhang Yu thought to himself, this is not the real implantation of the Dharmakaya. It is just the access to the neural signal. It seems that if I want to implant various Dharmakaya after building the foundation, the burden will be greater than I thought, so, apart from the Dharmakaya of the eyes, will other Dharmakaya be implanted in the future? At most, I can just use the magic weapon directly. Why must I implant the Dharmakaya? Zhang Yu once had a similar question, and Fuji answered it for him at that time. In fact, the answer is very simple, that is, using both the magic weapon and implanting the Dharmakaya is more powerful than simply using the magic weapon. Zhang Yu still remembers what Fuji said at that time. The Dharma Hai was originally created by the group of people who refine weapons, in order to form a dimensionality reduction attack in the magic weapon market and set off industrial reform. If you want to climb up in Kung Fu, you have to be better than others and have better results. When more and more people use the Dharma Hai to improve their performance and then increase the power of magic weapons, if you want to catch up with them, you will have to use the Dharma Hai even if you don't want to. Just as Zhang Yu was trying to adapt to the Jiaolong Lingshu, the Tao in the audience said, this Jiaolong Lingshu looks good. The Mao Tao on the side frowned and said, are you interested? Then I advise you not to buy it. Tao asked curiously, do you have inside information? He knew that the people in the finance department have a deep foundation and extensive connections. They are well informed and have access to all kinds of information. Cat Head said calmly, no need for any inside information. Didn't he make it clear himself? Focusing on dragon skeletons means that he is not good at other materials. A classic work means that this Jiaolong Lingshu is out of date. Also, the Dragon Soul Workshop has revealed some black material before. The dragon materials contained in their skeletons are no more than 5%, and they are all bone powder, for the spine skeletons at this price. I think most of them are made of monster materials. It's amazing that they can have 3% from dragons. It's probably a farmed hybrid Jiaolong. After all, what good materials can be used for such mass-produced things? If you have money, you should still make customized skeletons. Listening to Cat Head's comments, had thought to himself, don't I have no money? However, he also lost interest in Jiaolong Lingshu and sighed, nowadays, these skeletons always love to cut corners and make false propaganda. If you don't study them carefully before buying, you will be fooled. At this time, Zhang Yu and your link SIO synchronization rate data has been updated again. Zhang Yu 79%, your link SIO 86%. Zhang Yu, did I lose? Zhang Yu was not too surprised by the final result of this level. He thought to himself, maybe it's because of Dao Heart. Although he lost this level because of Dao Heart, Zhang Yu didn't dwell on it. After all, he had used all means to improve to the limit of his ability in the past year. Now he just wanted to prepare for the next level, try his best to defeat his opponent, and get the final foundation building qualification certificate. At the same time, in the inner network of the righteous gods, Mugein could be heard talking freely. There are 2 ways to advance the Dharma skeleton. One is to refine different parts of one's own body into Dharma skeleton. The stronger the body, the stronger the Dharma skeleton refined will be, and it will be the most suitable Dharma skeleton by nature. But this path is too difficult, and the personalized customization of Dharma skeleton is extremely expensive, which is a sky-high price for most cultivators, so most people can only choose the second path, that is. As the cultivation level improves, one can improve one's strength by constantly replacing the stronger Dharma skeleton from outside and slowly refining it as a part of oneself, and in this process, once one is unable to adapt to the newly implanted Dharma skeleton, the cultivation level will not improve but regress. This is still a human-shaped Dharma skeleton. I heard that the higher-ups are already trying alien-shaped Dharma skeletons. A minor god interrupted. That thing is quite powerful if used in competitions of the same level, but after the implantation, it doesn't even have the basic human form, and its compatibility with the various immortal techniques is too low. There is no way to practice after the implantation, which is completely putting the cart before the horse. Mugian brought the topic back. In short, Zhang Yu's body is too strong, but his Dao heart is too weak. He has not yet been able to fully control his original body, so how can he adapt to the new body? On the other hand, Yiling Xiao, judging from his performance, can obviously adapt to the Dharma body faster after building the foundation, and has a better future in the foundation building period. With the end of the second level and Yiling Xiao's victory, Wang Zichao also began to announce the content of the third level. The result of this level will also completely determine who will get the foundation building qualification certificate. Chapter 230 The third level of the physical body. In the audience, Wanfa University's civil engineering representative Tao looked at the results of this round, nodded with satisfaction and said, "Not bad, not bad. Yiling Xiao has a good brain and is able to adapt to physical changes. In the future, when he installs a Dharma body for office use, he will be a good candidate for Feng Shui and formation design. Working 48 hours a day should not be a problem. Zhang Yu's physical body is improving faster than his Dao heart, which shows that his body is better than his brain. In the future, he will be a good hand at digging soil directly at the construction site. At that time, he will not need to install too many Dharma bodies, and can directly become a universal power cultivator. Not only is it better than magic weapons, but the key is that his food expenses must be much cheaper than the rental fee of magic weapons. At this point, he has already left. One is for design, the other is for construction. These two will surely become the two prides of our civil engineering department in the future. At this moment, he was already a little impatient and wanted to recruit both of them. He thought to himself, the market competition is fierce nowadays. On the one hand, the bankruptcy rate, demon possession rate, and sudden death rate of civil engineering students have been rising year by year, and there are never enough students who can be of great use. On the other hand, there are those monsters from Xian'ai University who are competing on low prices, and the department's profits have been declining. If these two are trained, they will definitely be able to defeat those bull monsters, horse monsters, dragon monsters, and elephant monsters, and help me make more money. As for why he considered using current students instead of graduates, it was of course because the salaries of graduates were too high, and they were not as useful as current students. The cat head from the finance department heard Hohad sigh and nodded slightly, saying, "These two people are indeed okay, although they are not rich enough and their foundation in the way of immortality is a little weak, but every bite and drink of the heavenly Dao always leaves people with a glimmer of hope to climb the way of immortality. Although their foundation in the way of immortality is a little weak, their borrowing potential is very high. If they enter Wanfa, you can let them come to me, and I can help them apply for a student loan." After that, the cat had reminded, "But I see that there are many people interested in the two of them here. If you put your bets evenly on the two, you may not be able to recruit both of them. It is better to concentrate a budget and mainly put it on one person to increase the success rate." had heard it thoughtfully. "You are right," Cat had asked curiously. "Then which one do you plan to concentrate a budget to recruit?" had smiled slightly and said, "That is naturally Yiling Xiao. Among the two, Yiling Xiao is still the stronger one at the moment. Besides, he is already a senior high school student after all, and he will enter school in half a year. Then he can be used directly. As for Zhang Yu, he won't take the college entrance examination until next year, so let's talk about it next year. There's no rush." Just as the two representatives of Wanfa University were discussing the future arrangements, the smiling expression on the other side said to his son, "Look, am I right? Isn't Yiling Xiao more useful? The synchronization rate on the Dharma body is low, which means that Zhang Yu's brain is obviously not as good as Yiling Xiao. Actually, this can be seen from the previous level. After all, people are poor and have little knowledge. They have lacked training in this area since childhood. The laughing and crying expression on the side nodded absent-mindedly, thinking to himself, if he is not as good as Yiling Xiao, then he is not as good as Yiling Xiao. Can't I take both of them? Anyway, I can only use Yiling Xiao for half a year, and Zhang Yu still has a year and a half before he goes to college. It's just right to wait until Yiling Xiao leaves and use him to take over as the signboard of the high school student. At the same time, Wang Zichao had almost finished explaining the content of the third-level exam. Zhang Yu was thinking about the content of the final exam, thinking to himself, do I have to compete with Yiling Xiao with a dragon binding rope in different dangerous environments? High temperature, low temperature, high pressure, strong poison, strong acid, strong alkali, supergravity. Zhang Yu and Yiling Xiao will randomly experience different dangerous environments in the final exam room. In such a drastic change of environment, even with their strong bodies, their lives are in danger. Wang Zichao reminded again, the cost of treatment after the exam will be sponsored by Wangquan Medical Insurance Company. Once you feel you can't hold on, press the alarm device immediately, and I will send you out safely for treatment. I remind you again, the high-risk environment of this level is changing rapidly, and it is possible to kill you. So once you feel you can't hold on, admit defeat immediately. If you die in the examination room, this exam will not be responsible, and you will not get any compensation. In order to make this clear, Zhang Yu and Yiling Xiao signed a contract together under the witness of 5 righteous gods on the scene, promising that no matter whether they are disabled, seriously injured, or dead in the examination room of the last level, no matter what kind of damage they have suffered, they will not pursue responsibility, will not ask for compensation, and will not expose it to the outside world. Looking at the densely packed, line after line of possible injuries, and the large number of rights promised to be given up at the end, Zhang Yu felt more and more the danger of this next level. But Zhang Yu, who had come this far, naturally could not give up. He just thought in his heart, but the fact that we might die in this level, is it intentional to put pressure on us? If we make a mistake in judgment and are about to die in the danger beyond our own limit, will the gods not save us? With the nature of Kung Fu, it seems that it is not impossible to come up with such a dangerous test. At the same time, Wang Zichao on the other side thought to himself, Master Deng is worthy of being a 6th-level god. This test project is not only comprehensive, but also has a result that is speechless. At the same time, we can sell the test data at the peak physical body in various environments in the key refining stage. It really kills 2 birds with 1 stone, but in Zhang Yu's view, the high-risk environment, which is already very dangerous, is only a part of this test. In this dangerous environment, he and Yiling Xiao will stand on a high platform at the same time, each holding one end of the dragon binding rope. The so-called dragon binding rope, as introduced by Wang Zichao just now, is a long chain made of high-strength materials. It is said that this chain is a restraint device that was once used to imprison giant dragons. Zhang Yu and Yiling Xiao each grabbed one end of the dragon binding rope. Whoever could pull the other off the platform first would win the test. If anyone's dragon binding rope slipped out of his hand, he would be declared the loser. Of course, anyone who couldn't hold on in a high-risk environment would also be declared the loser. Wang Zichao said, this level will not only test your vitality and physical resilience in a high-risk environment, but also your physical strength and the potential that your body can unleash under such high pressure, and the key is this high pressure, compared to your future path. High school may be the last time you can relax. Damn it, Zhang Yu cursed in his heart, where can I relax in high school? Wang Zichao, once you enter college, you will truly embark on the road to immortality. In the 10 years of college, you will not have the slightest chance to relax, and the pressure you face will only get greater year by year. Sudden death, bankruptcy, dropping out of school, possessed by demons, all kinds of threats will come to you in an endless stream, forcing out your potential. The focus of this level is to test what kind of potential you can unleash under all kinds of high pressure. You will have half an hour to rest and recover from the consumption and impact of the first 2 levels. In half an hour, the last level of the exam will officially begin. Just after Wang Zichao announced the half-hour break, Zhang Yu suddenly asked, Examiner, will the medicine in the medicine cabinet be available during this half hour? Wang Zichao was slightly stunned when he heard this question. At the same time, a true god in the intranet immediately expressed his opposition. Mu Gian said, the competition hasn't officially started yet, what are we going to eat? Isn't this just increasing the budget for nothing? Just when the lesser gods objected, Wang Zichao didn't say anything. After all, Spending more money is the enemy of the true gods, and anyone who dares to support it will definitely be the target of public criticism. But at this moment, Wang Zichao suddenly received a message from Deng Bingding. Master Deng? Let me support the opening of medicines. Wang Zichao was slightly stunned when he saw the message sent by the other party, but the next moment he spoke decisively. If you take medicine for the exam, don't you have to take it before the exam? I think it's okay. Just when the little gods quarreled and finally looked at Deng Bingding, the 6th level god made his own decision as a referee. Mu Gang's words make sense. Thumbs up. But Zichao's words are also okay. Thumbs up. I think we should open the medicine 15 minutes before the exam. At this point, Deng Bingding smiled again and said, the sponsor also said that it is rare to see someone like Zhang Yu who eats medicine so deliciously. I can feel a sense of hunger for medicine from him. I especially like his eating style. I am willing to donate more medicines so that Zhang Yu can eat enough. So after resting for 15 minutes, as the medicine cabinet was opened, Zhang Yu hurried over, grabbed a large bottle of medicine and gulped it down. At the same time, his chain method diagram had already switched to the state of high school holy body, and then his ability to load and metabolize medicines was improved to the limit of the key refining period. Zhang Yu felt the medicine he swallowed turn into a stream of raging medicinal power exploding in his body, and after a moment, it brought a stream of drug poison to the Zen character on his chest. He thought to himself, very good, I will take advantage of this opportunity to take free medicine and continue to accumulate drug poison in these 15 minutes. On the other side, Yiling Xiao walked to the medicine cabinet and took out some combat drugs that increase explosive power, restore physical strength and energy, and planned to take them before the exam. After all, for him, there is no shortage of medicine in daily life. Taking too much medicine before the exam will distract him from digestion and increase the burden on his body. Then Yiling Xiao touched the Divine Spirit, Daoji sustained release capsule, he brought with him, and thought to himself, take it directly before the exam, use dual thinking, and cooperate with my bloodline potential, use my strongest state to win this game, and let these university representatives put up higher chips when recruiting. It has reached the last level, and Yiling Xiao has no hesitation about trying his best right from the start. What makes him hesitate is whether his strongest state is 1 or 2 divine spirits. As for this, the laboratory had not yet reached a conclusion until he took the foundation building test today. Yiling Xiao thought to himself, if I take 2 pills, I might become stronger, but taking 2 pills may also have unpredictable consequences. Chapter 231 The victory is decided. Just as Zhang Yu and Yiling Xiao were silently preparing for the last exam, most of the audience in the audience seats did not continue to focus on the examination room on the physical track. After all, for those who were watching remotely through the Spiritual World Network, they were actually watching the finals of the 4 tracks of the foundation building exam on the first level of Kung Fu today. Many university representatives had special requirements for enrollment because of the interests they represented, and did not pay much attention to the physical track here. Most of their attention has been focused on other tracks. When Zhang Yu and Yiling Xiao took a break, even the audience who originally focused on the physical track would naturally look at other venues first. Daozin and Mana are not very interesting to watch. After taking a look at the examination rooms for Daozin and Mana, laughing and crying expression finally decided to take a look at the situation in the martial arts arena. Among the Daoxin, Mana, Flesh, and martial arts in the key refining stage, the most interesting exam should be the Flesh and martial arts, but the Flesh track has more people watching. After all, this track is suitable for many majors. For martial arts, every year, there is a practical test, mainly about safety, weapons, war, military, etc., and at most, representatives of majors such as refining equipment, law corps, and medicine in the combat direction will pay more attention. Laughing and crying expression just thought about this in his mind, and was slightly stunned when he looked at the martial arts arena, but found that the competition here was over so fast. Looking at the woman who fell on the ring, her whole body almost disintegrated. Laughing and crying expression curiously selected the replay function. So the picture in front of him began to flow backwards quickly, and soon started playing from the beginning of this scene. In the examination room where Wang Zichao was distracted. First, the venue appeared, then the explanation of the examination content and examination rules, and the preparation of the candidates. After all this was done, Bai Zhenzhen and Yunjing walked up from both sides of the ring. In this final martial arts exam, there will be 3 ring battles and a best of 3 format. After each ring battle, both candidates will receive unlimited medical treatment. And in each ring match, the righteous gods will save them before they die. That is to say, in each of the 3 rounds, both sides can fight with the strongest, most desperate, and most reckless attitude without scruples, releasing all their combat potential. In addition, there are various combat spiritual roots and weapons displayed on the side for both sides to choose freely. However, neither Yunjing nor Bai Zhenzhen borrowed combat spiritual roots. Instead, Bai Zhenzhen chose a Yuanzi vibration sword. After injecting mana, the blade can vibrate at a high frequency and burst out with powerful destructive power. Feeling the coldness coming from the hilt, Bai Zhenzhen thought to herself, this kind of enterprise-level magic weapon, I can't use it at all under normal circumstances, right, and there's unlimited medical insurance at the end of each game. Bai Zhenzhen couldn't help but smile when she thought of this. I have never fought such a generous battle in my life. As the countdown above the ring gradually returned to 0. Bai Zhenzhen suddenly raised her sword and shouted, all the university representatives in the audience, see clearly. She pointed her sword at Yunjing and said, next, I will defeat my opponent in 1 move. Think carefully about what conditions you should offer me. Yunjing, who was at the other end of the ring, heard these words, but his face was calm. He just thought in his heart, just like the last time you beat Bai Zhenzhen, do you want to provoke me? This woman really likes to use provocation. Yunjing did not speak to Bai Zhenzhen's provocation, but responded with action at the moment the countdown returned to 0. The 2 dantions in the chest and lower abdomen were activated at the same time, and the mana-like lava burst out in an endless stream. With Yunjing's palm, it turned into a wall of fire that rushed out like a waterfall, sweeping towards Bai Zhenzhen's position. In the battle 3 months ago, Bai Zhenzhen was forced out of the ring by this large-scale move and lost the exam. But now 3 months have passed, and the moves that Bai Zhenzhen thought were helpless at the beginning are now full of flaws. In the past period of time, Bai Zhenzhen has experienced battles again and again in gang battles, and witnessed how many fantastic ways the monks at the bottom of Songyang City can create to fight in order to make money, kill people, do business, and survive. It was in this process of continuous fighting that Bai Zhenzhen felt that her true spiritual roots were constantly adapting, making her feel that the masters of the Jinggang were getting weaker and weaker, and there were more and more flaws in their moves. She once thought that all the peak key refining masters of the Jinggang had been killed. Later, she realized that it was not that the people of the Jinggang had become weaker, but that she was getting stronger and stronger, and was increasingly able to discern the opponent's flaws based on the changes in the air. Just like at this moment, the airtight wall of fire had several weak points in her eyes. With a flick of the long sword in her hand, Bai Zhenzhen had already passed through the wall of fire and walked towards Yunjing. I'm coming. Bai Zhenzhen smiled slightly, and the next moment she shot towards Yunjing like a flash of lightning. Yunjing thought to himself, is there no final formula for the 10,000 swords? Bai Zhenzhen's move was very fast, but it still did not escape Yunjing's observation. His eyes law skeleton almost immediately judged Bai Zhenzhen's moves, and even the possible subsequent moves, as well as the flaws of each move. I really can't learn a lot of skills in 3 years of high school like Yiling Xiao, that freak, but I bought no less skills than him. The reason why Yunjing bought the copyrights of various skills is to store a lot of data of the skills into his eye skeleton, so that he can instantly judge the opponent's moves and find the opponent's flaws in battle. And to do this, the amount of money spent is obviously not something that ordinary students can imagine. Even Yunjing spent a lot of time and energy on this. After all, even if he was born in a wealthy family, the money his family gave him was not unlimited. If he wanted more money, he needed to earn it himself. Since the 2nd grade of elementary school, Yunjing started a business with the encouragement of his father. He still remembered what his father had said to him. There are 2 truths in this world that I want to tell you. First, although you can only practice the immortal way in high school, making money can start from the moment you are born. Second, the upper limit of a person's immortal way is determined by the wealth he possesses. From these 2 facts, we can draw a conclusion. The real immortal way practice actually started from the moment you were born. Start making money, Yunjing. The earlier you start making money, the more money you can make. The more money you make, the further you can go on the immortal way. Yunjing agreed with what his father said, so he started investing when he was in kindergarten and became an angel investor in several companies. In the 2nd grade of elementary school, he started his first company. While his classmates were doing their homework, he stayed up late to make reports. While his classmates were reviewing, He was hosting a midnight meeting. While his classmates were brushing papers, he was accompanying employees to work overtime all night. After entering Xian'an High School, Yunjing did not give up on his own path. When others are breathing, I am making money. When others are fighting, I am making money. When others are refining their bodies, I am still making money. It is because I insist on making money day after day, year after year that I can reach this point today. I have been cultivating immortal since I was 5 years old. Just like in the past 3 months, Yunjing's practice is to continue to make money. It is precisely because he made more money that he was able to let his I-Law skeleton master more martial arts copyrights under the limited family budget, and he was able to split his meridians and flesh and blood and outsource them to college graduates for body refining, and use spiritual roots to buy the mana of college students. Yunjing's palms came out at the same time, and he had already attacked the flaws in Bai Zhenzhen's moves according to the guidance of the I-Law skeleton. But in the next moment, he suddenly found that Bai Zhenzhen changed his moves strangely and performed a high school basic swordsmanship. Before he could think about it, Yunjing had already changed his moves and changed his offensive. Bai Zhenzhen, who was watching this scene, smiled. Our battle actually started half a year ago. Half a year ago, it was the end of the second round of foundation building exams. At that time, Bai Zhenzhen knew that the strongest opponent on her track was the man in front of her. Therefore, based on her observations, she began to search for the model of the opponent's dharmakaya that she saw, what kind of martial arts the opponent performed, what was the double danshan, and what the various anomalies in digestion and combat meant. Bai Zhenzhen seized every opportunity to observe, and then worked hard to collect information, and gradually completed her understanding of the opponent's combat data. For example, the opponent's dharmakaya. Bai Zhenzhen finally confirmed the model of this dharmakaya after repeated searches on shopping websites and appearance comparisons. The enterprise-level dharmakaya of Xian'an Company, the dharmakaya that can be used in the key refining period, Xianji. Bai Zhenzhen was already familiar with the data and performance of this dharmakaya. She looked at reviews and comments everywhere on the internet, constantly looking at reviews and comments, and even sent private messages to those review bloggers and internet celebrities, asking for details, and rewarding them for this. During this process, Bai Zhenzhen had already understood this dharmakaya very well. The biggest flaw of Xianji is that the weapon spirit is too rigid. When I performed the basic swordsmanship of high school, because this swordsmanship was too simple and popular, the flaws in it had already been agreed upon, so the way to crack Xianji could be predicted. For Bai Zhenzhen, when she performed this basic sword move, she already knew how the opponent would crack it, which was equivalent to knowing in advance what the opponent's next move would be. Bai Zhenzhen did not dodge, let alone block. She chose to stab the opponent's body with a sword at the cost of half of her body being engulfed in flames and then severely burned. With a plop, Bai Zhenzhen, who was emitting a smell of burning, had already half knelt on the ground. At the same time, accompanied by a light sound of puffing, the sword body flashing with electric light had already pierced into Yunjing's shoulder. But Yunjing disagreed. With my body protection skills and combat spirit roots, her sword will definitely break. The next moment, the tiny wound on Yunjing's shoulder suddenly expanded with a stimulation of magic power, and a large amount of blood spilled out like a fountain, causing his body to collapse faster. What? Yunjing looked at this scene in disbelief. He couldn't understand how his body, which had been outsourced to hundreds of college students and had been tempered by thousands of times, could be broken by such a light sword. After this battle, after 3 months of investigation, Yunjing learned that several college graduates outsourced the project to a group of junior college graduates after receiving his outsourcing project. And among this group of junior college graduates, one of them outsourced his work to a high school student. It was because of the negligence of the high school student that Yunjing's body had a flaw. And this flaw was noticed by Bai Zhenzhen, which broke his body protection skills. At this moment on the ring, accompanied by a light sound of swish, the long sword followed a flaw that broke out, almost cutting off most of Yunjing's body. It was at this moment that the god of righteousness saved Yunjing and Bai Zhenzhen respectively. Although Bai Zhenzhen was seriously injured, Yunjing was almost killed by a fatal injury. In the first round, Bai Zhenzhen won. After the treatment, Bai Zhenzhen, who came on stage in the second round, looked at Yunjing with an arrogant face and said lightly, "I said I will defeat you in one move." Looking at Bai Zhenzhen's arrogant look, Yunjing had to admit that he was indeed a little irritated by the other party. and this anger was accompanied by a kind of tension because he didn't know how the other party would break his body protection skills. So at the beginning of the second round, Yunjing went all out and never gave the other party any chance to get close. With a crazy output brought by the double danshin, Yunjing turned almost the entire ring into a sea of fire, and did not give Bai Zhenzhen any chance to get close. Under his continuous bombardment, Bai Zhenzhen struggled for more than 10 minutes and was finally forced off the stage. After the second round, Yunjing regained his confidence again, knowing that his hard power was better than his opponent's. As long as he played steadily and didn't fall for his opponent's tricks, he would not lose. Now it's one win and one loss, Yunjing thought to himself. As long as I win this last round, I will get the foundation building qualification certificate. But at the beginning of the third round, Bai Zhenzhen pointed his sword to the sky again and said to the audience, "Everyone, watch, this round is over. I will still defeat him with one sword later. My university goal is only the top 10, prepare the competition conditions and recruit me." Chapter 232 Beyond Sound. After seeing Yunjing's strength in the first two rounds of the foundation building exam and understanding the gap between herself and the opponent in terms of strength and financial resources, Bai Zhenzhen quickly realized one thing. If I just improve my strength step by step, even if I try my best and finally reach a level similar to that of my opponent, the chance of winning in a fight is 50-50. So if you want to get the foundation building qualification certificate, it is not enough to just improve your strength, and I am not without advantages. My advantage is that I was weak enough in the first two rounds, so weak that the opponent would not take me seriously at all. From the moment the grouping was completed, she regarded Yunjing as the biggest opponent, constantly paying attention to the opponent, understanding the opponent, and collecting intelligence. I know his body of law, his skills, his double dancing technique, but he doesn't know me very well. This information gap formed by weak strength is Bai Zhenzhen's advantage. To take advantage of this information gap, I must become stronger in a targeted way. My goal is not to surpass my opponent, but to defeat him in the ring. These are actually two directions. Just like to surpass a high school student from Songyang High School, one needs to practice hard day and night. But to defeat a high school student from Songyang High School, one may only need a mud truck, or put a pirated secret book in the other party's desk. It was when she realized this that Bai Zhenzhen began to gradually adjust her practice direction. For example, the choice of new exercises, the direction of the deduction of exercises by the true spirit root, the change of combat style, all began to take the ring battle and Yunjing as the ultimate goal. Bai Zhenzhen wanted to specialize herself into the state that was most suitable for defeating Yunjing in the ring. Even if she would sacrifice other aspects of her strength in the process, she would do this just to get the foundation building qualification certificate. At this moment, at the beginning of the third round of the ring, after Yunjing heard what Bai Zhenzhen said, he activated the double danshin in his body again, and the mana turned into a sea of fire and bombarded Bai Zhenzhen. Seeing Bai Zhenzhen dashing around and fleeing back and forth under his bombardment, Yunjing sneered in his heart, "What do you mean you can defeat me with one sword? Get closer to me first." But Yunjing soon found something wrong, because Bai Zhenzhen in front of him did not try to get close to him at all, but instead slashed the sea of fire with one sword after another, as if she and the sea of fire were the real enemies. What does this woman want to do? No matter what she wants to do, we must stop her. I can't fall here. The Yun family is still waiting for me to revitalize it. If the family company collapses, I can only rely on myself and this foundation building qualification certificate. A bad premonition surged in his heart. Yunjing roared, and the mana in his body was raised to the limit. The double danshin was like a roaring dragon, spitting out a mouthful of lava like mana, turning into a stream of fire dragons and bombarding Bai Zhenzhen's direction. The fire dragon exploded with a slight touch. In addition to dodging, resisting head-on would inevitably be injured. But Bai Zhenzhen's face was calm. Facing the roaring fire dragon, she did not dodge or evade. She used the longsword in her hand to attack with the technique of Wanji and Hangju. With a loud bang, Bai Zhenzhen, who split the fire dragon with the sword, was covered with burn marks, but she still did not stop to meet the next fire dragon. One sword, and another sword. The lightning of the longsword in Bai Zhenzhen's hand became more and more dazzling, and the speed of the move became faster and faster. It was the effect of the 10th level Wanji and Hangju after the deduction of the true spirit root that made the sword moves continue to accelerate under the infusion of thunder and magic power, and each move was faster than the other. until the 15th move reached the limit and broke the sound barrier. In a blink of an eye, her Wanjian was Hongju also performed the 14th move. At this moment, Bai Zhenzhen's momentum suddenly changed, and her eyes exuded a sharp gaze, staring at Yunjing at the other side of the sea of fire. Then Bai Zhenzhen launched her new martial arts that she had practiced for the past 3 months, Blazing Jiu Tianbu. In addition to using thunder and lightning to accelerate the body, the biggest feature of this technique is that it can leave thunder and lightning on the ground, forming an electric field in an area, and continuously accelerating the practitioner's body. It can be said that the longer this technique continues to fight within a fixed range, the stronger the electric field it creates, and the stronger the acceleration effect on the practitioner. After Bai Zhenzhen used her true spiritual roots to deduce, it greatly increased the time that this technique can leave thunder and lightning to form an electric field. This is the technique she selected, practiced and deduced specifically for the ring battle, which can further strengthen her speed advantage in the ring. And today's rule of 2 wins out of 3 games is more suitable for her than she expected. In the second round of the ring just now, she was wholeheartedly delaying time, not seeking to win at all, just to leave enough thunder and lightning on the ring, so that the effect of the Thunder 9 Heavens step can reach its limit in the third round. At this moment, you can see that the ground of the ring suddenly exploded with lightning, turning into an invisible electric field that enveloped the ring. Bai Zhenzhen felt that the electric field and the thunder and lightning power in her body were attracting each other, as if a circle of springs were tightening behind her, waiting for her order to launch her like an electromagnetic cannon. Not enough, Bai Zhenzhen knew that she only had this chance to strike with a sword, so she wanted to do it to the extreme. So she launched another martial art that she had never performed in front of Yunjing, Thunder God Thunderbolt. The thunder and lightning energy condensed by the magic power can blast the whole body, while increasing the speed, resist a physical pressure at high speed. The deduction effect of this skill is that Bai Zhenzhen can burst out all the thunder and lightning power in her body in one breath, and cut out a fast sword that exceeds her own limit. Whether it is the 10,000 Swords Endless Art, the Thunder Walk 9 Heaven Step, or the Thunder God Thunderbolt, Bai Zhenzhen has been implementing a goal in the process of selecting the skills and subsequent deductions, that is, to make herself more advantageous and more likely to win when fighting Yunjing on the ring. As the Thunder God Pili Ju was fully launched, Bai Zhenzhen felt that the thunder and lightning mana in her body was surging out, leaving no trace. However, under the operation of the Cold Soul Ice Heart Art, in this dangerous situation with no room for mana, Bai Zhenzhen could feel that her flesh, blood, strength, and energy were becoming more and more active under the blessing of the art. Boom. The next moment, with the acceleration of the layers of electric fields, Bai Zhenzhen took a step forward and hit the sea of fire head-on, slashing at Yunjing with a sword. The 15th sword of the 10,000 Swords Endless Art was like riding on a rocket, making a burst of thunder and air colliding. Immediately after the operation of the Thunder God Pili Ju, Bai Zhenzhen poured all her mana into the sword. Go. Take all my mana and energy, she roared in her heart, and even injected all the protective thunder and lightning energy into the sword, just to make this sword faster and faster. Because Bai Zhenzhen's body lacked the protection of the Gangqi, it was also quickly bloody and cracked under this rapid high pressure. Amid the roaring explosions, Bai Zhenzhen had already surpassed the sound, crossing the sea of fire that was squeezed and broken by the waves of air, and came to Yunjing. Her long sword began to accelerate little by little from the first round of today, until this moment of the third round. The speed of this sword finally reached the limit and surpassed the sound. With the full operation of the mind method and the extreme concentration of the spirit, it was obviously a sword that had surpassed the sound, but Bai Zhenzhen felt that the whole world seemed to slow down in her eyes. She watched the long sword in her hand pierce Yunjing's shoulder inch by inch, but the other party's eyes were blank and did not react at all. Sure enough, according to my previous estimate, after accelerating to this extent, it should be able to surpass the observation limit of Yunjing's eye law skeleton. Bai Zhenzhen knew all the parameters of Yunjing's eye law skeleton by heart, and knew that the safest way to break through this law skeleton was to accelerate to a level that the other party had no time to recognize. Today's 3 battles are all for the purpose of accelerating this sword to this point. No, Bai Zhenzhen suddenly recalled the hard training she had done in the past year, the many death battles she had fought, and the overwhelming pressure she had faced. She even remembered more, the troubles she had in hiding her spiritual roots since she was a child, and the hard work she had done in order to climb the path of immortality since she was a child. For this sword, I have been accumulating for more than 10 years, accelerating for more than 10 years, and chasing you for more than 10 years. Now, this sword has finally caught up with you. Bang! As the long sword and Yunjing collided, Yunjing's skin, muscles, and bones broke layer by layer, and a big hole was opened in his upper body, and then he flew out with a bang. After this sword that had taken everything, Bai Zhenzhen's body had also been bloody and fleshy with a sword that surpassed the limit in sound, and her muscles seemed to be torn apart. Feeling the divine power, Bai Zhenzhen suddenly opened her eyes and said, "Did I win?" Wang Zichao looked at Bai Zhenzhen in front of him, nodded and said, "You won. One of the 4 foundation building qualification certificates today is yours." Bai Zhenzhen smiled slightly when she heard this, and thought to herself, "Yuzi, Mom has taken care of this, and the rest is up to you." The next moment, Bai Zhenzhen had completely fainted. In the audience, laughing and crying expression watched the replay of the 3-round challenge match in full and said, "It's interesting, this Bai Zhenzhen's hard power is not as strong as Yunjing, but it is obvious that her fighting talent and combat potential are better. Now she has a foundation building qualification certificate." Laughing and crying expression immediately felt that Bai Zhenzhen was very worth investing in, and could also imagine that many universities are probably now discussing what admission conditions to give Bai Zhenzhen. Oh? Also from Songjiang City, laughing and crying expression took a look at the candidate's information, smiled and said, "Is she from the same school as Zhang Yu? Then I might as well hire her as well. It just so happens that the year they go to college, I can also finish my work and go back, right?" This time, even the smiling expression next to him did not reject this proposal, but said, although Bai Zhenzhen is also a super poor person, since she was able to take the foundation building exam for the first time and pass the foundation building qualification certificate, she is indeed a talent. She can help you in the future when she goes to college, but don't forget to provide her with new employee training and set rules for her, so that she won't bring in the habits of the poor in the future. At this moment, Zhang Yu and Yilin Xiao on the other side had already started the final, and many spectators immediately focused their attention on it. Chapter 233 Zhang Yu's battle with Yilin Xiao. Zhang Yu and Yilin Xiao were standing on a high platform at this moment. The 2 platforms were about 5 or 6 meters high and tens of meters apart. On the ground below the platform and in the air around it, strands of divine power permeated and transformed into various runes, forming a large formation. With the operation of this large formation, various high-risk environments would be formed on the platform, threatening Zhang Yu and Yilin Xiao. A dragon-binding rope was now running between the 2 platforms, with Zhang Yu and Yilin Xiao holding the left and right ends in their hands respectively. Yilin Xiao took a deep breath, and every piece of flesh and blood on his body was adjusted to the best state, just like a rocket filled with fuel and ready to go all out at any time. At the same time, he licked the Divine Spirit, Daoji Sustained Release Capsule, in his mouth. After the exam started, he planned to bite the shell of the sealed medicine and swallow the Divine Spirit in one gulp. Yilin Xiao looked at Zhang Yu on another high platform, his eyes emitting a strong fighting spirit, and he had already made up his mind to use all his strength in a moment. Yilin Xiao thought to himself, from the results of the first 2 levels, his body is now about the same level as mine, but it may be because of his Dao heart, or because he has not had enough time to settle. In short, his control over his body is not enough, especially recalling Zhang Yu's poor performance in the Zuanming heavy water in the last round of foundation building examination. Yilin Xiao confirmed this point even more. It won't take long for this guy's physical strength to catch up with my level, so he lacks control. Then the best way is to burst out with all my strength at the beginning, relying on my advantage in physical control to exert stronger physical strength and defeat him in one breath. Otherwise, when the high-risk environment changes in turn, our bodies will be worn out and weakened, and my advantage in physical control will become less and less. Feeling the spirit in his mouth, Yilin Xiao said in his heart, "Fortunately, I have made a lot of progress in the past 3 months. The initial burst will definitely defeat him." Just when Yilin Xiao made up his mind, the countdown in the air suddenly appeared 3. Seeing the countdown appear, Zhang Yu on the other high platform also suddenly tensed his muscles and grabbed the dragon rope with both hands. At the same time, Zhang Yu thought to himself, "This match must be dragged on. My control is not as good as the opponent's. If we compete head-on, the outcome is unpredictable. We must rely on the huge amount of toxins from the spring and autumn endless zen to defeat the opponent with brute force in one breath. Even if Yilin Xiao also has this trick, he does not have a high skull saint body, and the toxins you can burst out are definitely far less than mine. Feeling a Zen character that was still absorbing toxins, Zhang Yu thought to himself, the longer it takes, the more medicinal power I digest and the more toxins I accumulate, and I can also burst out stronger power in a short period of time. At that time, I can directly defeat the opponent with a brute force that exceeds the opponent, so I will drag it out as long as I can, until I can't hold on any longer, and then I will burst out toxins to stimulate my potential. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu looked at the high school saint body on the chain method diagram, and finally did not switch it to the martial arts saint fetus. He decided to let the high school saint body continue to absorb more medicinal power and gather more toxins with the digestion and metabolism ability of the peak of ki refining. Zhang Yu could feel that every second he spent, the next burst would have more power, and the chance of winning this level of the test would increase. Just as Zhang Yu was thinking about these things in his mind, the countdown number in the air had changed again too. Yiling Xiao bit open the shell of the spirit and swallowed it in one gulp. In a blink of an eye, the medicinal power had dissolved in his body, and a stream of cool air rushed straight to his head. Zhang Yu took a deep breath, and his muscles exploded. The whole person had expanded into a 2.8-meter tall little giant one. Roar. In the roar, Zhang Yu's muscles twisted into a strand, like a stream of explosives exploding, and pulled a dragon binding rope in his hand over. On the other side of the high platform, Yiling Xiao fell into a daze after the medicinal power of the spirit took effect. He seemed to have not reacted, and was dragged out by Zhang Yu at this moment, and there was only 3 meters left from the edge of the high platform. At this moment, there seemed to be two voices in his mind, one saying that he should activate the Ruai Linglong bone first, and the other saying that he should activate the Great Dragon Divine Power first. His body also expanded and contracted, as if there was a conflict between the exercises. Yiling Xiao secretly said, "Is there something wrong with the spirit? Is the interval between consecutive use too short?" The edge of the high platform 3 meters away brought a huge sense of threat. The word failure was like the collapsing sky, pressing down on Yiling Xiao fiercely. "I can't lose." In this short moment, Yiling Xiao's mind seemed to recall all the past. He remembered those dead brothers and sisters, and the clan rules that the Yi family has adhered to from generation to generation. People are born with different talents. Instead of wasting resources on mediocre people, it is better to give up mediocre people and only cultivate the best one in each generation. This is what the clan leader said to him before he entered high school. Talent determines the upper limit of every member of the clan, and the easiest way to get a clan member with strong talent is to have more children. Ling Xiao, do you still remember the card drawing game run by the company? It's just like drawing character cards. As long as you draw enough, you will always draw powerful character. The same goes for offspring. As long as you give birth to enough people, you will always get talented offspring. The way of heaven is so wonderful. The clan leader stroked his head and said with a smile, "So our Yi clan will produce more than 10,000 offspring in each generation, but only a few of them can become true bloodline heirs. Only in this way, generation after generation, coupled with the latest immortal technology, can we condense the perfect bloodline of our clan." But I made new changes based on this. After all, although some offspring's overall talent is not strong, certain parts of their bodies have unique advantages. Just like some people are born with long hands, some people's hearts are born stronger. And some people's meridians are born tough. This kind of difference is also common among your brothers and sisters, and you are still a clan with the same blood, the clan leader said proudly. Ling Xiao, your talent is already excellent enough, and you can be called the best among your 10,000 brothers and sisters. That's why you deserve the surname Yi. But after combining your excellent brothers, sisters, and sisters, gathering their excellent talents, you will be the strongest generation of the Yi family. You must cooperate sincerely and unite as one. Understand?" On the high platform of the examination room. In the moment when Zhang Yu dragged him out, it seemed that because of the stimulation of the crisis, it seemed that because of the pressure brought by the memories in his mind, the two contradictory thoughts in Yiling Xiao's mind suddenly cooperated sincerely. On the other side, Zhang Yu saw Yiling Xiao being pulled by him, and his spirit was shocked. What's wrong with him? Am I going to win directly? Zhang Yu wanted to burst out the power of spring and autumn endless Zen at the first time, and defeat the opponent in one go. But Yiling Xiao, who was only in a trance for a moment, did not give Zhang Yu this opportunity. Boom! Yiling Xiao stomped his foot on the ground, and his muscles expanded, revealing dragon scale-like muscles. It was obvious that he activated the Ruai Linglong Bone and the Great Dragon Power at the same time. Then the two ideas in Yiling Xiao's mind worked together seamlessly, launching one martial art after another. The toxins of the spring and autumn endless Zen exploded, and the fascia caused by the elephant demon tendon transformation continued to expand. Yiling Xiao instantly stopped his body steadily at the edge of the platform. Bang! As Yiling Xiao stopped, the dragon binding rope suddenly collapsed straight in the air, making a loud bang. In Yiling Xiao's mind, the two ideas roared in turn, making their own voices. We are the best, how can we lose? If we lose to the other party, won't it tarnish the name of the perfect bloodline? How can we promote new technology? Do you know how much less money we will earn with a huge amount of money invested in stocks? Without this money, how can we go to college? How can we compete with those rich people above, who made us earn less? We want him to die? With the operation of two ideas, Yiling Xiao felt that his body was controlled by two of himself. With a burst of one technique after another, his strength soared directly. At this moment, Yiling Xiao mobilized a stronger force from his body than Zhang Yu. Bang! As Yiling Xiao took a step back, Zhang Yu was also dragged forward. Seeing Zhang Yu being dragged step by Yiling Xiao and stepping towards the edge of the platform, a trace of burning heat suddenly appeared in the air. With a change of the divine power formation, a high-temperature environment came. The air was heated rapidly, and every breath seemed to burn Zhang Yu and Yiling Xiao's lungs, and there were bursts of tingling on the skin. The two of them stopped breathing almost at the same time, and then Zhang Yu used the low-temperature form of the ice and fire body refining method to resist the high-temperature environment. Yiling Xiao used the body protection method to wrap his whole body with a thick layer of stratum corneum to isolate him from the heat transfer as much as possible. After such a toss, Yiling Xiao gritted his teeth and continued to pull the straight dragon binding rope, dragging Zhang Yu forward 2 steps, leaving only 5 steps from the edge of the platform. At this moment, the high-risk environment changed again. The scorching heat just now disappeared, and the change in gravity fell on Zhang Yu and Yiling Xiao. The two felt like they were suddenly carrying a mountain on their backs. In particular, the load on their internal organs increased, and the two had to use the power of their internal organs to resist. After a little adaptation, Yiling Xiao pulled again and dragged Zhang Yu forward 2 steps, leaving only the last 3 steps from the edge. Then the high-risk environment changed again, this time to high pressure. The atmosphere seemed to be countless times heavier in an instant, as if they were thrown into the seabed thousands of meters deep in one breath. The sudden and drastic pressure change directly caused Zhang Yu and Yiling Xiao to bleed from all 7 orifices and rupture their eardrums. The two had to adjust the pressure in their body cavities and try to fight against this environment. But Yiling Xiao still seized the opportunity and dragged Zhang Yu 2 steps again, leaving only 1 step to the edge of the platform. Can't wait any longer, Zhang Yu focused his attention on the chain diagram and spent 2 seconds switching the high school holy body to the martial arts holy fetus. With a switch, Zhang Yu felt a self-healing power emerge from the flesh and blood in his body, and the high pressure around him seemed to be less scary in front of the martial arts holy fetus. But in these 2 seconds, the high-risk environment changed again, the high pressure disappeared, but bursts of acid mist emerged out of thin air and attacked the two. Chapter 234 finally obtained the Foundation Establishment Certificate. With waves of horrible acid mist coming at him, the strong corrosion caused Zhang Yu's epidermis to immediately emit a puff of green smoke, and the severe stinging pain made him frown. Zhang Yu could feel that if he allowed the acid mist to continue to corrode, his skin and flesh would be severely damaged, and even his life would be in danger. So he immediately encouraged his muscles to vibrate, and with the movement and vibration of every inch of his skin, Zhang Yu's whole body was like a layer of wind that blew away the acid mist. But because of this operation of using strength to resist the acid mist, Zhang Yu inevitably withdrew some of his strength. Similarly, Yiling Xiao on the other side was unable to take advantage of Zhang Yu's opportunity to retract his strength to drag the dragon binding rope, just because he was also shaking his body and sending out strong winds to resist the acid mist. But Zhang Yu could feel that with his self-healing ability blessed by the martial arts Saint Fetus, whether it was the previous high temperature, high pressure, gravity, or the damage caused by the acid mist, it was gradually recovering at this moment. And he still had 2 trump cards that he had not used. Zhang Yu shouted, and the word Zen on his chest suddenly disappeared. His body's potential was madly burst out under the stimulation of the toxin. Zhang Yu's forehead was bulging with blue veins, but he was still roaring in his heart, It's not over yet. Then came the overload of the martial arts fetus. Roar. The muscles of Zhang Yu's arms expanded again, and the whole person rose from 2.8 meters to 3.3 meters. Whether it was the toxin outbreak of Chunqiu Endless Zen or the overload of the martial arts fetus, they all urged the potential of the body and made the body burst out with a power that exceeded its own load. When these two methods were used by Zhang Yu together, he felt that his flesh and blood were burning. Endless power was squeezed out of every bit of flesh and blood, and the terrifying power was transmitted in the muscles, even pressing the bones to crackle. But because of this, Zhang Yu's body was under an unprecedented burden at this moment. Muscles were strained, bones began to show slight damage, internal organs were squeezed and deformed, and blood vessels had some slight ruptures. Even with the self-healing ability brought by the martial arts fetus, he could not stop the constant self-damage all over his body. But for Zhang Yu, none of this is important now. Because Zhang Yu knew one thing long before he came here. I'm going to fight for my life here. Why do you come to take the foundation building certificate if you don't fight for your life? At this moment, Zhang Yu seemed to have flashed through the tests, exams, and competitions in the past year. It was also in these experiences that Zhang Yu deeply understood one thing. In the strictly controlled world of Kung Fu, if you want to climb up, want to stand out, and want to master stronger immortal skills, you need to follow the promotion path drawn by the 10 major sects and defeat your opponents in one exam after another. In this process, almost every opponent will do everything possible to squeeze himself, his family, and each other, pushing his grades to the limit. The immortal lord in front of him is no exception. The opponent will never let go of any possibility of winning and will do everything to defeat him. Faced with this situation, Zhang Yu can only burn all his strength to obtain the extremely precious foundation building qualification certificate. I have promised Zhen and my sister that we will study in the top 10 together. I want to go to the top 10 and join the sect. I want to climb up along Kung Fu. Get rid of the shackles of the ritual. Get free. At this moment, all the skills that he had practiced hard in the past year emerged in Zhang Yu's mind, and the muscles and strength of various parts of his body emerged in his eyes. Skills, strength, potential, everything that can be exerted was smashed out by Zhang Yu in one breath. The violent power and incomparable determination all followed the skills of running power one by one, along the muscles as tough as steel bars, and finally passed through the dragon binding rope, and passed it to Yiling Xiao fiercely. Bang! Turning around and stepping on a high platform, while making a burst of explosions, Zhang Yu had already dragged the dragon binding rope towards him frantically, step by step away from the edge of the high platform. As Zhang Yu exploded, Yiling Xiao felt an irresistible force coming from the other end of the dragon binding rope, dragging him step by step to the edge of the platform. In an instant, Yiling Xiao, who had just dragged Zhang Yu to the edge of the platform, was now only 2 or 3 steps away from the edge. And the place outside the edge seemed to have become a cliff in Yiling Xiao's eyes. Once you fall into it, it will be like falling from the clouds. Not only will you lose your foundation building qualification certificate, but you will also lose a lot of wealth and the best chance to climb up. In a trance, Yiling Xiao seemed to hear a voice ringing in his heart. Brother, let's fight him together, brother, Yiling Xiao murmured in his heart, so you have been with me with your heart all along, don't let us sacrifice in vain, don't let the Yu family, generation after generation, and the millions of fellows sacrifice in vain, brother, borrow our power and lead the Yu family to rush out of this mud pit on the first layer, and rush to the upper layer of Kung Fu. Unconsciously, Yiling Xiao had bitten open the second spirit in his mouth. With a rapid rise in brain temperature, he felt dizzy in his head, but magically maintained 3 kinds of thinking, like 3 of himself, operating his body, running out 3 times the number of exercises in his normal state. Blood flow, internal organs, bones, fascia. Every inch of flesh and blood in the body was mobilized 100%, allowing Yiling Xiao's body power to reach an unprecedented peak. It also made the dragon binding rope that was being dragged madly slow down suddenly. But, it's not enough. With a crisp sound, Zhang Yu's finger bones suddenly cracked under his terrifying power. In contrast, Yiling Xiao was 1 step closer to the cliff. Is it still not enough? Are we still not his match? Then keep fighting. University representatives, don't you like to see the geniuses fighting hard? Then let's watch enough today. The next moment, Zhang Yu only felt that the power from the other end of the dragon binding rope had increased after an increase, and there was a tendency to drag him over. He still has this trump card. No, This sound is, Zhang Yu turned his head suddenly to look at Yiling Xiao, and saw another high platform with green smoke, accompanied by a sizzling sound. And a large area of acid mist was constantly corroding Yiling Xiao's flesh and blood. This guy gave up using part of his strength to fight against the acid mist, and launched all his strength to fight me. At the same time, the high-risk environment changed again, and waves of poisonous fog came in, rolling towards Zhang Yu and Yiling Xiao at the same time. Zhang Yu shook his muscles and set off a strong wind to blow away the poisonous fog. But at this moment, Yiling Xiao still had no intention of wasting any strength to blow away the poisonous fog. His eyes were fixed on Zhang Yu and the dragon-binding rope. At this moment, there seemed to be only one thought left in his mind. He wanted to win. He wanted to do his best to get the foundation building qualification certificate. Seeing Yiling Xiao fighting so desperately, Zhang Yu suddenly understood the real purpose of this exam. Those righteous gods have already calculated this point. They know that if we want to fight to the end, we have to decide the winner in a life and death crisis, right? Do these higher-ranking guys in the audience like to watch us fight so hard? Zhang Yu looked at Yiling Xiao, who was gradually bleeding and turning blue and purple, and said in his heart, although I don't know your name yet, but from the power coming from this dragon-binding rope, I have felt your will and your determination, but I will never admit defeat. Besides, if I fight desperately, I am definitely better than you. Zhang Yu also stopped resisting the poisonous fog and gathered all his spirit and strength on the dragon-binding rope. Boom! As the power of the two people stalemate on the dragon-binding rope, a strong shock came from the lock. At the same time, the high-risk environment began to change again. High temperature, high pressure, strong acid, toxins. But at this moment, no matter what kind of threats or injuries, Zhang Yu and Yiling Xiao could not be distracted at all. Whether it was the burning of the body under high temperature, burning all the internal organs, or the rupture of the cavity under high pressure, the body was damaged, or the blood and flesh on the body, the severe burns inside and outside the body, or the poisoning reaction of the body, with a more intense operation, the toxins continued to spread. At this moment, all this was no longer important in the eyes of the two. They bet their lives and all the strength they could give. At this moment, the only thing left in their eyes was each other, and only that one thought. Win. Use your strongest strength and strongest will to pull the other party over. With a crisp sound, Yiling Xiao's right leg bone was finally completely broken in the continuous damage, making him half kneel on the ground. On the other side, Zhang Yu relied on his powerful self-healing ability. Although he also looked bloody, he still maintained a complete structure. This time, Yiling Xiao's fracture was like breaking the balance of the scales, making Yiling Xiao unable to stop the movement of the dragon-binding rope. Am I going to lose? Seeing himself being dragged step by step to the edge of the abyss-like cliff, Yiling Xiao suddenly felt a flash of despair in his heart. Is this the end? The trust of the family, the trust of his brothers and sisters before their death, endless exams, grades, awards, and first place again and again. All of this once made Yiling Xiao feel more and more like a layer of bondage. A strand of spider silk tightly entangled him, bound his life, and made him feel more and more tired. But later he gradually realized that even without these, he still wanted to climb the immortal path. The family gave him a heavy burden, but also gave him opportunities and help far beyond others. I want the children of the Yi family in the future to no longer have to make such sacrifices, no longer have to pay the price of thousands of people, to be able to get to the starting line that some of the people above them have already stepped on when they were born. I want the Yi family to move to the second floor, have a second floor household registration, and become a second floor family. Yiling Xiao knew very well in his heart that whether it was the trust of the family or the trust of his brothers and sisters, all of this had never been a constraint on him. They were like his heart, liver, kidneys, spleen, and lungs, accompanying him at all times, silently pushing him from behind, and bringing him to where he is today. Until this moment, Yiling Xiao felt as if he had been pushed by them again. At the same time, with a rumbling whistle, on the high platform on the other side, Zhang Yu, who had breathed in a large amount of poisonous fog, had now erupted the spring in autumn endless Zen for the second time. The previous eruption was caused by the toxins accumulated after he took a large amount of drugs. And this time the explosion after inhaling a large amount of poisonous fog in a high-risk environment, he found that the word Zen on his chest had accumulated a lot of toxins. Although Yiling Xiao had already knelt on the ground, Zhang Yu had no intention of relaxing until the moment of victory. Because whether from his own life experience or the combat experience taught to him by Bai Zhenzhen, the more important the battle is, the more careful you must be about the opponent's counterattack at the last moment. At this moment, the second outbreak of spring and autumn endless Zen made Zhang Yu explode with blood mist all over his body. Every cell in his body seemed to be groaning, wailing, and roaring at the brink of death. But under the more dangerous and desperate conditions, with the operation of Ken Yushi's body and mind tactic, Zhang Yu felt more excited, and even the pain in his body seemed to be suppressed a lot, and his Tao heart was even better. Zhang Yu shouted angrily, "I've got the foundation building certificate." On the other side, Yiling Xiao bit the last divine spirit in his mouth. The warning of the laboratory director was recalled in his mind: you must not take more than 3 in one day, otherwise, your brain can't bear it, not even if you have perfect blood. Counting the divine spirit taken during the first level of the divine root assessment, this was the 4th divine spirit Yiling Xiao had taken in one day. Feeling the power of the medicine rushing through his body and rushing towards his brain, Yiling Xiao suddenly found that his mind was clear, as if something had awakened from his mind. I can afford 4. At this moment, Yiling Xiao felt that there were 4 of him in his body working together, just like a working group. Each person could share different body operations, compete with each other, and perform performance appraisals. At the same time, under Zhang Yu's violent force, the dragon binding rope seemed to have turned into a real dragon, twisting violently in Yiling Xiao's hands. Yiling Xiao was thinking about how to suppress this dragon and how to resist Zhang Yu's violent power, but the next moment his arm was directly broken in the confrontation of power. Although Yiling Xiao had made some progress in his brain and spirit at this moment, his physical body was already on the verge of collapse, and there was no room for him to play. At the same time, the side effects of the 4th spirit began to appear. Yiling Xiao only felt a sharp pain in his brain, as if his head was torn apart, and then inside. Inserting a rod is like inserting an iron rod. The next moment, Yiling Xiao could no longer resist Zhang Yu. Under the drag of the violent force, Yiling Xiao felt that his sublimated spirit at the moment was like a dream full of colors, but it was ultimately defeated by the cold reality and gravity, and was fiercely dragged into the abyss. Boom! The dragon binding rope was directly thrown into the sky with a bang under the infusion of Zhang Yu's extremely violent power. Yiling Xiao, who was holding the dragon binding rope tightly, was also thrown into the sky. He slowly swept his eyes downward, and it seemed that he could still see the majestic figure standing in a blood mist on the high platform. Large patches of white-hot air rolled outward with the opponent's strength, and combined with the blood mist that kept exploding on Zhang Yu's body, he looked like a god of war burning with blood and fire. Yiling Xiao sighed in his heart, this guy, how can he have such a strong body? Zhang Yu grabbed the dragon binding rope with both hands and threw Yiling Xiao out with the rope. Whoosh! With Zhang Yu's vigorous swing, Yiling Xiao and the dragon binding rope shot towards the audience like a long comet. Many spectators who watched this scene showed a hint of surprise on their faces. They didn't expect that at the end of this game, Zhang Yu would have such an overwhelming advantage and even threw Yiling Xiao out. Seeing Yiling Xiao who was about to fly in front of them in the blink of an eye, everyone in the audience had different expressions and different ideas for a while. At the same time, accompanied by waves of divine power rippling back and forth in the air, Yiling Xiao, who was about to hit the audience, had slowly stopped in midair. Zhang Yu looked at Wang Zichao who appeared in front of him, and asked seriously, did I win? Is the foundation establishment certificate mine? Wang Zichao waved his hand and cast a series of talismans. He first stabilized Zhang Yu's injuries with the divine power of the Ministry of Health, and then slowly announced, the winner of the 3rd level Zhang Yu. The winner of the 3rd round of foundation building exam, Zhang Yu. I declare that the final winner of the sports track of this foundation building exam, Zhang Yu, will be awarded the foundation building qualification certificate by the Heavenly Court and will be qualified to build the foundation. After hearing what Wang Zichao said, Zhang Yu felt that all the strength in his body was being drained away, and he collapsed in a pool of blood. Finally, day and night, sleepless struggles, and dangerous battles, after paying almost all the price he could pay, plus the millions of debts in the bank, and finally gambling his own life, Zhang Yu finally stepped half a foot into the threshold of the top 10. Looking back on the road he has come, Zhang Yu only felt that it was so difficult. It was so difficult to climb up in Kung Fu. Thinking of this, he suddenly let out a cry. He howled loudly, as if to vent all the unhappiness and resentment accumulated in his heart. Wang Zichao didn't care when he saw Zhang Yu howling to the sky. He had seen many different reactions after getting the foundation building qualification certificate, including myocardial infarction, cerebral infarction, and people who went crazy on the spot. Zhang Yu's situation was considered relatively normal. At the same time, Yilin Xiao on the other side had fallen into coma due to the side effects of the medicine and his own injuries. The laughing and crying expression in the audience said, "Mother, it seems that the Yi family you mentioned is not very good. The strongest heir has lost." Looking at Yilin Xiao, who was casually dragged in the air by divine power and had already fainted, the smiling expression in the audience frowned, feeling that Yilin Xiao at this moment was like a dead dog on the side of the road, and he was not pleasing to the eye no matter how he looked at him. Smiling expression said lightly, "If you don't want to use this person, then don't use him, but the Yi family is very useful on the first floor, you can't give up." Laughing and crying expression said, "In fact, this Yilin Xiao is already very powerful. He is more powerful than most of the high school students on the second and third floors, right? It's just that he was unlucky and met a more powerful opponent. I will still use him, but compared to him," at this point, he looked at Zhang Yu with interest. "I am more interested in this Zhang Yu." Smiling expression frowned and said, "Do you want to sign him as a formal employee?" Laughing and crying expression said, "What's wrong? As long as I can be satisfied, he, Bai Zhenzhen, and Yilin Xiao are all fine. I can make them formal employees." Smiling expression shook his head and sighed, "Dogs can't eat too much, Alice, you will understand sooner or later." Laughing and crying expression didn't agree with it and decided to contact the Oasis company on the first floor and send representatives to Songyang City to spend money. At the same time, many representatives from other universities in the audience also set their sights on Zhang Yu. After all, although Yilin Xiao is very good, he now seems to be eclipsed by Zhang Yu, especially considering that Zhang Yu is still a year younger. This has made many university admissions representatives eager to recruit Zhang Yu into their universities. The cat head from Wanfa University looked at this scene and said to the Erho head beside him, "It seems that the price you are going to offer is not enough." Erho head frowned and said, "Let's just snatch people among the top 10. He looked in a certain direction of the audience and snorted coldly. Colonel 36 and Lieutenant Colonel 72 dared to make plans. I can understand their thinking, but the damn junior college also wants to recruit such talents. Are they worthy? If Zhang Yu goes to junior college, what's the difference between that and having been in jail? Don't even think about taking the postgraduate entrance examination or achieving golden elixir in this life." The cat had reminded from the side, "If you want to snatch people, you'd better do it quickly, otherwise Zhang Yu is too poor, has not seen much of the world, and is too short-sighted. He might be deceived by some junior college pretending to be a university. After the foundation building qualification certificate is issued here, the information of the candidates should no longer be confidential. You'd better act quickly." Erhohead's heart sank when he heard this. The other party was right. This kind of thing really has happened before. He thought to himself, "I should quickly get someone to contact Zhang Yu through a representative of a company on the first floor," but before leaving, he seemed to have thought of something and confirmed, "Are you sure that your finance department will not recruit these students?" The cat had said lightly, "The qualifications are indeed good, but they are good at security and civil engineering. Do you want to enter the door of finance? When they can gain a foothold in it, after several generations of hard work, their descendants may have a little chance." At the other end of the audience, a teacher from a junior college was already talking to his principal. He said decisively, "Principal, as long as you take this student and train him to become a golden elixir, who dares to say that a junior college can't produce a golden elixir in the future? There is a chance that our school's rating will rise." Just as the figures in the audience were getting fewer and fewer, and they left one by one, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen's injuries had also been completely healed. At this moment, they gathered together with all the other contestants and were about to issue foundation building qualification certificates. Seeing Bai Zhenzhen, Zhang Yu hurriedly walked up to her and asked, "Ah Zhen, did you make it?" Bai Zhenzhen laughed and nodded and said, "I made it to Yuzi. How about you?" "I did it too." Zhang Yu laughed and hugged Bai Zhenzhen. "Ah Zhen, we can go to college together." Bai Zhenzhen felt like a huge stone had fallen from her heart when she heard this. She was really worried that Zhang Yu would not pass the exam at this moment. She hugged Zhang Yu tightly and couldn't help laughing. "Have you decided which one of the top 10 to choose? Should we make plans for postgraduate and doctoral exams?" Yunjing, who was standing aside, looked at the two of them hugging each other and spinning in circles. His already gloomy face suddenly became even uglier. Chapter 235 Rewards arrived. Undercurrent surge. Except for Yiling Xiao, who was too seriously injured and was still receiving treatment, Zhang Yu, Bai Zhenzhen, Yunjing, and the 4 contestants on the Dao Hard and Mana tracks also gathered here. Zhang Yu observed the 4 contestants on the 2 tracks and could see at a glance that 2 of them were very excited, and they almost had the words Foundation Certificate written on their foreheads. As for why Zhang Yu knew this, of course, he and the other party had the same idea now, and he wanted to add everyone he knew and show off that he had passed the Foundation Certificate. On the other hand, the other 2 looked depressed, like dead dogs, so it was clear who would win and who would lose. So Zhang Yu's eyes lingered on the 2 winners. In his memory, this man and woman ranked 3rd and 5th in total scores in the first round of the Foundation examination. Their strength was extraordinary to be able to stand out among the many Xiandu students, but at the beginning, Yiling Xiao and Yunjing's performance was too dazzling, overshadowing everyone else's edge. Later, because of the different tracks, Zhang Yu never paid much attention to other top students in Xiandu. Now seeing these 2 people have obtained the Foundation Building Qualification Certificate, Zhang Yu estimated that even if the strength of this man and woman is not as good as Yiling Xiao, they should be the top level among the high school students in the first floor of Kungsu. Of course, compared with Ni and Azhen, they are definitely much worse. After a burst of excitement, the 2 students soon noticed that there was one less person at the scene. One of the male students walked to Yunjing and asked curiously, "Where's Yiling Xiao? Has he already taken the Foundation Building Qualification Certificate and ran away?" The male student who spoke was well-proportioned, with a head of aqua blue hair that looked like rippling water. Obviously, he was also some kind of magic skeleton. His name was Shangji, and he was the winner of the Foundation Building Qualification Certificate for this magic track. Yunjing looked at Shangji with a gloomy expression and said coldly, "How do I know where he went? But you can ask him." Yunjing glanced at Zhang Yu and said lightly, "He should be in the same group with Yiling Xiao, right? It seems that he beat Yiling Xiao." "Beat Yiling Xiao? How is it possible?" Shangji was shocked when he heard this and turned his head to look at Zhang Yu's position. Shangji is a top student in the 1.5th level of Xiandu. He knows how terrifying Yiling Xiao is and how powerful the perfect bloodline is. After all, as a classmate in the same high school, Shangji has been suppressed by Yiling Xiao since he entered school, which can be said to be the shadow of his life. And from the time of registration, Shangji could tell at a glance that Zhang Yu was an outsider. It was simply the opposite of Xiangang. An outsider actually came to snatch the Foundation Building Qualification Certificate of Xiandu Master? Shangji just looked at Zhang Yu and asked, "Hey, you defeated Yiling Xiao?" Feeling the other party's shocked gaze, Zhang Yu tried hard to control the corners of his mouth from curling up, and said with an indifferent expression, "Yeah." Bai Zhenzhen on the side glanced at him and thought to herself, Yuzi, your desire to show off is almost showing on your face. You really can't keep calm at all." After seeing Zhang Yu nod slightly, Shangji took a breath and asked, "Where's he now?" Zhang Yu recalled the process of Yiling Xiao's treatment, and said lightly, "It seems that the injury is too serious. He can't recover in a short time, so he can't come to the award ceremony." If Shangji looked at him with admiration after hearing Zhang Yu admit that he defeated Yiling Xiao, then at this moment he looked at Zhang Yu as if he was looking at a monster. He was shocked and said, "That's Yiling Xiao. Not only did he lose, but he was also so seriously injured that even the gods couldn't heal him in a short time." At the same time, the other contestants all looked over when they heard what Zhang Yu said. As they were all from Xiandu, they were all in disbelief when they heard what Zhang Yu said. After all, which high school student in Xiandu didn't know how powerful Yiling Xiao was? They couldn't imagine what kind of high school students could defeat Yiling Xiao, or let Yiling Xiao be so seriously injured in the game that he couldn't be healed in a short time. At this moment, Zhang Yu was no longer an ordinary outsider in their eyes, but a super outsider, a wealthy outsider with an unfathomable net worth. At the same time, another female student who won the Foundation Building Qualification Certificate in the Daoxin track had noticed that Yunjing had a gloomy expression and was in a bad state. She also asked at this moment, "Yunjing, you didn't lose too?" Yunjing glanced at the woman who asked the question. The other person's name was Tan Shishan, and she was also from Xiandu like him. Although her net worth and achievements were slightly lower than his and Yiling Xiao's, they all belonged to the same circle on weekdays, but the other person was more on the side of Yiling Xiao and Oasis Group. But when Yunjing thought about the guy who had been chasing after him in the past, he actually got the Foundation Building Certificate this time, but he didn't get it, and he felt helpless again. He knew that from this moment on, one of them had the foundation building certificate and the other didn't. Just like the top 10 and the top 30 in the grade, they might never sit at the same table to eat again. Yunjing took a deep breath, but he was not interested in hiding it. After all, these people would know it soon, so he simply said, "Well, I lost." Unlike Yiling Xiao, who was completely suppressed by Zhang Yu's strength and body in the end, although Yunjing lost to Bai Zhenzhen, he felt a strong sense of dissatisfaction and regret in his heart. Because Yunjing could feel that in terms of hard power, the woman was definitely not as good as him. If I could be more careful. If I had changed a different tactic at that time. Every time Yunjing reviewed the 3 battles with Bai Zhenzhen, he became more and more angry and regretful. He was sure that if he could fight again, he would definitely beat the opponent. Just like he got the last question of the general education exam wrong because of carelessness, Yunjing only hated himself for not being careful enough, not careful enough, and not paying enough attention to his opponent. When the people in Xiandu heard what Yunjing said, they were all surprised. They didn't expect that Yunjing would lose besides Yiling Xiao. You know, when they were grouped before, they all assumed that the group where Yiling Xiao and Yunjing were must be the death group. Except for the 2 of them, everyone else would be eliminated. So they all tried their best to avoid the track where Yiling Xiao and Yunjing were, and squeezed into the 2 tracks of Mana and Dao Heart to grab the foundation building qualification certificate. In the end, Shengji and Tan Shishin won the foundation building certificate. At this moment, the eyes of several Xiandu students looking at Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen became more and more different. The worn-out coats, cloth-like sweatpants, and the rubbish shoes on the other party seemed so unfathomable at this moment. Zhang Yu looked at Bai Zhenzhen's slightly red face and thought to himself, "Ah Zhen, this guy, his face is almost red and he is still pretending to be cool? He is really impatient." Bai Zhenzhen thought to himself, "Damn, I really want to post a circle of friends." However, the students of Xiandu quickly recovered from this shock and began to think about the impact of this sudden accident. Shengji thought to himself, but Yiling Xiao's loss may be a good thing. Do I have the opportunity to replace him and work for Oasis Group? Shengji's family, like the Yi family, plans to cooperate with Oasis Group to launch a reform, so he also knows some inside information. And Yiling Xiao has become the main publicity target in the plan because of his better grades. But now Shengji sees the opportunity. He also wants to be the dog of the second-level master of Oasis Group, who is about to come down to earth. Being a dog was never a burden to Shengji. As long as he was paid enough, he could bully the other party into bankruptcy, not to mention being a dog. Unfortunately, there was no such thing as a cheap good thing in the world. Unlike the Xiandu men around him who had been living a life of luxury since childhood, Shengji was born in a branch of his family and lived on the ground in Xiandu when he was old enough to understand. Because the sky was completely blocked by the floating city, he had never seen the day until he entered high school. When outsiders came to Xiandu, they liked to say that Xiandu was good in this and that they had so many good conditions for cultivation since childhood. Every time he heard such words, Shengji would sneer. Who said that people in Xiandu were rich? In his opinion, there were more poor people in Xiandu than in any other city, because this was the most competitive place in the first floor of Kungsu, and it was also the place where the most people were eliminated every year. To him, many people on the first floor were just dogs on the 1.5th floor, and the 1.5th floor was also the dog of people on the second floor. In his eyes, Kungsu is like an extremely huge dog farm, where people either treated others as dogs or were treated as dogs by others. Only by learning to be a dog and train a dog can one climb all the way up in Kungsu, just like he climbed from the first floor to the 1.5th floor. No, Shengji looked at Zhang Yu and thought, will this guy also be recruited by the Oasis Group? Doesn't that mean we will have to compete with him? Thinking of this, Shengji felt angry again. How could he compete with this monster who could suppress Yiling Xiao? But maybe Shengji knew Yiling Xiao's temper. In his opinion, he was too arrogant. Since this guy is stronger than Yiling Xiao, his family background and wealth are even more amazing. Shengji looked at Zhang Yu, feeling the cold and indifferent temperament of the other party, and thought to himself, I am afraid his temper is worse than Yiling Xiao's. I don't know how noble and arrogant he will be. He may not even want to serve the second-level master of Oasis Group. Then I will have a chance. Anyway, after the foundation building exam is over, the information of the candidates will no longer be kept confidential. Go back and find out his background immediately, see what he is, and see if I have a chance." At this time, accompanied by the rippling of divine light, the 5 true divine examiners cast their shadows one after another. As the chief examiner, Deng Bingding first encouraged many candidates present, and after saying a lot of clichés, he began to announce the results of this exam. As the 4 foundation building certificate winners stood up one by one, Deng Bingding's eyes lingered on Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen for a moment, then he smiled at the 4 of them and said, "You 4 performed very well. With your tenacious will, superb skills, and fearless courage, you have demonstrated the style of high school students on the first floor of Kung Su. Now I will issue you the foundation building certificate." After listening to the other party's long string of words, the award ceremony finally began. Zhang Yu suddenly opened his eyes wide, and under the auspices of Wang Zichao, he took a gold-plated certificate with both hands. Looking at the 5 big words foundation building qualification certificate on it, Zhang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, Wang Zichao on the side reminded, "Keep the certificate at home, it is mainly for commemoration. For daily use, the electronic version is still the main one." Zhang Yu asked, "Does it have special effects? For example, the kind that hangs above your head?" Wang Zichao smiled slightly and said, "You need to study it yourself." On the side, Yunjing and the other 2 losers looked at the foundation building qualification certificates in the hands of the 4 people eagerly, and the desire, envy, and jealousy in their eyes seemed to be transformed into reality. Then there was a 3 million interest-free loan, which all the students on the scene could get regardless of winning or losing. Deng Bingding stretched out his hand and a huge red envelope appeared above everyone's head, with a number 3 million written on it. "Take it, there is a 3 million interest-free loan in it. This is a small amount of money for Yunjing, Shangji and others, but it is another big income for Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen, which greatly alleviated their financial difficulties and filled their already empty wallets." The 2 happily accepted the red envelopes, and as they watched the balance of their accounts soar, they began to plan how to spend it. As for using it to pay off the previous loan, that's not the style of us Kung Su people. Next was the reward of an expert-level technique. Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen had been selecting various techniques over the past few months, and they had already planned what they needed next. At this moment, they quickly reported the techniques they requested, and they would soon receive the copyright and electronic version of the techniques. The last item was the designated teacher of the university. Deng Bingding looked at the 4 people and said, "This reward will be issued after you enter the university. When you reach the 2nd floor and enter the university town, the local gods will contact you and assign a teacher for you. You will need to find out which teacher to assign." She paused and reminded them, "After entering the university, it is very important to worship the right teacher. If you can't make a decision at the moment, you can choose it first and wait until you have enough understanding and grasp it. Also, after this foundation building exam, the information protection for candidates will no longer continue. After you go back, you may encounter various universities and companies recruiting in advance. My advice to you is, don't agree to any conditions easily." Zhang Yu listened to Deng Bingding's words, and always felt that the other party was looking at him and Bai Zhenzhen when he spoke, as if the words were specifically for them. But, he thought about it, the Xiandu men around must have known about this kind of thing a long time ago, and by comparison, he and Bai Zhenzhen were indeed the least knowledgeable about this kind of thing. Thinking of the other party adding him as a friend and suppressing the Zhou family, Zhang Yu always felt that this righteous god seemed to have a kind of goodwill towards him. Zhang Yu thought to himself, "I didn't put the talisman in well." As the foundation building exam was completely over, the candidates left the exam room one after another. Deng Bingding looked at the empty exam room in front of him, and knew that the result of this foundation building exam would probably not be as unknown as in previous years. After all, Oasis Group and several families in Xianju decided to join forces to launch a revolution, and this foundation building exam was used as a propaganda weapon by them. Even if Yiling Xiao failed, at most he would change the propaganda target. Deng Bingding thought that the influence of this exam would spread soon, but she didn't know what the final result would be. The Ministry of Gods interfered with the Oasis Group on such a large scale, and even integrated the actions of the local nobles. Is there no reaction now? Are you worried about someone in the Nether Palace behind the Oasis Group? The figures of Zhang Yu, Bai Zhenzhen, and Zhang Pianpian suddenly flashed in Deng Bingding's mind. Or have the masters already made their moves in this exam? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 236. Congratulations to Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen for successfully passing the foundation building qualification certificate. After Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen left the examination room, they boarded the train back home. After being awakened, Fuji laughed when she learned that they both passed the foundation building exam. Great, I was right about you two. Then, you just need to complete the foundation building before entering university. In this way, you can study in the foundation building class as soon as you enter university, which means you have one foot in the road to graduate school. Thinking of this, Fuji was excited. What's the point of just going to university? Can you find a good job without taking the graduate school entrance exam? Zhang Yu frowned when he heard this and whispered, build a foundation before going to university? How can you make it sound as if it's so easy to buy a pill at the school gate? Zhang Yu knew that the foundation building required his own spiritual roots to cooperate. To plant the spiritual roots in the Danshan and make them completely become a part of his body, he needed to buy a spiritual root. And with his status as the strongest high school student in the first floor of Kung Su, he must at least have a heavenly spiritual root to build the foundation, right? But the price of the natural spiritual root is tens of millions. How many classes does he have to take at the dark school, and how many overtime classes does he have to take at the Red Pagoda to get enough money to buy it before entering the university? That's right, Zhen. Seeing Zhang Yu's gaze, Bai Zhenzhen rolled her eyes and said, it's impossible. I have to get the money too. Zhang Yu understood what the other party meant. Although the other party had his own spiritual roots to build a foundation, he didn't want people to know that he was born with spiritual roots. So Bai Zhenzhen wanted to conceal the fact that he was born with spiritual roots, so he had to get money to buy a natural spiritual root to cover up the fact that he had spiritual roots. Fuji smiled and continued in the two people's minds, indeed, the higher the grade of the spiritual roots when building the foundation, the better the effect. Zhang Yu, you must use a heavenly spiritual root, but the price of a heavenly spiritual root is also beyond your ability to afford now. But when did I say that you have to pay for it yourself? Aren't there many university representatives watching your foundation building exam this time? Universities also have to talk about enrollment performance. After all, good universities have to recruit good students to maintain their competitiveness and maintain their ratings. Poor universities also have to recruit good students to sprint towards higher ratings. With your performance in this foundation building exam, those university representatives will definitely not be indifferent and will definitely ask someone to contact you. Although they can't come down easily themselves, they should contact you through some companies. Anyway, as long as you get their support and take advantage of the generous conditions they offer, and if you work harder to make money, it's not impossible to complete the foundation building before college. Zhang Yu nodded slightly when he heard this, and remembered that Deng Bingding had said something similar before, that they would encounter early recruitment by universities. At this moment, Fuji reminded, and the first thing you have to do right now is to get off in a small city. Digest the gains from this foundation building exam and improve your strength, Bai Zhenzhen asked. Aren't you going back to Songjiang directly? Is it to ditch those representatives? Let them be aware of each other's existence and raise the price. Fuji smiled slightly. That's just one aspect. Zhang Yu's eyes condensed. Is it related to the Zhou family? Bai Zhenzhen also reacted. The senior members of the Zhou family, since someone has guessed that we are taking the foundation building exam, once they find that many university representatives have come to contact us, they may guess that we have passed the foundation building exam. They may have two reactions, either find a way to further ease relations with us, or take action directly. Now that Bai Zhenzhen has experienced one gang fight after another in the dark tutoring world, she knows too well how cruel this struggle for survival and interests can be. Even if there is only a very low possibility of fighting or gunfighting, it is necessary to be extremely cautious. Zhang Yu added, especially they may know our identities. Although Zhang Yu did not say the word evil god, Bai Zhenzhen understood what he wanted to express. Just as Fuji analyzed before, the top leaders of the Zhou family may know their identities as evil god believers. If this is taken into consideration, the other party may use more drastic means. After all, in the fight between evil god believers, neither side dares to alarm the righteous god. Zhang Yu said, so you are worried that they will jump over the wall? Fuji said, I can't say it is certain, but we have to be on guard. Anyway, you won't lose anything by being on guard. It's just right for you to digest your gains and improve your strength during these few days away. During the days when you are away, people who go to Songjiang High School to look for you will be waiting for you there. The more people waiting for you, the more the Zhou family will be afraid to act rashly, and they will definitely not dare to do anything to you. You and Zhen should even turn off your phones. Don't rush to contact them. Zhang Yu was still thinking about the Zhou family. Zhang Yu always felt like a thorn in his throat for this existence that might know his identity as an evil god believer. Fuji said, to completely solve the Zhou family's problems, you must rely on your own strength in the end. Zhang Yu nodded slightly. It was just right that during this period of time, he could first practice a technique rewarded by the foundation building exam, and then buy another technique to practice with the interest-free loan of 3 million. In this way, he could gather the last layer of the effect of the martial arts fetus. Just when Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen were hiding outside to practice in Xi'an High School, Li Mulong looked at the test report in her hand and said in surprise, "Is this Zhang Yu's sweat?" Li Jingchen corrected, "It is the joint sweat of you and Zhang Yu. It's a pity that his sweat was contaminated by your sweat, otherwise it should be cleaner," Li Mulong said with some surprise. "He is so powerful," Li Jingchen sighed. "It must be the new technology of a certain company, and this kid was used as a test product. After all, he is a guy who can sell his competition qualifications for money. I guess he doesn't plan to go to a good university." Thinking of what happened in the Zhou family last time, especially the action of the 6th level god, Li Jingchen guessed, maybe he will take the path of gods? Maybe he will become the container of some great god. Li Mulong lowered her eyes slightly. For some reason, she felt a pity when she thought that Zhang Yu, with such a talent, had no chance to be admitted to the top 10 because of his background, and could only take the path of gods and become the material for the advent of great gods. "Ask him to train me a few more times before I graduate from high school." Just then, Li Jingchen's cell phone rang. He picked up the phone and was slightly stunned, saying, "Well, I entered it into the database. Yes, the test subject of the other company is called Zhang Yu. Contact him." After hanging up the phone, Li Jingchen looked up with some doubts. "Xi'an Pharmaceutical, Xi'an headquarters called and asked me to contact Zhang Yu, saying that someone at the headquarters has something to say to him." Hearing that it was a call from the headquarters, Li Mulong's eyes also flashed with doubts. She knew that Xi'an headquarters would not contact this side casually unless there was something important, especially directly contacting Li Jingchen from Xi'an High School. Li Mulong thought to herself, could it be that the situation with Zhang Yu is really an experiment of Xi'an Pharmaceuticals' competitor? What do the senior management of Xi'an want to do to Zhang Yu? At Li Jingchen's suggestion, Li Mulong called Zhang Yu, but the call was not connected. "No wonder they came to me. Is it because they couldn't get through on the phone either?" Li Jingchen thought for a moment and said, "Go to Songjiang High School and contact me after you find him." Inside Songjiang High School, Zhou Chechen was emitting cold air all over his body, practicing his family's martial arts. Recalling the scenes of the past few months, he felt his powerlessness again and again. "I am still too weak, just like Zhang Yu. I am just a chess piece caught in the big picture, at the mercy of others, and unable to make my own choices." Thinking of this, Zhou Chechen's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. "But I am different from Zhang Yu. From the perspective of him giving up the qualification to compete, he gave up the opportunity to be admitted to the top 10. Is it because the righteous gods behind him don't allow him to do so? He is destined to be a chess piece for life, but I still have a chance. In the remaining time of senior year, I will fight again and must be admitted to the top 10. I don't want to be such a chess piece again." On the other side of the training ground, Lanling was also practicing hard. I don't know if he was stimulated like him, and he was also making the final sprint, hoping to win a place in the remaining competitions of senior year and strive for more opportunities to be admitted to the top 10. At this time, there was a roar in the sky. Zhou Chechen looked out the window in some confusion and found that it was a flying boat hovering over Songjiang High School, and then several people jumped out of it. But this seemed to be just the beginning. Not long after the flying boat appeared, another sword-like cut through the sky and landed on the campus. After a while, someone drove a high-end car to the school gate. In this way, people entered Songjiang High School one after another. Soon after, Zhou Chechen heard the news that all the people who came were from big companies. Xian Group, Xianwu Group, Zinshuang Medical, Wanshao Animal Husbandry, Wanli Group. Not only were they all from big companies, but they were also from the Xiandu headquarters. Zhou Chechen was surprised and asked, Why are so many people from big companies coming to Songgyang High School? He really couldn't figure out how such a small Songgyang High School could attract the attention of so many big companies from Xiandu. Could it be that someone has awakened their spiritual roots? It can't be that someone owes so many big companies a debt. Zhou Chechen hurriedly sent students to inquire, and only then did he know that the representatives of these big companies had been welcomed to the conference room, and the principal and several school leaders were currently entertaining them. Just when Zhou Chechen was extremely confused, the principal actually sent someone to find him, and as the president of the student union, he entertained the company representatives. When he came to the conference room, facing more than 10 company representatives, thinking of the more than 10 large companies behind them, Zhou Chechen felt that he was 3 points shorter when he came in front of them. In particular, he could feel that these company representatives in front of him were definitely not ordinary employees. The smell of money on them was simply overwhelming, and their high-handed attitude was exactly the same as the legendary Zhang Yu. One of the women looked at him with a smile and said, "This classmate is the president of the student union, right? Hello, I'm Zhang Bi from Xianwu Group. I wonder if you know where Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen went." "Zhang Yu? Bai Zhenzhen?" Zhou Chechen was slightly stunned. "Are you here to find Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen?" Zhang Bi smiled and said, "Yes, there are some things I want to talk to them about, but I can't contact them." At this point, she glared at the crowd. "Some people can't wait and came to school directly, causing us all to run around, but then we found that Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen were away on leave. You are the president of the student union. Do you know where he went? Or do you know which classmates are familiar with him and can contact him?" Hearing the other party's question, even with Zhou Chechen's rich life experience, he was stunned at this moment, not knowing what to say for a while. The principal on the side asked, "Ladies and gentlemen, what exactly do you want to find Zhang Yu for? Maybe we can help." The company representative smiled and said nothing. They couldn't tell each other that they were all driven here by an order from the upper-level company. It is even more impossible to say that the upper-level companies are also assigned by the universities above. They did not mention anything about the foundation building exam, which is also the tacit understanding among the top forces in Kungsu. Although these company representatives are company employees, they are all from the noble families of Xiandu, and no one will rashly break this unspoken rule. According to their thinking, they should secretly meet with Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen, and then communicate for a while to reach an agreement. But I don't know which company's reckless person broke into Songgyang High School first. The dean of teaching on the other side said, "I know Zhang Yu is very good, but if you want to find an excellent student, in addition to Zhang Yu, our school also has other excellent students, such as this student union president Zhou Chechen." Just when the dean of teaching wanted to promote his own students, he heard a burst of laughter from the company representative. I don't know who laughed, but it made all the other company representatives laugh. Everyone in Songgyang High School looked at the representatives laughing in confusion, and didn't know what they said wrong, so they could only smile awkwardly. Zhou Chechen felt like a clown at the moment, being scrutinized and mocked by the representatives of the giant companies, but he could do nothing. The woman who had just spoken said again, "We will look for Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen, and no one else. If you don't know where they are, please call a few students who are familiar with them." At this time, there was another noise, and there seemed to be some strange noise in the sky. People who were familiar with the sound of flying swords had heard that there were at least hundreds of flying swords flying in the sky. "Is this a war?" someone asked in surprise. "Is this also the battlefield of the company war?" Someone jumped out of the window, and someone flashed to the corridor. For a while, the 8 immortals crossed the sea and showed their magical powers. Then, including these company representatives and students such as Zhou Chechen, they saw that hundreds of flying swords cut through the sky, shining with sword light, and formed a line of words in the air. Mr. Wang of Oasis Group congratulated Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen on their successful qualification certificate for building foundation. The future is high and the sea is vast, soaring into the sky. The company representatives who saw this line of words knew that some of the unspoken rules of the past were about to be completely broken. Chapter 237, Famous in Songgyang. Looking at the handwriting formed by the flying swords in the sky, Zhang Bi of Xianwu Group fixed her eyes and thought to herself, Oasis Group is actually doing this kind of thing. Although she occasionally heard some information about Oasis Group and several families such as the Yu family joining forces to promote certain technologies to the first level when she was in Xiandu. But Zhang Yu did not expect that they were actually planning to open the high school foundation building qualification examination directly now. What are they going to do? Are they going to use this foundation building examination to promote new technologies? Zhang Yu understood that the promotion of each new technology is often accompanied by various eye-catching publicity methods and gimmicks. Obviously, Oasis Group is now eyeing the gimmick of the foundation building examination. As for the original unspoken rules of the first level, they don't care at all. Zhang Yu smiled bitterly in his heart. It seems that the rumors are true. A big shot from the second level is going to come down to preside over the work of Oasis Group. The representatives of other companies around also had different expressions, and they were obviously all thinking about the actions of Oasis Group and the subsequent impact. At the same time, the principal and the school leaders had already greeted the school gate and met the representatives sent by Oasis Group. Zhou Chechen followed behind in a daze, but his eyes kept looking at the large characters in the sky that were still flashing with sword light. Foundation Building Certificate. Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen passed the Foundation Building Certificate. How is this possible? Zhou Chechen's first reaction was disbelief. In the information he had, in his cognition, it was impossible for a high school student to pass the Foundation Building Certificate. At the same time, Lanling came to his side at some point and asked in doubt, can a high school student also pass the Foundation Building Certificate? Isn't that something college students take? Zhou Chechen did not answer, but followed the school leaders with Lanling to meet the people from the Oasis Group. There was also a large group of students who came to watch the excitement. If it were normal, the principal, school leaders, and students' union president would have already started to manage the campus order and sent them back to study and practice, but the Oasis Group made too much noise, which seriously distracted everyone's attention. For a while, no one cared about the high school students who were watching the excitement around them. At the same time, the principal had just brought several school leaders to the school gate when they saw several representatives of the Oasis Group coming up. The middle-aged man in the lead had a pair of blood-red eyes and a head of silver hair that was combed meticulously. He seemed to always have a hint of blood on him. Seeing the confused school leaders of Songgyang High School, the blood-red man smiled and said, "Are you the school leaders of Songgyang High School? I am the general manager of the Songgyang branch of the Oasis Group. My name is Chai. We came here this time mainly because Mr. Wang of the company was very moved after learning about the deeds of Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen of your school. In order to support the education cause of Songgyang, Mr. Wang decided to donate 10 million to reward them. I hope they can continue to work hard in the future and become a useful person who is grateful to Kung Su, knows how to repay the company, and can take responsibility for the university." Hearing the figure of 10 million, the students around almost gasped in their hearts, sighing at the generosity of Mr. Wang of the Oasis Group. They usually only heard of people using money to buy hands, feet, and muscles, or borrowing money for collateral. But donating money to reward students? Such a niche term. The school leaders who heard this looked even more embarrassed and confused. On the one hand, they were shocked by the generosity of the Oasis Group, and on the other hand, they had no idea what deeds Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen had done to move Mr. Wang. There were also school leaders who wanted to ask what it meant that the two of them had suddenly passed the foundation building certificate, but they didn't know whether to ask or not, and they all fell into silence for a while. Fortunately, Chai of the Oasis Group had guessed this a long time ago. Looking at the awkward silence of the crowd, he smiled and said, "Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen, two students of your school, went to Xiandu not long ago and took the high school foundation building qualification certificate exam. They won with excellent results and were awarded the foundation building qualification certificate by the Heavenly Court, and obtained the foundation building qualification." Then Chai briefly introduced the high school foundation building exam and the significance of passing this certificate, such as the future top 10 is already lying down. While Chai was speaking, it caused constant exclamations from the teachers and students on the scene. Someone was surprised and said, "Isn't Zhang Yu half a foot into the top 10, stepping onto the second level?" Someone sighed, "What do you mean half a foot? Haven't you heard that you can choose any school after the college entrance examination? This is not half a foot. I think most of the body has squeezed into the second level." Someone concluded, "Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen can be said to be standing on the 1.9th level." Someone said excitedly, "One subject, two foundations. Songgyang City should be called the top 4 high schools in the future, and our Songgyang High School is the first of the top 4 high schools." The students who heard this nodded one after another, and they all felt that the school emblem of Songgyang High School was more eye-catching, and their high school diplomas were also more beautiful. Wang Hai, who was standing not far away, secretly thanked himself for not participating in Zhou Chechen's plan last time. At the same time, the faces of the teachers who had embarrassed Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen changed. Among them, the female physical education teacher who drugged Zhang Yu was even more distraught. Suddenly, as if she remembered something, she ran to Wang Hai and asked, "Teacher Wang, I heard that you and Zhang Yu had conflicts at the beginning, but later you reconciled. How did you do it?" Wang Hai raised his eyebrows, rubbed his fingers, and said, "Such an important thing, you just ask like that?" After the female teacher transferred 10,000 yuan, Wang Hai said, "Just like you did, that's how I reconciled with him. I gave 66,000 yuan at the beginning, and now you, tisk tisk." Wang Hai shook his head. "It's hard to say." Lei Jun stood in the crowd and was shocked and confused to the extreme when he heard Chi He's words, "Foundation Building Qualification Certificate." They both got the Foundation Building Qualification Certificate in high school, thinking back to the certificate that he had not passed in 10 years of college, and his two students got it in the second year of high school. All kinds of complicated emotions surged into Lei Jun's heart, making him want to cry. It is absolutely impossible not to be jealous, but it is more of a kind of helplessness. Lei Jun sighed in his heart. Comparing people, there is really no comparison. They are only in high school, but they have completely surpassed me. Zhou Chechen on the other side swayed, and he didn't fall down thanks to Lan Ling who supported him. A high school student's foundation building qualification certificate? There is such a thing? Why didn't my elders ever mention this thing to me? Lan Ling on the side said angrily. "I said, when they were weak, I just asked the courier to hide them and put an end to it. Take a look, he kept saying take a look, and didn't know what he wanted Zhou Chechen to see." Zhou Chechen pushed Lan Ling who was supporting him away and looked at him with contempt. "Still hitting? Have you forgotten what happened with the righteous god last time? If you dared to hide him half a year ago, we might all be finished. Do you think you can get this kind of certificate without a background? This foundation building certificate that we don't even know about." After saying that, he was too lazy to look at Lan Ling again, thinking, why I have a fool like Lan Ling by my side, but Zhang Yu has a genius like Bai Zhenzhen by his side? In the noisy crowd, Zhao Xiangxing said with a trembling body, Foundation Building Certificate. Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen. As long as they pass the college entrance examination, they can get into the top 10 with this Foundation Building Certificate. Jin Xian nodded slightly and said, "It seems so." Jin Xian's eyes were solemn at this moment, and he thought to himself, so that's how it is. There is actually such a thing as a high school foundation building certificate. I thought Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen had already exceeded the scope of what can be evaluated by 6 subject scores plus competition rankings. They are super evolved species that can no longer be measured by scores, but it turns out that I just don't have a comprehensive understanding of the entire college entrance examination system. In addition to the 6 subjects and competitions, there is such a high school foundation building exam score that can completely cover Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen. Thinking of this, Jin Xian breathed a sigh of relief, and said to himself, sure enough. The entire college entrance examination system has no loopholes. It has indeed been verified and adjusted by countless experts and strong people. It is the best, most scientific and most immortal system to evaluate a person. On the street outside the school gate, Li Mulan had seen the array of flying swords in the sky before, and then she heard what Chai from Oasis Group said. Li Mulan thought to herself, as poor people, how could they surpass the achievements of all the rich people in Songyang City? She felt that her impression of the poor had been constantly changed by Zhang Yu over the past year, and now it was completely shattered. Then she thought again, so, will Zhang Yu go to the top 10 like me? I wonder which one of the top 10 he will choose, but in this case, it may not be so easy to order Zhang Yu's class in the future, and even if I can order it, it will definitely not be as cheap as it is now. Thinking that the other party's value might skyrocket in the future, she felt a subtle emotion in her heart. How to say it? The feeling that Li Mulan felt at this moment was a bit like a person suddenly discovering that the technician he loved to order the most on weekdays has landed, become an anchor, and has become very popular. He lamented that he had ordered the other party before, but also regretted that he would not be able to order the other party in the future. Li Mulan shook her head, put aside the distracting thoughts in her heart, and informed Li Jingchen of the news first. Hearing the news from his sister, Li Jingchen was shocked at first, then after thinking for a moment, he said, when he comes back, You try your best to contact him and try to get his sweat, saliva, urine, any body fluid will do. By the way, try to get original ones, and don't let your body fluids contaminate the samples. Anyway, do your best, and contact me if you need any support." After hanging up the phone, Li Jingchen said to himself, "It must be the immortal technology of Oasis Group that has brought Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen to this level. No wonder these two poor guys have achieved so many results. No wonder there are 6th level gads backing them." It turns out that Oasis Group is the real mastermind behind the scenes. If we can get some samples from Zhang Yu and research something from them. Li Milan on the other end of the phone stared blankly at the hung phone, deep in thought. It must be difficult to order classes, but I have the electronic key to the apartment, so how about I hide under their bed? No, there is no bed in the apartment, so how about I hide in the closet? Li Milan was at a loss. She felt that her family had given her an impossible task. Chapter 238 Zhang Yu's Foundation Building Field. With the actions of the Oasis Group, not only did it cause an uproar in Songgyang High School, but also as the news continued to spread, it caused a turmoil in the entire Songgyang city. After Chai, the representative of the Oasis Group, returned to the company, he immediately crossed the network barrier between the first and second floors through the company's dedicated network and contacted the Oasis Group on the second floor. Soon, Mr. Wang's voice appeared on the other end. Chai said respectfully, "Mr. Wang, I have done what you asked, but Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen have not returned. I just announced the matter, but the money has not been transferred to them," Mr. Wang said lightly. "It's okay, it's the same when they come back," Chai said cautiously, "but what if they don't want to cooperate with us in the end?" He always felt that it was not cautious enough to start spending money and promoting before the other party had reached an agreement. Mr. Wang laughed and said, "I give them money, give them opportunities, and give them a future. Why don't they want to cooperate with me? I believe that there is no one in this world that cannot be defeated by money. It's just a matter of how much money one has, and I can still afford the money for one floor. By the way, I will be down in a few days." Zhang Yu is not interesting. On the contrary, the 3 protected areas in Songgyang are quite interesting. I plan to come here to take a look first. For Mr. Wang, Zhang Yu 1.5 floors in Songgyang are all the same one-story cities in his eyes. There is no difference. On the contrary, the natural scenery and resources of the protected areas are more rare and more valuable in his eyes. Chai quickly replied, "I will arrange it immediately." At the same time, the news about Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen continued to spread in Songgyang City. On the Hongta building, Director Long looked at the test report in his hand and said with disgust, "Garbage, all garbage, don't collect Zhang Yu seeds anymore, and dispose of all the inventory. It's a waste of time, manpower, and experimental equipment." Thinking of the other party coming here from time to time in the past few months to beg for money, but contributing a bunch of useless protein waste, Director Long felt unlucky. But not long after, as Director Long saw the message on his mobile phone, he stood up suddenly and asked his secretary, "Where are Zhang Yu's seeds? Did they fall? How could they fall? Recover them immediately, right away. All. Find them all back for me, don't let a drop leak out. You have to lick them back for me even if you have to." Inside Bailong High School. Hearing the news that Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen had obtained the foundation building certificate, Yuzheng looked dazed. Damn. This is even more painful than being eliminated from the foundation building exam. Then he heard that Oasis Group was going to donate 10 million to Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen, which made him heartbroken. No, Zhang Yu, it's not that I don't want my friends to make progress, I just don't want to see you lose yourself and become a running dog of the company because of a so-called foundation building certificate. The one who went to Hongtu with me to shoot guns happily and worked part-time with me to earn money with his own hands, isn't that the real you? How did you secretly get the foundation building certificate? And you can get so many donations, but what made Yu Zhenghen most uncomfortable was the result after Li Zulian and Xinghou Zhenren knew the news. Fuck. How can I raise my head in front of my senior sister in the future? Don't talk about my senior sister. I feel like I can't even raise my head in front of the dolls now. At the same time, Li Zulian already knew what happened at Songgyang High School. She sighed, and in a trance, she remembered the day a year ago when she rejected Zhang Yu in the room of the central building. Alice, one step away, Li Zulian could imagine that with her father's explosive temper, he would definitely be worried about gains and losses, lose his heart to work, and even be deducted and compensated. It's better not to tell Dad yet, lest his income decreases and affects the efficiency of the transfer. Just when Songyang City was in an uproar because of Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen's affairs. In a certain unknown town. In a temporarily rented training ground. Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen digested the results of this foundation building exam here. Bai Zhenzhen didn't rush to practice the new skills these days, but was savoring the sword she used in the exam room. That sword that surpassed the sound after multiple accelerations was her peak sword from birth to now. If it weren't for the unlimited medical insurance promised by the righteous God, she would never dare to use such a sword. After the battle with that sword, Bai Zhenzhen felt that she had a new understanding of her own martial arts. On the other side, Zhang Yu was naturally seizing the time to practice the new martial arts, striving to gather the last layer of the martial arts fetus as soon as possible. The martial arts he chose from the reward for the foundation building exam is called Disha Huingenju. It is a martial arts that can absorb the power of Disha Yuan magnetic force in the earth through the acupoints on the soles of the feet as long as the feet are on the ground, and quickly restore physical strength. In the past few days, he has practiced Disha Huingenju to level 10. At this moment, Zhang Yu stepped on the ground with both feet. Even if he didn't deliberately practice, he could feel the endless power of Disha Yuan magnetic force pouring into his body, constantly replenishing his physical strength, making him feel that he had endless energy all over his body. It would be no problem to practice for another day and night. At least in the key refining realm, this technique is enough to make my physical strength last to an abnormal level, and Zhang Yu is now practicing the 10th technique that can complete the martial arts holy fetus, which is the Dai Shian's how he just spent 1.33 million to buy today. As long as I master this technique, my body will have a recoil force. The harder my opponent hits me, the more severe the shock I will receive. Zhang Yu recalled the series of techniques he had practiced, and thought to himself, magic resistance, fire resistance, ice resistance, physical resistance, blood recovery, self-healing, taking medicine, detoxification. Now add physical strength recovery and rebound injury. The more I practice, the more muscular I am. The more I practice, the more I am like a tank, is the concept of this martial arts holy fetus to make people extremely strong and able to withstand a lot of beatings. Of course, in addition to these two martial arts, Zhang Yu also studied his electronic version of the foundation building qualification certificate, and indeed found some special services in it. The display on the head, the font, color, size. As long as you pay, everything can be modified. There is even a foundation building field effect. After opening, as long as the field is opened, all people within 100 meters of him will receive a text message, the basic content of which is, Zhang Yu, the winner of the foundation building qualification certificate, has entered within 100 meters of you. Please be polite and do not collide. Zhang Yu thought to himself, who the hell would open something like this? It's so pretentious and it's so hateful. Thinking of this, he touched his arm and saw a ball of red cloth tied here, and under the red cloth was his foundation building qualification certificate. As long as Zhang Yu pulled the red cloth on his arm, he could reveal the foundation building qualification certificate underneath. Zhang Yu thought to himself, it's still more economical, low-key and convenient this way. He had already imagined the scene of him pulling open the red cloth and showing the foundation building qualification certificate, and all the heroes in the world were shocked. The giant master Zheng has entered within 1,000 meters of you. He has accidentally killed 4 people in the past month and paid all fines and compensations. Please be careful and don't bump into him. In the office building, as the mobile phones of employees vibrated, it was as if an invisible plague was spreading in the office building. The company's employees turned pale and trotted back to their workstations, fearing that they would bump into Zheng. After a moment, in the eyes of the crowd in awe, a person with a head full of flames, a body like glass, and eyes burning like 2 suns slowly floated in front of them. This person, whose body had been replaced with more than half of the body, was the company's latest expert, Zheng. Sensing the fear and awe of the people around him, Zheng secretly thought that the giant field attached to the giant qualification certificate was really useful. Since he paid extra money to open this field, no unpleasant guys have appeared, making him angry and killing people. Zheng secretly sighed in his heart, if only this giant field could be so useful when he was up there, then he would not have fallen to the first level. At the same time, in Zheng eyes, a piece of information was constantly emerging, flashing by, and finally stopped at the relevant information about Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen obtaining the foundation building qualification certificate. Zhang Yu, isn't this my apprentice? As for Yu Zhenghen? Sorry, Xinghuo Zhenren is really not familiar with a person who spent tens of millions but still failed to pass the foundation building certificate. I haven't visited him for a long time. Well, there is also a disciple, Bai Zhenzhen, whom I haven't met either. Xinghuo Zhenren wanted to visit these two good disciples immediately, but he still needed to work overtime this week. As a person who could reach the golden core level, he didn't have the habit of asking for leave. I can only go and see them after the overtime this week. In the town on the other side. Just when Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen were practicing and improving themselves, there was a knock on the door. And a voice came from outside the door. Excuse me, Mr. Zhang Yu and Ms. Bai Zhenzhen. Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen were shocked when they heard this. This place is more than 1,000 kilometers away from Songyang City, and there was someone who knew them. Under the two people's vigilance, the door slowly opened, and a middle-aged man who was dusty and shabby walked in. The middle-aged man introduced himself. I am Tao Lin from Shangxi Entertainment. I am sorry to find you two so abruptly, but I came here because I do have something very important to tell you. You haven't decided which university to apply to yet, right? I know a university with great potential. They are confident that they can train you to become Jianlin's Henrun. I hope you can consider it. Shangxi Entertainment, where Tao Lin works, belongs to the Huan sect, one of the 10 major sects. The university he was talking about is called King Art Vocational College. In order to recruit Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen first, they not only sent people to Songyang City, but also borrowed the company's channels to find the whereabouts of Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen through the information leakage of the righteous gods. Information leakage, especially when it involves positioning, is naturally illegal and non-compliant. Generally, major companies are unwilling to do this for just recruiting students, which not only loses the prestige of the company and the university, but also makes it easy for competitors to seize this point to attack. But at the strong request of King Art Vocational College on the second floor, Shangxi Entertainment Company had no choice but to do so. However, Tao Lin thought that compared to what he was going to do next, this information leak was nothing. After all, it was not illegal to trick two geniuses who had passed the foundation building certificate in high school, two of the strongest high school students in the first level, inter-junior college, but it was even worse. Yes, it was a scam. Although it was said to be recruiting students, in Tao Lin's opinion, wasn't it a scam? Otherwise, which good high school student would choose King Vocational College of Arts instead of the top 10? Chapter 239, Hehuan. King Vocational College of Art. Zhang Yu raised his eyebrows and said, what you are talking about is not a university, but a junior college, right? Tao Lin hurriedly said, how can it be called a junior college? That's an old saying. According to the latest policy, King College is an orthodox university recognized by the Heavenly Court and the 10 major sects. It is a degree recognized by the entire Kangsu. The school covers an area of 1,000 square kilometers, with more than 100,000 teachers and students. Together with related supporting personnel, the entire school has a population of over 1 million. Currently, more than 80 popular majors have been opened, and cooperation with many giant companies has been started. There will be opportunities for recommendation for employment as soon as you graduate. Stop. Zhang Yu waved his hand to interrupt the other party and flatly refused. You don't have to say it, there is no way I can go to junior college. Looking at Zhang Yu who was about to ask him to leave after he finished speaking, Tao Lin thought to himself, it's really not that easy. Didn't the previous string of words scare him at all? Ordinary high school students on the first floor, who don't understand the ecology of the second floor, will think that the scale of King College is amazing after hearing what you said just now, and Tao Lin carefully observed the undisguised contempt in Zhang Yu's eyes, and could feel that his discrimination against junior colleges was deep-rooted. He thought to himself, sure enough, these academic bullies are all discriminating against academic qualifications in their bones, and they already have a psychological aversion when they hear the word junior college. Then it depends on whether they will accept the conditions offered by the higher-ups. In Tao Lin's opinion, with the generous conditions offered by King College, most high school students would probably be tempted, and those with a little less experience might agree on the spot. Thinking of this, Tao Lin hurried to say, Student Zhang Yu, King College is very sincere in recruiting you. Even if you go to the top 10 will only train you as one of many outstanding students, and if you enter King College, You will be the center of the entire college, and the school will do its best to train you. First of all, the principal of King College, Zhenzhen Shixin, is a Yuanying Zhenzhen. She is willing to be your teacher and promises that during your time at school, she will do her best to train you into Jiandan's Henren, and will even use the yin and yang harmony technique of the Hehuan sect to help you improve your cultivation. Zhang Yu hesitated slightly when he heard this, but he knew that he was not hesitant because of Yuanying Zhenzhen or yin and yang harmony. He was just shocked by the determination of King College. He thought to himself, college does not have no merits. Sensing that Zhang Yu hesitated for a moment, Tao Lin quickly added, also, I know you look down on college degrees, but True Lord Shizhen can arrange for you to transfer from your junior college to a bachelor's degree and be admitted to Hehuan University. You may know that Hehuan University is one of the top 10 like King College. It is a university under the Hehuan sect. True Lord Shizhen graduated from Hehuan University. As your student, you can use her connections at Hehuan University, which is far more advantageous than if you were directly admitted to Hehuan University. After all, ordinary college students who enter Hehuan University have to start as senior students, but you have True Lord Shizhen's connections. After you enter, you will have the opportunity to participate in the top Yin and Yang Harmony project, and you will be taught the unique skills of Hehuan University such as the Heavenly Demon Drill, the Heart Eroding Disc, the Soul-Flesh Intercourse, and the Nectar Devouring by True Lord Senior Sisters, Masters, and even Ancestors. By then, not only will you be able to complete the university's credit requirements quickly every year, you will also definitely become a top student at Hehuan University. Could you have told me this earlier? Don't you know how studious I am, and how much I want to improve my grades in college? Zhang Yu sighed inwardly. The Yuanying Zhenzhen of the Hehuan sect really knows how to recruit students. He has immediately scratched the itch of a nerd like me by effectively improving grades and improving cultivation. Sensing the slight change in Zhang Yu's expression, Taolin added, I know that the reward for you this foundation building exam is that you can designate a teacher after you enter university, but designation is one thing, and whether the other party is willing to teach you well after the designation is another matter. In college, the more profound the realm and the stronger the strength of the teacher, the more talented students they have. The energy allocated to you is limited, and you will not be trained as intensively as King College. Also, after you go to the college, King College will give you 10 study partners, a scholarship of 10 spirit coins every year, a stand-alone dormitory building, and the school's Dharma Corps, spirit root, and training furnace can also be borrowed for free. If you want to impact the golden core in the future, there will be special funds allocated to you, but Taolin was pushed out by Zhang Yu before he finished speaking. Taolin was surprised and helpless when he saw this scene. Aren't you tempted by this? You are worthy of being the top high school student. Your concentration, perseverance and knowledge are far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Looking at the closed door, Taolin said, You too, I have added you as my friends. If you have any questions to ask me, you can contact me at any time. I will not bother you anymore. Zhang Yu asked, Fuji, why do you ask us to refuse? Even if you don't agree to him, it can be regarded as a way out. Fuji said unhappily, Do you still want to stay in the Hehuan sect? Based on my observation over the past year, combined with your performance in the Red Tower, you are in too good a health and too poor concentration. You have no talent for practicing in the Hehuan sect. Zhang Yu blushed, but said unconvincedly, My concentration is still poor? How many high school students can practice with roots like me? Do you know how much my concentration has improved in just 1 year? Bai Zhenzhen nodded and said, I can testify that the consumption of toilet paper at home has been reduced by about 20% in the past month alone. Yuzi is indeed making continuous progress in this regard. Zhang Yu was annoyed and said, Zhen, who told you to remember these? Bai Zhenzhen said indifferently, Then don't use my paper next time. I won't know it. Fuji sneered and said, Why should I use you to tell me? Can't I see it myself? However, Zhang Yu, when you were still practicing alone, those high school students who were determined to enter the Hehuan sect had already developed themselves for 3, 5 or even 10 years. Can you beat them? Aren't universities like the Hehuan sect emphasize basic skills from childhood? How can you compare with them? You are afraid that you will be played around as soon as you enter the university, and your studies and practice will be completely abandoned, and you will be sucked dry by that group of senior brothers and sisters in the Hehuan University. This aspect is your weak spot that you have never touched or exercised. You'd better not think too much about it. Zhang Yu was still a little unconvinced when he heard this. There was no other meaning. He just felt that on the road to immortality, Sometimes you should challenge your own weaknesses in order to strengthen your will and move forward courageously. Especially Zhang Yu has the confidence of Yu Shu. He believes that as long as he practices a few more times, he will soon be able to master the various skills of Hehe University and make a good living in it. But Fuji's next sentence completely defeated him. Don't forget that you still have the ceremony on you. It is impossible for you to enter a junior college. There are not so many advantages to directly apply for Hehe University. It is far inferior to other regular top 10. Zhang Yu sighed when he heard it, and he knew in his heart that a future Hehe Xianjiao had completely fallen before he rose today. The ceremony. I don't even have the freedom to choose my own university. One day I will smash this idiotic thing, Fuji continued. Even a crappy junior college has found this place. It seems that the people from Songyang City have gathered almost. Turn on your mobile phones to receive messages and see what is going on now. As Bai Zhenzhen and Zhang Yu turned on their mobile phones, a series of messages and missed calls jumped over, making the two dazzled. After a moment, Bai Zhenzhen said in surprise, "How come everyone knows that we have passed the foundation building certificate?" She clenched her fists and thought to herself, "Damn. I wanted to announce it to the whole school in person after the college entrance examination. Now I can't even see the shocked expressions on their faces when they know the news." Zhang Yu said in surprise, "Mr. Wang from Oasis Group is going to donate 10 million to us? What's going on?" Bai Zhenzhen said. "What else could it be? The company is willing to give so much money, it only wants to have higher returns. I guess it wants to invest in us. Are they going to make us company dogs?" Zhang Yu thought of Lan Ling and Zhou Chechen in the past, and frowned slightly. "They want us to be dogs again," Fuji said slowly. "If he donated 100,000, I would scold him with you, but he donated 10 million to you in one go. I think you can think about what's wrong with being a dog. If you want to buy spiritual roots and complete the foundation building before graduating from high school, maybe the method should be found in Mr. Wang." So next, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen continued to practice hard, while occasionally opening their mobile phones to check messages. Finally, 2 days later, as Zhang Yu pushed the great mighty heavenly heroes to the 10th level, his martial arts fetus finally achieved the last level of effect. Looking at this level of the martial arts fetus, Zhang Yu was more and more excited, and he could feel that his strength had surged again. "If I were to go back to the last duel with Yiling Xiao, I would not have to fight for so long, and I would be able to defeat him soon, right?" After completing the martial arts fetus, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen got on the train and embarked on the return journey. But as soon as they got off the train, they saw an unexpected person appear in front of them. "Is it Yu Jincheng and Sizu Ayu who followed us last time?" Zhang Yu also saw a young man next to the other party. Just from the other party's appearance, he and Bai Zhenzhen could feel that the other party was not easy to mess with. After all, the 5 golden characters on the other party's head, Purple Gold Meritorious Lord, were too dazzling. People from the Zhou family. Zhang Yu became alert in his heart. They are actually waiting for us directly at the station? What are they going to do? At this moment, he was extremely glad that he had listened to Fuji's words and practiced outside for a while before coming back, raising his martial arts holy fetus to the final level. No matter what situation he faces next, he will have more confidence. Chapter 240 Professional Intelligence. Zhou Family Mansion. Zhou Chechen threw off his coat and hurriedly ran into the house. He came back as soon as school was over today, and wanted to ask the elders at home what the foundation building exam in Zhangju was all about. Why didn't he know anything about it before? But Zhou Chechen just passed by the hall and slowly stopped. Looking at the people in the reception room, he showed a look of astonishment on his face. "Chechen, you're just in time." Zhou Yang in the reception room also noticed Zhou Chechen's appearance, waved his hand and said, "This is your Uncle Zhang and Aunt Bai. They are both talented and have unlimited future achievements. I treat them as equals. When you meet them in the future, just call them Uncle Zhang and Aunt Bai." Zhou Chechen was stunned, and it seemed that he didn't react for a while. Zhou Yang glared at him and said, "This kid, why doesn't he know how to call people?" Zhang Yu laughed and said, "Look how scared you are to the kid." He waved his hands and said, "It's okay, we are all classmates. You can call me Brother Yu and her sister Zhenzhen in the future. We will call you Zhao in the future." Bai Zhenzhen looked at Zhou Chechen and said, "Why didn't this kid show any expression after meeting each other?" Zhou Yang smiled helplessly and said, "He has been spoiled by his father and doesn't know any rules." Then he looked at Zhou Chechen and said, "Why don't you know to give a red envelope when you see your Uncle Zhang and Aunt Bai?" Hurry up and transfer the gift to the elders. Transfer 10,000. Do you hear me? Under Zhou Yang's gaze, Zhou Chechen reluctantly transferred 10,000 to Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen each. Bai Zhenzhen smiled and said, "Good boy, Xiao Zhou, go play by yourself. We still have something to discuss with your Uncle Zhou." Then, under the pressure of Zhou Yang's gaze, Zhou Chechen still gritted his teeth and shouted, "You, brother you, sisters Zhenzhen." On the way to leave, Zhou Chechen felt as if something in his heart was broken. At this moment, he felt very real that he and Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen were no longer in the same dimension because of the absolute gap in grades. He thought to himself, I am still just a chess piece, but they have gradually jumped out of the chessboard and jumped to a bigger chessboard. After Zhou Chechen left, Zhou Yang said, "There will be many people at home in the evening, so let's go to my study to continue talking." Not long after, as Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen left, Zhou Yang recalled what happened today. After discovering that the news that Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen had obtained the foundation building qualification certificate spread throughout the city, especially after Oasis Group was involved, Zhou Yang knew he had lost the best opportunity to take action against Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen. Without spending too much time to think about how Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen overcame Zai and Yi and passed the foundation building qualification exam, Zhou Yang's first thought was how to deal with the aftermath. Then, let's try to ease the relationship first, compared to continuing to fight with the other party, or waiting for the other party's possible revenge in the future. Spending money to avoid disaster and further ease the relationship seems to be the best way at the moment. So Zhou Yang also wanted to donate some money to Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen, and test their attitudes by the way. Zhou Yang recalled the process of communicating with the two today. After accepting his 3 million, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen behaved very friendly, and did not seem to hold a grudge at all. Originally, Zhou Chechen had already brought people to apologize to them and offered compensation last time. With my personal appearance this time, in the best case scenario, they should no longer be enemies with the Zhou family, unless the two of them are particularly vindictive, or they know the evil god behind me. If they still want to deal with me after today, don't blame me for fighting to the death. However, thinking of Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen's current situation, Zhou Yang sneered inwardly. They are attracting so much attention now, maybe they will collapse at any time, and it won't be my turn to worry about them. On the other side, after Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen left the Zhou family, the smiles on their faces gradually disappeared. Zhang Yu said slowly, "It seems that he wants to ease the relationship with us. How sincere do you think he is? Is he just delaying temporarily, or does he really not want to fight with us?" Bai Zhenzhen said, "To be rational, he should really not want to fight with us, but we can't rule out accidents after all." Zhang Yu thought to himself, "Yes, I feel uneasy if the Zhou family is not eliminated and all those who know about Fuji's existence are not cleaned up." Fuji said, "At least he is willing to ease the relationship with you now, so pretend to stop the war with him first. Time is on your side after all." Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen had just finished talking with Zhou Yang, and were immediately called over by Yuni, the captain of the patrol team. It was said that in order to reward them for their hard work in the patrol team over the past year, the patrol team would promote them to top outsourcing personnel. Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen were slightly stunned when they heard this. God knows what they had worked hard for in the patrol team after eating empty salaries for a year. They only felt that after arriving at the patrol team's office building, everyone was so polite and friendly. Zhang Yu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Since I became the first in the grade, I feel that there are more and more good people in Songjiang High School. Everyone is so kind, and after I passed the foundation building certificate, there were more good people in the whole Songjiang city. At this moment, Zhang Yu understood more and more why Kung-Su people had to study hard and take exams. This broken Kung-Su is really the better your grades are, the hell will gradually become heaven. After being promoted to an outsourcing position, Yuni also brought him good news. You are now a top outsourcing staff, and you can attend a cross-level meeting every month. It just so happens that Pian Pian also got a position on the second floor, and can also communicate across levels. Zhang Yu quickly understood that this was an excuse for a cross-level meeting to give them an opportunity to communicate with Zhang Pian Pian. So next, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen came to a separate meeting room. As the dedicated network was connected, a line of handwriting emerged in the expectant eyes of the two. Wanfa University, Talisman Department, Foundation Building Monk Zhang Pian Pian is talking to you. Zhang Yu was shocked, but slightly relieved. He thought to himself that with Zhang Pian Pian's talent and strength, It was not incredible that he had been on the second floor for so long, passed the foundation building certificate, and then completed the foundation building. But isn't this too high profile? Then the screen flashed, and Zhang Pianpian appeared in front of them. Seeing Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen in front of the screen, Zhang Pianpian was slightly stunned at first, as if he didn't expect that the people on the other side of the screen would be Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen. However, Zhang Pianpian quickly reacted, smiled slightly, and said with relief, "It seems that you two have passed the foundation building exam, and the inspection team has begun to treat you preferentially." As Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen talked, the two told Zhang Pianpian about the process of passing the foundation building exam and some of the current conditions in Songyang City. Although Fuji knew a lot, whether it was Zhang Yu or Bai Zhenzhen, they trusted Zhang Pianpian more and wanted to consult each other about the next university application. Zhang Pianpian nodded and said, "Although I said before that I would wait for you at Wanfa University, but given your current situation, you can also make some other choices based on the conditions given by those admissions representatives." While chatting with Zhang Pianpian, Zhang Yu asked about the long list of names displayed on the other party's communication. Zhang Pianpian explained, "You will know when you come to the second floor. Starting from the second floor, in the entire second, third, fourth, and even fifth and sixth floors, everything serves the university. Each university is a city, and all the companies and management agencies in the city are also under the jurisdiction of the university, and here, academic qualifications, universities, departments, and realms divide people into levels, even if they have the same academic qualifications and the same university, but different departments, they can be divided into different levels. A good major, even the toilet paper in the special teaching building is of better quality than the pages of books in poor majors. Here, everyone looks at people by their realm first, then academic qualifications, then university, and then major. College students can severely insult junior college students, and the top 10 students can step on the heads of students from other schools. Everyone wants to tattoo their realm, academic qualifications, university, and major on their heads, showing them one by one. Even in the same university, good majors can have better class resources and can go a few rows ahead to attend classes. Poor majors may not even be able to get classes. I heard that they have to line up at the back to go to the toilet, so on the second floor, it is natural to show your situation in detail and receive different treatments according to different levels." Zhang Yu nodded when he heard this, but he was not surprised at all. In his opinion, Kongsu would distinguish people according to different levels in this way. The above situation was not beyond his expectations at all, but compared with the first floor, people seemed to be distinguished more finely. Zhang Pianpian went on to say, "After hearing this, you should understand how important it is to choose a major. Even if you get into a good university, if you don't choose a good major, you will only live a relatively failed life. Not to mention that there may be a 10-fold or 100-fold difference in income. It is even difficult to find a job in some majors, but it just so happens that you have a foundation building certificate, so your choice of majors should be very wide. I can tell you some of the things I know. Take Wanfa University as an example. Finance, refining, and Taoism are the three departments at the top, but the background and wealth required for the two paths of finance and Taoism are too high. I don't recommend you two to choose them. As for refining, it is a very late choice for you. Although it is also difficult in the early stage, you should have a chance. Civil engineering is also good, suitable for laying the foundation. After all, you can start working and making money as soon as you enter civil engineering. It is also a good choice to earn money for 2 years first and then change majors after laying a solid foundation, but don't study civil engineering until graduation. If you get a civil engineering diploma, it will be difficult to get out of this big pit for the rest of your life, and don't apply to the archaeology department. The better you get at this major, the more you will have to go to the 18 underground floors of Kungsa to dig up the remains of sects that have been lost in the past, and study those sects that have been eliminated in history. Other majors like security, weapons, and military are also good early-stage majors. You can improve quickly in the early stages and make money quickly, but they are more likely to be optimized when you get older. Zhang Yu nodded slightly and asked, "Is this the case with Master Zhang?" Zhang Pianpian said with some emotion, "Yes, if he had changed his major, maybe he would have a different life now. By the way, don't apply to the medical department. This major is currently dominated by family forces on the second floor. There are only people from local families in it, and outsiders can't make it in." During Zhang Pianpian's introduction, Various information about majors and universities on the second floor appeared in front of Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen, which gradually gave them a rough outline of their future choices. Chapter 241 Mr. Wang is kind. Listening to Zhang Pianpian's various information about university majors, Zhang Yu felt a sense of emotion. The choice of university major is like a second reincarnation, even if it is the same university. If you choose well, you can become a noble, but if you choose badly, you will become a pariah. Then Zhang Yu asked about the teacher again, and said that he could designate a teacher after passing the foundation building exam. Zhang Pianpian said that she could help investigate and tell him next time, but she only knew the situation of Wanfa University at most. After learning so much information about Wanfa University from Zhang Pianpian, Zhang Yu was more tempted to enter Wanfa University. With my sister's help, I will obviously have more advantages after joining Wanfa University. After ending the call, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen walked on the way home and expressed their thoughts. Bai Zhenzhen nodded in agreement and said, "It's a good thing to go to the same university as my mother." "I fully agree with it." At this time, Fuji said, "Wanfa University belongs to Wanfa sect among the 10 major sects. Wanfa sect is as famous as Nether Palace and Xianmo sect. It belongs to the top 3 sects among the 10 major sects. Wanfa University, Nether University, and Xianmo University are naturally the 3 strongest universities among the 10 major sects." Zhang Yu understood that although the top 10 universities weren't already at the top of all universities, there must be differences among the top 10. After knowing that Wanfa University was one of the top 3 universities among the top 10, Zhang Yu was even more tempted. Especially after hearing the names of the other 2 universities. What, Nether University? Xianmo University? What would these 2 schools be like? Zhang Yu simply couldn't imagine it. But after Fuji had just praised Wanfa, she changed the subject and reminded him, although Zhang Pianpian's help is indeed helpful for you to enter Wanfa University, but after all, she is the focus of the gods and a student of the talisman department. The closer you are to her, the easier it is for you to get extra attention from the gods, and the more likely you are to discover my existence. Hearing Fuji's reminder, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen suddenly became a little entangled. And then, as Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen returned to campus, more company people began to contact them on behalf of the universities above. Because the Oasis group had already exposed the situation, these company people representing the universities had no scruples and directly found Zhang Yu and offered him the conditions of various universities. In a blink of an eye, several days passed. After the company people finished talking with Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen and left their contact information, they left one after another. The entire campus of Songyang High School seemed to have returned to peace again. Zhang Yu looked at the electronic document on his mobile phone. This was the conditions offered by various universities that he had recorded in the past few days. Because of the ceremony, all universities that were not among the top 10 were directly eliminated by him. At this moment, the electronic document only recorded 10 universities and related majors. Zhang Yu thought to himself, Wanfa University has majors suitable for me and Azhen. The treatment is not the best, but it is not bad, and there is also help from my sister, but... He looked at King Kong University again. This university directly under the King Kong sect valued Zhang Yu's body training potential very much. Not only did it promise him a direct doctorate, it was also willing to sponsor his spiritual roots, and apply for a part-time job in the army for him after he enrolled, and apply for military-level skills for him in the future. The conditions given to me by the King Kong sect are the most generous, but the conditions given to Azhen are a little worse. Zhang Yu looked at Xianjian University again. This university directly under the Xianjian sect saw Bai Zhenzhen's performance in the foundation building exam, and gave Bai Zhenzhen the most generous conditions. Just from the perspective of treatment, I should go to the Vajra sect, and Azhen should go to the Xianjian sect, but if we study together at Wanfa University, although the treatment is not so good, we can have the help of my sister, and we will have more advantages in choosing majors and teachers. We also have to consider the issue of Fuji, Alice. After thinking for a long time, Zhang Yu became more and more entangled, and he could not come to a conclusion. For choosing a university and a major, which can be regarded as a second chance in life, both he and Bai Zhenzhen are extremely cautious, but the more they think about it, the more difficult and entangled they feel about choosing. Fuji said lightly, "Don't worry, just make the choice before the college entrance examination. If you can get enough money to buy spiritual roots and complete the foundation before the college entrance examination, the treatment can be discussed again, and maybe you won't be so entangled at that time." Zhang Yu nodded and decided to take a long-term view. Just after Zhang Yu, Bai Zhenzhen and all the representatives finished talking, they received an invitation from Mr. Wang of Oasis Group that night. The two came to the 999th floor of the central building according to the agreed location. Zhang Yu remembered that the last time they came here, it was an exhibition held by Li Zulian, the daughter of Xinghuo's Henrun. But now when they came to the 999th floor, they found that the decoration and furnishings here had all been completely renewed. From the original exhibition hall, it has become a mansion and office. A young man in a red robe and with red hair was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass window, looking at the night view of Songyang City. As Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen arrived, the young man turned around and smiled slightly, saying, "It will take some time for the Oasis building to be built, so I can only make do here for a while. Originally, I wanted to go to the school to find you directly, but I remembered that you must be busy negotiating with representatives from various universities these days, so I didn't bother you." When Zhang Yu saw this young man with red hair and red robes for the first time, his first feeling was friendliness. He could not feel any hostility from the other party's extremely clear eyes, only innocence, kindness and friendliness. This was a look that Zhang Yu had not seen in Kung Su for a long time, and he was slightly stunned for a while. The young man came up and said, "My name is Wang Yin, you can call me Mr. Wang. In fact, we have met before. I watched your competition in the last round of the foundation building exam. At that time, I told myself that I would choose these two talents." Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen were shocked when they heard this, and instantly realized the same thing. This guy is from above, but Wang Yin smiled slightly and said, "I like to be straightforward in what I say and do. I give money to those I admire." While speaking, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen's mobile phones vibrated slightly, and Wang Yin gestured, "Let's take a look, it should be a transfer record." When the two saw the notification of 5 million yuan arriving on their mobile phones, they breathed heavily and their emotions could not help but fluctuate. Is this the 10 million yuan that the other party promised to donate? Zhang Yu originally thought that even if the other party said it was a donation, he would definitely make some requirements, but he didn't expect that he would directly transfer the money as soon as they met. At this moment, Zhang Yu had to admit that Mr. Wang was the kindest, most outstanding, most courageous, and most suitable person to be his father among all the people he had ever met. If the other party was so generous, if he did it a few more times, wouldn't it be enough for them to collect enough money to buy the spiritual root? Just as Zhang Yu was thinking this, Bai Zhenzhen on the side had already bent her knees and was ready to kneel down and call him dad. But there was a flash of golden light in the air, and a series of talismans appeared out of thin air, directly blocking Bai Zhenzhen. Zhang Yu was slightly stunned and thought to himself, "Is this divine power? Did he cast a spell?" Zhang Yu glanced at Wang Yin's hands, but did not see any talismans in his hands, let alone the action of drawing talismans. Fuji said solemnly, "It is a semi-automatic spell without a scroll." His belief level is at least level 8. His whole body is always connected to the divine power network, and he can cast a curse with just a thought. This person must be the key monitor target of the righteous gods. From now on, I will do my best to hide myself. As Fuji's voice completely dissipated, Wang Yin on the side waved his hand and said, "I don't like others kneeling, and I don't like formalism. Study hard and practice well in the future. If you enter the company in the future, work overtime and make more contributions to Kung Su. Be a hard-working person, then my money will not be donated in vain." At this moment, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen were shocked again, not because of the 10 million yuan, but because they thought the other party was really handsome and had charisma. Wang Yin went on to say, "I gave you this 10 million purely because I admire you. You don't have to feel any burden. People with skills and talents should earn more. This is the truth of Kung Su. What I am going to talk to you about next, you can decide according to your own ideas. Just put forward whatever conditions you want and don't have any reservations." After saying that, golden light flashed again beside Wang Yin, and a series of divine powers had already projected a slide. As for Oasis Group, we want to launch several products in the first-tier market. Originally, we wanted to use the gimmick of the foundation building exam, with Yilin Xiao as the main player, and then cooperate with other winners to help promote it, but Yilin Xiao has lost now, but fortunately, you two are better, so I want to ask you two to help me promote it as the spokespersons of Oasis Company. What do you think? Zhang Yu said quickly. No problem. Zhang Yu thought that he was not a snobbish person. He agreed so quickly at this moment, not because of the money he just received, but because he really felt that Wang Yin in front of him was very different from the Kung Fu people he had met before. He thought to himself, Boss Wang, maybe he can completely change the environment of the first tier of Kung Fu. Bai Zhenzhen on the side stammered, then this reward? Zhang Yu glanced at Bai Zhenzhen, thinking that Zhen was still too concerned about money. If he followed a big shot like Boss Wang, would he still be afraid of not making money? Wang Yin smiled and said, it's my fault. I almost forgot to say it, 3 million. When he heard this number, Zhang Yu had to admit that he was flattered, because he actually felt a little disappointed. Especially compared with the 5 million he just received, this 3 million always felt a little stingy. Zhang Yu hesitated and said, is this, that, a little less? Wang Yin heard this and a trace of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes. He hated being told that it was less in his life. Then I'll increase it to 4 million, 4 million per person per month. The time starts next month and lasts until June next year, ending after you take the college entrance examination, a total of 68 million per person. It turned out to be 3 million per person per month just now. Then it will be 4 million per person per month next. A total of 68 million? Zhang Yu admitted that he was superficial just now. He quickly stood up and said solemnly, Mr. Wang, it's an honor to participate in your company's activities. It doesn't really matter how much money it is. The main thing is that we particularly like the corporate culture of Oasis Group. Chapter 243 Rich Zhang Yu. In the blink of an eye, it was already March. In the quiet room, Zhang Yu slowly opened his eyes, and there seemed to be 2 flashes of light in his eyes. He looked at the feather book beside him, and saw that the data displayed on it was exactly the 10th level of Dao Heart, 100 mana, and 10th level of physical strength. After these days of practice, Zhang Yu's Dao Heart level finally reached the 10th level of Qi refining. With the Dao Heart reaching the 10th level, at this moment, he only felt that the muscles and mana of his whole body were all as smooth as his arms, and there was no longer the feeling of insufficient power. But on the other hand, in Zhang Yu's sea of consciousness at this moment, the crippled cow he visualized was slow and lazy, and it seemed that even the broken horns on its head had lost their former sharpness and became blunt and thick. Zhang Yu looked at his current bank card balance again, which had reached 19 million, and he had taken a big step towards the heavenly spiritual route. Since the number on the bank card has been increasing, daily practice has become easier, and there are more and more social events and activities with Mr. Wang. Zhang Yu can feel that his Kenyu mind and body art is becoming less and less effective in dispatching potential, strengthening the body, and invigorating the flesh. Is it because my life has been too comfortable recently and the pressure is not big enough? After all, the greater the pressure, the more effective this method is. Zhang Yu was not sure, but thought to himself, my future life will only get better and better, my grades are getting better and better, and I have more and more money. Should I consider changing to a more suitable method for me? This Kenyu mind and body art is, after all, a method suitable for the bottom level. He thought of Li Mulan, Song Hailong, Using Hun, Yiling Xiao, and even Mr. Wang. Zhang Yu thought that maybe he should ask these rich people to recommend a method to him. Unconsciously, I'm about to become a rich man, so I have to adapt to the rich people's way of practicing, and find some rich people's skills to practice. I don't know if it was his illusion. When Zhang Yu had this thought in his mind, the crippled cow in his mind seemed to become more and more lazy, less motivated and angry. At this moment, Zhang Yu's mobile phone vibrated, and it was Mo Xianai's call. Mo Xianai is a member of the Poor People's Alliance. Since Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen announced their surrender to Zhang Pianpian last year, Mo Xianai has cut off contact with him. After the death of Song Su, the leader of the Poor People's Alliance and a believer in the evil god, the Poor People's Alliance has become less and less powerful, and Zhang Yu has not heard from them for a long time. Seeing Mo Xianai's call at this moment, although Zhang Yu was a little surprised, he still answered the phone. Mo Xianai's somewhat restrained voice came, Zhang Yu, hello. Today, Zhang Yu's net worth has skyrocketed, and his strength has already reached the peak of Qi refining. Moreover, under the publicity of Oasis Group and the aura of the foundation building certificate, he has become a well-known person in the first level of Kung Fu, a rich man. In Mo Xianai's eyes, Zhang Yu has become a big shot far beyond their high school students, and is no longer a person from the same world as them. Zhang Yu casually said, what's the matter? Mo Xianai said softly, I want to borrow some money from you. Since the boss got into trouble, the situation here has not been very good. Recently, the company has cut salaries, and another member of the alliance killed someone while delivering food. Zhang Yu recalled the 20,000 yuan that the other party had invested in him and Bai Zhenzhen. Although the 20,000 yuan was not much, it was undoubtedly a timely help to Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen at that time. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu said, "I understand. I will give you 100,000 yuan in a while. If you need anything, please feel free to contact me. Thank you." "Thank you, we will definitely pay you back in the future." Mo Xian'ai didn't expect Zhang Yu to be so straightforward. After all, in his eyes, all rich people, no matter how rich they are, will not easily give money without benefits. Feeling the kindness expressed in Zhang Yu's words, Mo Xian'ai couldn't help but say, "Zhang Yu, you are now a role model for all our poor students. Among the poor people in the entire Kungsu layer, there has never been a high school student with such grades as you. You don't know how happy everyone is when they hear your grades and know that you can be admitted to the top 10. You have helped us slap the faces of those rich people. Now all the students in high school are holding their breath. Under your encouragement, everyone is working harder and harder than before." Listening to what Mo Xian'ai said, Zhang Yu didn't know how to answer for a while. After a long time, Mo Xian'ai hung up the phone with repeated thanks. Zhang Yu suddenly used his mobile phone to check the matter of salary reduction. It turns out that since the major wealthy families and companies have been uniting, the first thing they did was to collectively cut salaries. Zhang Yu looked at the analysis of some people on the internet, saying that the number of high school graduates and college students returning to their hometowns is increasing every year, and the employment environment has been getting worse year by year. As the company lowered salaries and benefits, employees could only choose to accept it silently in order to keep their jobs. Fuji reminded, "What's so good about this kind of news? It has nothing to do with us. Even if it wasn't you and Bai Zhenzhen, the Oasis Group would have used Yilink Xiao for publicity, and the result would have been the same. This is the general trend of the world." Zhang Yu curled his lips and said, "Do I need you to remind me of this? I'm just curious and just took a look at the news. Boss Wang has such a strong thigh, Zhen, and I must hold on tightly and never let go." Listening to Zhang Yu's relaxed answer, Fuji thought to herself, "Zhang Yu, this guy, is obviously from a poor family. Why does he always care about things that he shouldn't care about?" Fuji reminded, "As long as you keep climbing up, you will definitely become richer and richer. You have to learn to integrate into the circle of rich people and stay away from the circle of poor people. Do you understand? You should just block people like the Poor People's Alliance. Why bother with them? After all, they help me," Zhang Yu said casually. "As for the circle of rich people, I know what you said. Because the living environment of rich people is different from ours, it is inevitable that their habits and cognition are different from those of us who come from poor families. I have to get used to the way these rich people talk and live, and make more friends with rich people, so that I can climb higher in Kungsu and become stronger." Zhang Yu understood. Of course he understood everything. Staying away from poor people and getting close to rich people is a key to climbing up in Kungsu. But for some reason, he just felt uncomfortable. When they came to the cafeteria for lunch, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen were still at the same table with Jin Shen and Zhao Xiangxing. However, in recent days, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen's plates were full of rich synthetic meat, while Zhao Xiangxing started to eat tasteless original synthetic food. Zhang Yu originally thought that there was some financial situation in the other party's family, or it was related to the price increase of synthetic food. Yes, the price of synthetic food has increased. Synthetic food, which initially squeezed pre-made food out of the market at a low price, has begun to increase in price as the market share occupied by Oasis Group continues to increase. And the green food endorsed and promoted by Zhang Yu has also been rising in price as the foundation building exam has become popular and promoted by major companies. Nowadays, even ordinary students in ordinary high schools know that they should eat green food and sign up for the foundation building exam to get a chance to rise to the top in one step. According to the Oasis Group's estimate, with their publicity, hundreds of thousands of high school students may sign up for the foundation building exam on the first floor of Kungsu next year, and the market value contained in it is even more exciting. At this moment, looking at the original synthetic food on Zhao Xiangxing's plate, Zhang Yu thought that the other party's parents might also have a sharp drop in income due to the company's salary cut. "Oh, this chicken breast is so unpalatable." Zhang Yu pushed a plate of chicken breast over. "Old Zhao, help me eat it, I really can't eat it." Zhao Xiangxing was slightly stunned, and swallowed slightly when he looked at the synthetic chicken breast pushed over. As a sensitive person, Zhao Xiangxing could guess that Zhang Yu deliberately sent him food. This made him feel ashamed and grateful. In the end, he whispered a thank you and took the chicken breast. Time came to April with Zhang Yu's comfortable life. Now Zhang Yu will have a large sum of money every month, even if he does nothing every day. And his account balance has exceeded 24 million. That day, he and Bai Zhenzhen came to the completed Oasis building and participated in the next group's publicity plan meeting. During this period of time, the income of many citizens has been declining, while food prices have been rising. The group has noticed this situation and decided to make changes. Zhang Yu was slightly shocked when he heard what the product manager said. He couldn't help but look at Mr. Wang on the side and thought, is it because of Mr. Wang? Is Oasis Group going to give back to the society and let more people have enough food? Thinking of the recent situation in the school cafeteria, Zhang Yu couldn't help but feel a little bit of expectation. The product manager said loudly, in order to let everyone have enough food, we decided to launch a food loan service. By paying in installments, we can lower the threshold for citizens to buy synthetic food and green food, so that everyone can have food to eat. Our first stage promotion target is students. We need to go to campus and strive to ensure that every student in every school has a spare food fund when they have no money to eat. Zhang Yu listened to the other party's words, looked at the series of content related to food, finance, interest, and mortgage in the slides, and listened to the promotional methods such as interest-free for new users and discounts for monthly users. Zhang Yu suddenly remembered how he looked when he was hungry before. If Zhang Yu, who couldn't even have enough food, encountered this situation, he would probably choose to eat in installments and end up owing more and more food loans. At this moment, Mr. Wang patted Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen on the shoulders and said, the promotion of financial services this time is very important. Our ultimate goal is that in the future, as many people eat on the first floor as there will be people borrowing money. It is related to the layout of the group on the first floor. Don't worry, I will never treat my own people unfairly. You work hard in the next year, when you go to Nether University to study, I will be almost back, then I will help you introduce internships in second-tier financial companies. When you have work experience, you can transfer to the Department of Finance through my introduction. While Wang Yin was speaking, he raised his hand to tidy up Zhang Yu's clothes, shook his head and said dissatisfiedly, you and Zhen should also change into good clothes. I give you so much money, so use it as you should, and your training skin is obviously artificial fake human skin. Hurry up and change it into a real one, otherwise you will embarrass me when you attend parties in the future. Did you hear that? If you don't have enough money, I'll send you off, Bai Zhenzhen said quickly. I understand, Mr. Wang. We will change clothes when we go back. Seeing Zhang Yu standing there in a daze, Bai Zhenzhen poked him, and Zhang Yu came back to his senses and said, well, I understand, but Zhang Yu's mind was still circling with what Wang Yin had just said. Let as many people on the first floor eat as there are people borrowing money. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244 Zhang Yu, the Backward Thinker. Oasis Building, 1111th floor. The top floor of this new landmark building in Songyang City is now the highest point in the entire city. At this moment, when Zhang Yu stood at the top of the city, he could see that the hall was full of employees from Oasis Group. A bang came from the sky. Fireworks composed of divine thunder burst out, and as lightning and lightning entangled with each other, the lightning formed the word 1 billion in the night sky. In the venue, the host shouted, to celebrate the food loan scale breaking 1 billion. All food and potions are free today. Everyone's bonus this month will be doubled. Let's thank President Wang. Everyone cheered, and President Wang smiled and waved his hand, saying casually, everyone keep working hard and strive to expand the scale of food loans to 10 billion, 100 billion, 1 trillion. In the future, this venue can produce 100 billionaires. With the screams of the crowd, the atmosphere on the scene became more and more heated. Someone shouted, Boss Wang. Give out red envelopes. Wang Yin laughed, and with a thought, a bunch of red envelope charms without any interest suddenly appeared, and scattered towards the whole audience like raindrops, causing everyone to cheer again. And the atmosphere suddenly reached its climax. Bai Zhenzhen also cheered, and rushed up to grab the red envelopes. Wang Yin walked to Zhang Yu and asked curiously, what? You don't want to grab the red envelopes? Zhang Yu forced a smile and said, I won't compete with ordinary employees. Wang Yin laughed and said, that's how it should be. You will become richer and richer in the future. When you have money, you must learn not to compete with the people below for these small amounts of money. Then Wang Yin glanced at Zhang Yu's skin and said, come with me, I'll take you to see something good. After that, he had already pulled Zhang Yu to another room. A young man about the same size as Zhang Yu was standing here, and he bowed quickly when he saw the two of them. Just when Zhang Yu was curious about what he was going to do, Wang Yin said, take off your skin and give it to Zhang Yu. Under Zhang Yu's astonished gaze, the young man peeled off his skin as if he was taking off his coat, revealing his flesh and bloody body underneath the skin. Wang Yin, who was standing by, patted Zhang Yu on the shoulder and said with a smile, I asked you to change to real leather before, but since you refused to change, I decided to buy you this training leather. Seeing the astonishment on Zhang Yu's face, Wang Yin said, high-end training leathers are all from the human body. In order to keep them active, they are nourished with essence and blood every day and made with secret methods. They are often worn on a living clothes hanger, who practices and cultivates the training leather every day. Such handmade leather is not comparable to the mass-produced goods on your body. This leather is specially selected by me. It comes from a master of horizontal training. After you put it on, you can strengthen your own body protection skills and break through the original limits. You may not know that our Nether University has a magical skill called Blood God Sun, which is best at skinning and leather making. Although my skills in this area are not good, my vision is not bad. Come on, change it quickly, throw away your fake leather, and never wear it out to embarrass me again. Looking at the young man in front of him who was called a living clothes hanger, Zhang Yu couldn't help but ask, don't you feel any pain? The young man was slightly stunned, and a smile appeared on his bloody face. We blocked our pain nerves before we entered the industry. Don't worry, sir. I have been in this business for more than 20 years. I have rich experience in taking care of genuine leather. There will never be any flaws on the leather. Looking at the other party holding the leather and about to put it on himself, Zhang Yu couldn't help but curse in his heart. Crazy. This Kung Su is really crazy. Wang Yin on the side noticed the resistance on Zhang Yu's face and frowned. Don't you like this leather? The young man holding the leather was afraid that the order would be cancelled, so he hurriedly said, Mr. Zhang, if you don't like this one, we have other types of genuine leather in our store. Do you want me to call them in? Wang Yin picked up the leather in the other's hand, fiddled with it back and forth, and put it on the young man from time to check, and asked in confusion, the quality of this leather is very good. There is no problem. Zhang Yu watched Wang Yin's actions. He didn't know why. He was obviously selecting equipment for him and wanted to give him a gift, but at this moment, Zhang Yu felt a kind of temperament from Wang Yin, a temperament that frightened him more than anyone he had met in the past. He watched him fiddle with the young man and the human skin beside him like clothes on a hanger. He watched the way he looked at the young man in the human skin. Zhang Yu felt that he suddenly understood why there was no hostility in his eyes, but only friendship. That's not the look of looking at a person, but the look of looking at a property. A pet, a small animal. At this moment, someone walked in from outside the door. It was Shangji and Tan Shishan who had also passed the foundation building qualification certificate. However, the momentum of the two at this moment was very different from the past. Every breath they took caused the surrounding spiritual energy to vibrate, emitting a pressure that penetrated their bodies. Wang Yin glanced at the two and said, Oh? Have you built your foundation? Shangji bowed and said, My family has collected some money so that we can build our foundation earlier and get used to it earlier, so that we can have more advantages when we enter university in the future. Although Zhang Yu's income has skyrocketed now, it will still take about half a year to get enough money to buy the heavenly spiritual root. But for Shangji and Tan Shishan, they have already reached the peak of key refining. As long as they pass the foundation building qualification certificate, they can rely on the support of their family to build their foundation. Zhang Yu sighed in his heart when he saw this scene. The gap in wealth made him lag behind the other party in the foundation building, even though he was obviously better than the other party in the key refining stage. And if he wanted to build his foundation before graduating from high school, he would not be able to do without the support of Mr. Wang around him. Mr. Wang ignored the two people who were building their foundation, but looked at Zhang Yu and smiled. I checked it, there is no problem, you change it quickly and show it to me. So in the happy eyes of the hanger and the jealous eyes of Shangji and Tan Shishan, Zhang Yu silently changed into the training skin sent by Wang Yin. President Wang laughed and said, I really did pick the right one. This leather really suits you, you'll wear this to meetings in the future. Did you hear me? In Zhang Yu's mind, the crippled ox visualized by the crippled ox shedding body and mind art stopped for some reason. Looking at the crippled ox that did not move in his mind no matter how the mind art worked, Zhang Yu said in his heart, "What a rubbish mind art. Does it have to be hard and tiring for me to keep resisting pressure and keep rushing into crises for you to work effectively? I want to buy a heavenly spiritual root and build a foundation. I don't want to be poor in Kung Fu all my life. I don't want to lose to those rich people because I have no money. Besides, the training leather is a kind of equipment in Kung Fu, it's no big deal." In the blink of an eye, another month passed. Time came to May in Songjiang High School. Zhang Yu looked at the 29 million in his bank account and thought to himself, "It's almost time. I can buy a heavenly spiritual root and build a foundation." Suddenly, he heard the sound of fighting. Zhang Yu frowned and looked over, and found that it was Zhou Chechen who was being besieged by more than 10 classmates. "Do you think you are still the students' union president? Your Zhou family is not doing well now, and you have no say in the school board. Zhou Chechen, you are not richer than us now. Hand over your homework book." "Hey, I want to taste the taste of the medicine used by the students' union president today." Zhang Yu didn't want to care at first, but then heard the increasingly outrageous movement, and finally couldn't help but said, "Get away, don't mess around near me." Hearing Zhang Yu's low shout, the many students who were still surrounding Zhou Chechen were frightened and immediately dispersed. Zhou Chechen climbed up silently, looked in the direction of Zhang Yu, nodded slightly, said thank you softly, and then turned and left. But Zhang Yu knew that because of the lack of competitiveness, the Zhou family did not get the opportunity to cooperate with the Oasis group, and is now declining. Zhou Chechen's next days in Songjiang High School will probably become more and more difficult. But, it's none of my business. Zhang Yu came to the cafeteria to have lunch, but he saw that the synthetic food in the cafeteria had increased in price again. Even Jin Shen, who sat at the same table, seemed to eat less than before. That night, he went to the Oasis building for a meeting again. Looking at the next service to be promoted at the meeting, Zhang Yu couldn't help but grit his teeth and thought to himself, mortgage flesh and blood. With a successful promotion of food loans, Oasis Group decided to launch a flesh and blood mortgage service, allowing users to repay debts with their own flesh and blood. Although he knew that this was a long-standing project in Kung Fu, seeing the company people at the meeting discussing how to collect meat, how to evaluate, how to cash in flesh and blood, and how to store it, Zhang Yu still felt like he was watching a living person being pulled out of his tendons and meat and sent to the table. Time came to June in Zhang Yu's difficult and relaxed feeling. With the end of another college entrance examination, Zhang Yu will enter the third year of high school in 3 months. At this moment, Zhang Yu already had more than 33 million in his account. But he still came to the base of the dark cram school industry, intending to teach people and make more money. At least the atmosphere here makes him feel more relaxed than the Oasis Group. But as the Oasis Group has united various companies in the education industry, such as the Xianyan Group and the Shenhe Group, have stepped up their crackdown on piracy, and even have the intention to abandon their original gangs, just like abandoning the original chamber pot. On the other hand, as the salary and benefits of company employees continue to decline, the number of students in cram schools has gradually decreased. In particular, some elderly students have directly exhausted their lifespans and reached the end of their lives after their income has declined. Now every time Zhang Yu walks into the classroom, he can see that new old students have disappeared, and his income in the dark cram school industry has also dropped sharply. July. The weather in Songjiang City is gradually getting hotter. In this gradually hot weather, Zhang Yu's savings finally reached more than 38 million. It was at this time that some scandals about the Oasis Group were exposed on the internet. At the company party that day, Zhang Yu, who was having dinner with Mr. Wang, couldn't help but ask, Mr. Wang, that thing about using mortgaged flesh and blood as materials to make food. Hearing this, Wang Yin casually said, oh, that thing. He glanced at Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen's curious eyes, smiled and said, these are all nonsense reports from the news. How could the company add human flesh to synthetic food? Zhang Yu breathed a sigh of relief and thought, although Kung Fu is crazy, it's not crazy to that extent. Wang Yin said, synthetic food is so cheap, wouldn't it be a big loss to add human flesh? We will only use the flesh and blood pledged by users when we sell it to the higher-ups. Zhang Yu was slightly stunned. Sell to the higher-ups? Wang Yin smiled slightly, looked at the two of them and said, you don't think that we do so many things just to make this money, do you? What's the use of this money? It can't be spent much up there. He taught the two carefully, You'll know when you enter Netherworld University. The higher-ups exchange various resources for the authorized immortal technology and exported immortal products. The human body is a treasure trove. All kinds of blood, flesh, skin, bones, marrow, brain, resentment, and souls have various wonderful uses, Wang Yin, and if you have undergone human body modification surgery and practiced hard enough, your value will be even greater. Zhang Yu's face was a little ugly and he said, so they still pay for their own transformation, feed themselves medicine, practice themselves, and then make themselves more valuable and easier to sell, Wang Yin said. In this process, they can improve their grades and have more opportunities to get into a good university. Even if they fail and have to sell their flesh and souls, they can get a higher price. This is a good thing for them. Besides, our Nether University, Xian'ai University, Xianmo University, and Whitebone University all have a very high demand in this area. If the materials are insufficient, how can we compete with the other 10 major universities? And the higher you go, the higher the cost of employing people. Many places also prohibit mortal breeding. There are also human protection laws and resentment emission management, Wang Yin sighed. From this aspect, the cost of the upper level is far less than that of the first level. We are also forced to come here, Zhang Yu gritted his teeth and said, so, we are selling the flesh and blood of the people on the first floor to the people on the upper floor. Bai Zhenzhen on the side was also a little stunned at this moment, as if she didn't expect that there was such an inside story about the Oasis group. Wang Yin glanced at the two of them, felt the resistance they expressed, and said, you are from mortal families on the first floor, and your thinking is very backward. I can understand that, but you must remember that the flesh and blood on your body were sold by the people on the first floor themselves. If they want to sell, we will buy it. I have paid the full price. This is a transaction between us. Even if they don't sell it to me, they will sell it to others. This is normal on the road to immortality, Wang Yin persuaded them earnestly. Besides, you will go to the second floor to go to college in another year, and the first floor will have nothing to do with you in the future. Think less about things here and prepare for the foundation building. You are very talented. Maybe you can reach the 5th floor, or even the 6th floor. Don't waste your opportunity. Looking at the silent Zhang Yu and the somewhat at a loss Bai Zhenzhen, Wang Yin frowned slightly, as if he was somewhat dissatisfied with their performance. Just like seeing a pet dog guarding its food, he shook his head and sighed. Am I giving you money, or is it someone else? Shouldn't you listen to whoever gives you the money? If you still can't figure it out, then take a few days off and think it through. You two are both smart people. I believe you will figure it out. Zhang Yu opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but thought of the tens of millions of savings he and Bai Zhenzhen each had. Thinking of the heavenly spiritual roots they were going to buy, thinking of building a foundation, thinking of the 10 great. Zhang Yu found that his body, which had been tempered for thousands of times, could not exert any strength at this moment. Chapter 245, Rich Life, Martial Arts Saint Embryo. In a luxurious apartment in the center of Songyang City, Zhang Yu was sitting cross-legged in the quiet room on the second floor, practicing the new mental method he had just learned. As the air circulation system operated, the airflow mixed with more than 10 kinds of medicines was inhaled into Zhang Yu's respiratory system, nourishing his body and stabilizing his mental and emotional state. Last time, the two were enlightened by Mr. Wang. After a few days, the other party rented this apartment, which costs hundreds of thousands of yuan per month, to Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen for free. Although in Mr. Wang's mouth, this is just a shabby house, the various facilities here are actually top-notch in Songyang City. At least Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen have lived here for a while and don't feel dissatisfied at all. On the first day of arriving at this luxurious apartment, Bai Zhenzhen exclaimed, "It's so great to be rich, Yuzi. We will continue to climb up in the future, and we will definitely become richer and richer. Eat better, live better, and practice more and more powerful." Right. Looking at Bai Zhenzhen's happy smile, Zhang Yu nodded slightly. He had to admit that it was really great to be rich in Kung Fu, but being poor was worse than death, and he didn't even have the strength to hit anyone. At this moment, Zhang Yu was practicing the mental method in the quiet room called Jinayumentangju. This is a mental method that the more balance in the account, the more calm the mind, fearless of failure, unyielding, and strong-willed. After all, the Kanyushi mind and body Ju was not working well, so Zhang Yu changed to a mental method that was more suitable for his new identity. Every time he practiced a mental method, Zhang Yu only had to recall the number in his account. As he visualized this number in his mind, He could feel a sense of peace, and a courage to face any situation rose from the depths of his mind. It seemed that as long as this number got bigger and bigger, he would have endless courage. Every time he practiced this method, Zhang Yu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As long as the amount in my account continues to grow every month, the effect of this method will get better and better. Right, the method of rich people is really useful. It's much better than the self-torturing method of Yu Shix and Shenjingju. Regarding Zhang Yu's performance of adapting to his new identity, Fuji praised him. That's right, you will not be a poor person in the future, so you should adapt to your rich identity as soon as possible. Before, you were always affected by the changes in the environment. I was worried that your efficiency in practicing and making money would decrease. Zhang Yu, don't forget your experience when you first learned the method. People living in this world must learn to adapt and change with the changes in the environment. Only then can they go further on the immortal road and climb higher in Kung Fu. Those poor people's habits and their understanding of the world should be abandoned as soon as possible. Keeping them will only affect the speed at which you become stronger. After 2 hours of concentrated practice, the reminder of the smart housekeeper sounded. Zhang Yu walked out of the quiet room, and the lights around him, on the stairs, and in the hall all lit up, illuminating the way forward for him. Bai Zhenzhen was lying on the sofa in the lobby on the first floor, concentrating on watching the screen in the video projection. Hearing the noise upstairs, Bai Zhenzhen said, Yuzi, come and see, the registration test for the foundation building exam is about to begin. The foundation building exam, which was supposed to start registration in June, was delayed to July because there were too many applicants this time. Later, various live broadcasts and rebroadcasts were arranged one after another, becoming a super event that countless people on the first floor of Kung Fu followed. Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen shared a luxury apartment of several hundred square meters in the city center of Songyang City. There were tens of millions of cash in the card. The heavenly spiritual route, foundation building, and the top 10 were all within sight. He no longer had to work as hard as before. He only needed to practice the mental method every day and learn the free martial arts of high school. He spent his days leisurely, and the wealth in the bank was also increasing every month, pushing him step by step towards the heavenly spiritual route. In this case, although he could not change the current situation of the first floor of Kung Fu, at least he could treat Zhao Xiangxing and Jin Shen to dinner every day, lend money to some friends in need, and take care of the people around him. Zhang Yu thought to himself, is this the happiness of the rich? After so much hardship in Kung Fu, I have finally become a superior person. At the same time, the reporter in the live broadcast of the event was randomly looking for a few players for pre-match interviews. One of them suddenly appeared and attracted the attention of Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen. Bai Zhenzhen was surprised and said, this guy, is Yu Xinghan, right? The reporter raised the microphone and put it in front of Yu Xinghan, who had just come out of the bathroom, and asked, hello, what do you usually do before the game? Yu Xinghan, who was under the camera, was slightly stunned and said blankly, relax, are you talking about warm-up exercises? Yu Xinghan said somewhat embarrassedly, well, more like that. The reporter pointed to a bottle of milky white liquid in his hand and asked curiously, is this a drink? Yu Xinghan quickly put the bottle into his arms and stammered, well, yes, this is a functional drink. Bai Zhenzhen, who was watching this scene, sighed, Yu Xinghan, this kid. He didn't forget to make money before the game. It seems that the news from Bai Long is correct. Since the two of us passed the foundation building qualification certificate, this kid has been working harder and harder. In the following tests, Yu Xinghan's performance was far ahead of the others, and he directly became one of the popular players. Zhang Yu thought to himself, Yu Xinghan's various data are now close to the limit of key refining. Yu Xinghan has a high chance of winning in this year's foundation building exam. Then by then, he will probably join the Oasis plan and endorse it with me, right? After watching the game, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen, dressed up, went to the Oasis building again according to today's plan to participate in the party tonight. The building security system had already recorded the two of them. Along the way, wherever the two of them passed, the doors were directly open without any obstruction, as if they were entering an empty space. Not long after arriving at the party, a high school student from Xiandu suddenly quarreled with another out-of-town student. You stinky out-of-towner, are you worthy of drinking with me? Don't think you're great just because you're from Xiandu. The two of them went up to the ring, and the high school student from Xiandu knocked the other off the ring with a few moves, causing him to be seriously injured and vomit blood. Then the Xiandu High School student transferred the medical expenses to the other party and said proudly, "Get out and get healed." Mr. Wang smiled at this scene and directly rewarded the Xiandu High School student with 100,000 yuan. Seeing this scene, more people's expressions moved, and they all jumped onto the ring to challenge, but they were beaten down by the Xiandu High School student in 3 moves and 2 styles. The atmosphere of the entire venue was also hyped up. Bai Zhenzhen raised her eyebrows when she saw this scene, and thought to herself, battle spiritual roots, hand law skeletons, and several top expert level martial arts. This guy is armed to the teeth. His hard power is not much worse than Yunjing a year ago, right? Suddenly, Bai Zhenzhen remembered that she had seen this person in the live broadcast of the foundation building exam before. He was also a popular contestant. His name seemed to be Yi Mansion. He belongs to the same family as Yiling Xiao, right? With the end of the college entrance examination, Yiling Xiao, Shengji, Yunjing and others have gone to the 2nd floor and entered the university. The strongest students in Xiandu High School have now been replaced by new students. Bai Zhenzhen, who is watching this scene, suddenly felt emotional. When she first took the foundation building exam, Yiling Xiao and Yunjing were so far away in her eyes. But in the blink of an eye, they have graduated from high school, and Xiandu has also had new geniuses emerge, occupying their original positions. Bai Zhenzhen sighed in her heart, there are so many geniuses in this world, one after another. At this moment, Yi Mansion roared, pointed in the direction of Zhang Yu, and shouted, "Zhang Yu, do you dare to come up and fight with me?" Wang Zhuang, who was watching this scene, smiled slightly. He knew that Yi Mansion wanted to fight for the opportunity to show off in front of him. But Wang Yin did not mean to stop him. After all, who doesn't like the cats and dogs at home to fight for the owner's love, fighting and tearing each other? And Yi Mansion's idea is also very simple. While Zhang Yu has not yet built his foundation, he only needs to fight a few moves with the other party, and he will definitely leave an impression in Wang Zhuang's mind. Yi Mansion thought to himself, we are all key refiners, so I am not necessarily much worse than him. Besides, he has no Dharma body, and he probably has no fighting spirit roots when he attends the party. If we really fight, I have a high chance of winning. At this moment, Yi Mansion was only worried that the other party would not respond. Fortunately, under his expectant gaze, Zhang Yu slowly walked onto the ring. To be honest, since he pushed the martial arts fetus to its complete form, unless the opponent has mastered military level power, Zhang Yu has almost lost interest in opponents at the key refiner level. Ultimate, martial arts fetus, 10/10, after any key refiner martial arts is performed in your hands, its actual combat power will be greatly increased. In the past 6 months, Zhang Yu has also practiced actual combat with Bai Zhenzhen, using an, Li Milan and others. How to say it? After all kinds of martial arts that have reached the peak level of key refiner are performed in his hands, their actual combat power will surge again. Not only will the power exceed the original limit, but even ordinary moves can show the effect of turning decay into magic in battle. Even now, he is confident of defeating any high school students by just practicing the body protection skills and performing a set of basic martial arts. This always makes Zhang Yu sigh in his heart. This complete form of the martial arts saint is really capable of fighting and carrying. At this moment on the ring, Zhang Yu waved to Yi Mansion. You and Yiling Xiao are both from the Yi family, right? He should be considered your brother. I fought with him half a year ago. He can be said to be the strongest opponent I have encountered since I stepped into the immortal way. He has brought me a lot of inspiration. For the sake of your brother, I will let you 3 moves today, so that you will not have no chance to show yourself. Looking at Yi Mansion, who was stunned on the spot, Zhang Yu flicked his fingertips and urged, are you not going to do it yet? Yi Mansion snorted coldly, and his muscles and magic power were twisted into a steel spear. With a loud bang, he had already stabbed Zhang Yu fiercely. Yi Mansion thought to himself, you are so arrogant, so don't blame me for stepping on your reputation to get to the top. With 3 loud bangs, Zhang Yu did not move at all under Yi Mansion's 3 heavy blows. Only his body shook slightly, and there were bursts of roars in the air. On the other hand, Yi Mansion's face turned red, and he retreated repeatedly with bangs, and finally stumbled outside the ring. Yi Mansion raised his head and looked at Zhang Yu in shock. He just hit the opponent with 3 heavy blows, but he felt that most of the force was deflected first, and then it was dissipated layer by layer, like a mud cow entering the sea. Finally, a strong recoil force came, which shook him out of the ring. Is this guy really practicing ki? How can his martial arts be so high? Zhang Yu looked down at him, shook his head and said, I haven't even made a single move yet, and you've already been knocked down by yourself. You're really far behind Yiling Xiao. If you were here, he could at least take one of my moves. Yin Mansion's face flushed red upon hearing this, but he had nothing to say, so he could only cover his face and hurriedly leave the party. Zhang Yu had already returned to Mr. Wang's table. As soon as he saw him coming back, Wang Yin clapped his hands in praise of him. Zhang Yu, I didn't know that your actual combat talent was not inferior to Bai Zhenzhen. Several expert-level martial arts, when performed by you, have a hint of military-level martial arts style. Not bad, not bad. Wang Yin looked at Zhang Yu with an increasingly strong admiration in his eyes, and raised his hand to reward Zhang Yu with another 500,000. The other rich people, company people, and children of wealthy families at the party all looked at Zhang Yu with more and more solemn eyes, not only because of the other party's increasing status in Mr. Wang's heart, but also because of the strength and potential that Zhang Yu showed casually, which made them more shocked. Zhang Yu glanced at the extra 500,000 in his account and felt that his Jinyu Mantang Ju mental method was running more smoothly. Just when Zhang Yu made a move casually and shocked everyone. On the other side of Songyang City, Li Zulian took the phone and said before the other end of the phone spoke, well, I know, you have to work overtime, and extend it for another month, right, but Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen are very busy now. It's not easy to make an appointment. I mean, I have to pay. Don't worry, just transfer the money to me directly, I'll help you. On the other side of the first floor of Kungsu, Xinghuo Zhenren hung up the phone and sighed in his heart. Fortunately, I have Zulian as my logistics support. She is reliable and I only need to transfer the money. Then he thought, and the figure kneeling on the ground in front of him burst into flames, and turned into dust with a scream. Damn it, I couldn't help it again. Xinghuo, you can't kill people anymore. The compensation is too much. Xinghuo Zhenren secretly warned himself, turned his head to look at the boy next to him, and said, it's okay, you go. Don't come to the company battlefield to pick up garbage in the future. This is all company property. If you mess around like this, if you are caught by the corpse collecting troops and sold for organs, your family will not get any compensation. The boy bowed to him and then ran away quickly. Deng Bingbing's figure appeared at the side, looking at Xinghuo Zhenren and said, kid, you are still as impulsive as before. The number of manslaughters this month has exceeded 10, right, Xinghuo Zhenren? If I wasn't as impulsive as before, you wouldn't have a chance to hire me. Tell me, where are you going to work overtime this time? A blazing flame burst out from Xinghuo Zhenren. Let me make it clear that if you keep making me work overtime like this, you have to keep paying me more. Anyway, you and the people behind you, you don't need my overtime pay, right? Chapter 246, Trying to Adapt, Sect Conflicts. In the training room of the luxury apartment, accompanied by the roar of blood and ki, Zhang Yu and Li Mulan's bodies were entangled with each other, accompanied by the collision of muscles and muscles, making a snapping sound. Push hard here, keep pushing hard, snap. Raise your legs a little higher. Under Zhang Yu's guidance, Li Mulan kept adjusting his posture and movements, and felt that his martial arts had improved after today's remedial class. After all, Zhang Yu's strength has skyrocketed in just over a year, from the early stage of ki refining to the peak of ki refining. Not only does he have strong strength, but he also has many martial arts memories from level 0 to level 10 in his mind. Coupled with the teaching skills practiced in the dark remedial class world, Zhang Yu's ability in this area has reached the pinnacle. He is confident that he is definitely among the best in the entire high school remedial class world on the first floor. In the past few months, Li Mulan has been receiving Zhang Yu's tutoring almost every week, and can clearly feel his progress. With the end of the exercise, Li Mulan's chest rose and fell violently with her breathing, revealing a clear outline under the soaked sweat. Thank you for the past few months. Li Mulan looked at Zhang Yu in front of her, knowing that she had taken a great advantage by having such a great master to teach her closely and carefully guide the movement of every muscle in her body. If the students of Ziyin High School knew that Zhang Yu's fingertips brushed against so many muscles in their bodies, they would probably want to replace themselves and train closely with Zhang Yu to improve their grades. Thinking of this, she thanked him again. With your guidance, I have improved quickly. Don't be so polite. Zhang Yu waved his hand. You helped us a lot in the past. If it weren't for your apartment and tutoring money, Zhen and I would still be living in a bridge hole. However, regarding body fluids, I have signed a contract with Oasis Group and cannot provide it to others. But there is no problem helping you with tutoring. Zhang Yu thought to himself, I can't change Kung Fu, but at least I can help the people around me. The two chatted for a few more sentences. When Zhang Yu went to take a shower, Li Milan walked to Zhang Yu's mobile phone and thought to herself, because of the contract, it is impossible to buy Zhang Yu's body fluids. But Zhang Yu, during repeated close training, Li Milan gradually confirmed one thing through field detection and consultation with others afterwards. Zhang Yu is very hard. So he is not sterilized. According to my brother, students who are not sterilized are particularly susceptible to hormone control. You can use this trick to subtly influence the other party, and maybe you can get some materials from Zhang Yu in future training. Thinking of this, Li Milan squatted down and repeated to Zhang Yu's mobile phone, black silk, beautiful legs, photo, curve, contrast, long legs, big thunder, Li Milan, Li Milan, Li Milan. After repeating these keywords several times, Li Milan thought that the big data should have been recorded, and it will definitely affect Zhang Yu's mobile phone next. That night, when Zhang Yu was swiping his mobile phone, he suddenly frowned and looked at the shopping website that jumped to the stockings page. What garbage big data. The next morning, Bai Zhenzhen looked at the large ball of toilet paper in the trash can and couldn't help saying, Yuzi, this guy. The number of days he persisted this time is a bit short. Recently, he has been too comfortable. Has his willpower declined? After school that day, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen rushed to the office building of the inspection team. After several months, they finally had the opportunity to contact Zhang Pianpian again. Although they successfully passed the application several times before, it seemed that Zhang Pianpian was busy with something and never talked to them. On the way to the office building, Zhang Yu found that there seemed to be more homeless people and beggars on the road than in the past, especially some white-haired old men with missing arms and legs, more than he had seen in the past year. Zhang Yu knew that these people mortgaged their flesh and blood because they could not afford to eat, and because of the mortgage of their flesh and blood, they could not find a job. In the end, they could only give up everything they had step by step, and there would be no chance of turning over. Zhang Yu sighed in his heart when he saw this scene, but he knew that this was not something he could influence. My thinking is still too backward, right? I still can't fully adapt to Kung Fu. I have to keep working hard. Came to the office building of the patrol team. This time, as Zhang Pianpian's figure emerged from the screen, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen immediately told each other what had happened in the past few months. Although Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen are getting richer and richer, and their lives are getting better and better, facing the changes in the situation on the first floor of Kung Fu, they feel a little uneasy, and they want to get more information from Zhang Pianpian on the second floor. After listening to the two people's stories, Zhang Pianpian hesitated for a moment and said, you can take Mr. Wang's money, but apart from the work remuneration and endorsement fees, you should not be involved in the specific business of Oasis Group, don't invest in it, and don't participate in the management. Zhang Yu was slightly stunned and asked why. Zhang Pianpian considered the words and said, the matter of the first floor involves the friction between the 10 major groups. To put it simply, some people above think that the first floor has been abandoned, especially the vast poor class here has become a useless class. Instead of letting it go like this, it is better to recycle the waste and transform the entire first floor into a breeding farm, a pure raw material supply site. Even immortals may think so. Zhang Yu's heart sank when he heard this, and suddenly he felt a breathless feeling. The 4 words useless class were like a heavy hammer hitting his chest, trying to wake him up from his comfortable life. Zhang Pianpian continued, I have a lot of things on my hands right now. If you encounter problems that you can't solve, you can contact the true God. The true God you added as a friend. Zhang Pianpian seemed to have a lot of things to do, and the call with Zhang Yu ended soon. On the way back, Zhang Yu looked at the disabled people begging on the roadside, and seemed to have seen what the future Kung Fu layer would look like. It has nothing to do with me. This is the general trend of the world. What can I, a high school student, do? Thinking of his inability to do anything about it, Zhang Yu sighed and suddenly became a little annoyed. Why can't I adapt to it? Zhang Yu, you will be a rich man in the future. Zhang Yu kept telling himself in his heart, if you want to be rich, want to take care of the people around you, and want to live a good life, you have to adapt to this shitty world of Kung Fu. Otherwise, what do you want to do? What can you do as an ant who doesn't even have a foundation? Just as Zhang Yu's thoughts were surging back and forth, Fuji suddenly said, tell me again what Zhang Pianpian said to you. In order to avoid being exposed, Fuji chose to hide herself completely before entering the patrol team's building. After Zhang Yu came out and woke her up, he repeated what Zhang Pianpian said to her. Hearing Fuji's question at this moment, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen repeated what Zhang Pianpian said. Fuji murmured, "Well, she spoke very cautiously. I guess someone monitored your conversation." Zhang Yu was shocked when he heard it. Monitoring? Someone wants to deal with us, Fuji said. It's not normal for cross-layer calls to be monitored, but Zhang Pianpian is so careful. Maybe it is related to the hidden information in her words. Fuji analyzed. Someone above thinks that the first floor is useless, and even some immortals think so. She said someone, not everyone. She asked you to just get paid for your work and not get involved in the business of Oasis Group. Does this mean, Fuji said thoughtfully, someone above thinks that the first floor is useless, but some don't think so. Some immortals support Oasis Group's approach. Does that mean there are also immortals who don't support it? So she thinks Oasis Group may be involved in the struggle between the two sides, so she asked you not to get involved in the business. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he thought to himself, the actions of Oasis Group, Nether University, and Nether Palace, are like the demon sect. Is there a righteous way in Kung Fu? Zhang Yu said, so there may be other righteous sects who can't stand this kind of devilish behavior and come to stop them from doing so. Fuji said, what righteous devilish way? If there are really forces from other sects to stop them, it must be to limit the expansion of the Nether Palace's strength, just like many areas above prohibit mortal breeding and set standards for resentment emissions. Isn't it because other sects' immortal skills in this area are not good, so they use this to restrict the Nether Palace? Now even if other sects want to stop the Oasis Group, it must be out of their own interests. Zhang Yu smiled bitterly when he heard this, and thought to himself, yes, this is Kung Fu. I still can't fully adapt to it. I actually had the delusion just now, Bai Zhenzhen asked in confusion, but so far, the Oasis Group has not been stopped, right? Their plan is going smoothly, Fuji thought and murmured, maybe, it's just that it hasn't been stopped yet. After all, with the actions of the Oasis Group, a large number of wealthy families have been eliminated, huge amounts of resources have been gathered, and the foundation building exam has been widely spread. What if this is exactly what the other faction wants to see, so they go with the flow? Zhang Yu didn't know whether what Fuji said was right or wrong, but he kept Zhang Pianpian's words firmly in his heart. Time passed in August, and Zhang Yu would become a senior in 1 month. The whole Songjiang city has entered the hot summer. The number in Zhang Yu's bank account has also reached a huge 44 million. But Zhang Yu found that with a rise in prices on the first floor of Kung Fu, the price of the Xianlingjian he wanted to buy has also skyrocketed, reaching 58 million. However, with Zhang Yu's current income, he can still accept this price increase. As long as he saves a few more months, he can buy the Xianlingjian Foundation. And that night, the phone rang. Zhang Yu found that it was a call from Zhao Xiangxing. There was a note from Zhang Yu behind Zhao Xiangxing's name. Everyone laughs at you, but you are the funniest. Seeing this sentence, Zhang Yu remembered the clown theory that Zhao Xiangxing told him, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He answered the phone and asked, Old Zhao, what's the matter? A strange woman's voice came from the other end of the phone. Excuse me, is this classmate Zhang Yu? Zhang Yu frowned slightly, and then he realized that the other party was Zhao Xiangxing's mother. The reason why the other party called was because Zhao Xiangxing was in trouble. After his father lost his job, I don't know when he was dragged to gamble, and secretly mortgaged Xiangxing's body to Oasis Group without telling us. I finally got enough money to redeem him, but Oasis said that the body had been shipped. You are familiar with the leaders of Oasis Group. Can you help Xiangxing get his body back? We can pay the money. Oasis Group's 1111th floor. Mr. Wang listened to Zhang Yu's purpose and said casually, is it your friend? It's a small matter. I'll ask someone to help you check it out. Zhang Yu, who originally thought that things would be very troublesome, was relieved a little when he heard what Mr. Wang said. Zhang Yu thought to himself, in Kung Fu, you need to be rich and powerful to protect yourself and take care of the people around you. But after a moment, Mr. Wang frowned and shook his head at Zhang Yu. No, it has been bought. Zhang Yu was slightly stunned. Bought it? Mr. Wang nodded, pointed to the sky and said, there is a demon customer up there who bought a large amount of flesh and blood as food. Your friend's body is one of them. It has now been transported to the second floor. Zhang Yu hurriedly said, can it be returned? Mr. Wang was slightly stunned and said, what did you say? Zhang Yu said, can you contact the customer and ask for the body back? Before Zhang Yu finished speaking, he suddenly felt that Mr. Wang's temperament had changed. The original peaceful, kind, and innocent temperament gradually disappeared, and was replaced by an endless chill, just like a dangerous beast, looking at Zhang Yu coldly. Zhang Yu, business is business. The goods that have been shipped, you want me to ask the customer for them back? What do you think? Feeling the chill coming from the other party, Zhang Yu's mind flashed with the appearance of Zhao Xiangxing. He gritted his teeth and said, I can pay compensation. President Wang said indifferently, is this just a little money? Asking the customer for it back, what reason do you want me to do this? When I do business, I always keep my word. The goods that have been shipped, unless there is a quality problem, I will never ask for them back. Zhang Yu resisted the pressure from the other party and continued, I will go and apologize to the customer. He is my good friend. I can't watch him being eaten. President Wang said indifferently, what's wrong with being eaten? I have read the information of this Zhao Xiangxing. What value does he have? What if a friend like this is eaten? You should make fewer friends like this in the future, he continued. Zhang Yu, I will teach you a sentence today. In this world, you can only become strong if you eat well. Poor people suffer all their lives, and can only endure the most bitter. If you want to be a superior person like me, you must learn to eat people. Seeing that Zhang Yu still wanted to talk, President Wang said impatiently, get out, find out who you are. You are taking my money. I can give you face if it does not harm the interests of the company, but if you want to hinder the company's operations, then get out and don't show up in front of me again. Zhang Yu looked at President Wang in surprise, as if he did not expect the other party to be so angry. President Wang snorted coldly, what are you still standing there for? Get out. The next moment, a golden light flashed, and countless powerful hands dragged Zhang Yu out and threw him directly out of the office. Outside the office, General Manager Chi was not surprised by this. Although President Wang was very good to his subordinates, and even joked with him and asked for red envelopes, it didn't matter. But if the subordinates made him unhappy, especially when it involved the interests of the company, it was normal to beat, scold, and humiliate them. It was just that Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen were too favored before, so this kind of thing had not happened. Chai walked up, patted Zhang Yu on the shoulder, and said, when Mr. Wang is angry, it's useless to say anything. Just take the scolding obediently. Wait a few days, when Mr. Wang is no longer angry, come and apologize. He still admires you and won't be angry with you forever. Zhang Yu suddenly asked, is my friend really helpless? Chai was stunned for a moment, and smiled helplessly. Let him become a soul cultivator. Walking out of the Oasis building, Zhang Yu looked at the vibrating phone. It was a call from Zhao Xiangxing's mother. But he suddenly didn't know how to tell the other party. I'm sorry, Lao Zhao. Zhang Yu gradually clenched his fists. I don't think I can save you. At the same time, the Jinai Mantang Ju in his mind gradually slowed down, and the effect of the mental method seemed to have regressed at this moment. No matter how he visualized the cash numbers in his mind, it seemed that he could no longer give him the confidence and courage he had before. And just as Zhang Yu was on his way home, his phone suddenly vibrated. The giant and master Xinghuo Zhenren has entered within 1,000 meters of you. He has accidentally killed 14 people in the past month and paid all fines and compensations. Please be careful with your words and actions and do not collide with him. Chapter 247 Patience. Boy, let's talk. Looking at the person in front of him with a body like glass and long flaming hair, Zhang Yu knew that the other party was the Xinghuo Zhenren, whom he had never seen but had always heard about from various people. Following the other party to the rooftop of a building, Zhang Yu asked in confusion, Senior, what do you want to talk to me about? Xinghuo Zhenren laughed, and a series of sparks came out of his mouth. Why do you have to be so formal with me, Senior? You and Yu Xinghuo are classmates who practice together. You can just call me Master. Zhang Yu was slightly stunned. Master? Yeah, Xinghuo Zhenren responded, and then smiled. Have you decided which university and major to choose? He looked at Zhang Yu with a smile and asked, could it be Netherworld University? Zhang Yu did not answer directly, but asked, Senior, do you think Netherworld University is inappropriate? Xinghuo Zhenren said, universities select students based on their grades. Conversely, when students register, they naturally have to choose a university to see if the university is suitable for you. Netherworld University belongs to the Netherworld Palace. The Taoist techniques practiced by this sect are famous for extracting blood, peeling human skin, and refining souls. They regard the people of the world as worthless and will do anything to achieve their goals. As long as there is enough profit, There is nothing that cannot be bought and sold. If there were no obstruction from other sects, they would have wanted to turn the 1st to 10th floors into breeding farms to provide them with food for cultivation. I'm not saying whether this immortal path is good or not, but do you think this path is really suitable for you? Zhang Yu asked again. Then which university do you think is suitable for me, Senior? Zhang Zhenren said. Wanfa University has been the orthodox sect of Zuanmen since ancient times. It aims to select the best from the best and cultivate generations of immortal seeds. Fuji listened to Zhang Zhenren's words and explained in Zhang Yu's mind, selecting the best from the best means rolling to death, just to be able to roll out an immortal. Before becoming an immortal, they are all cattle and horses, Zhang Zhenren said. Students who enter Wanfa University, regardless of whether they can become immortals, at least they can show their strengths and have ample opportunities for practice. Fuji smiled and said, ample opportunities for practice means that you will start working part-time and overtime in college. Zhang Zhenren continued, Wanfa University also provides good protection for students. Everything is done according to the rules. As long as you work hard, you can make money, improve your cultivation, and be able to support yourself. Fuji said, being able to support yourself means that the income during college is not very high. Master Zhang said, of course, the school also has high requirements for teachers and students. It aims to train every student into an elite and make contributions to the company, the sect, and Kangsu. Fuji understood and said, the school has high requirements, which means that daily performance appraisals are difficult, and graduation and postgraduate entrance exams are not easy. As for making contributions, that means you have to work for a company or a sect for a long time after graduation. Your training is not in vain. Listening to Master Zhang propaganda and Fuji's explanation, Zhang Yu gradually had a clue in his heart. Speaking of the various mechanisms for selecting and training immortal talents on the 1st floor of Kungsu, and what Fuji once said, the practice of letting the people below work hard to climb up and roll up, is it the work of the 10 major sects like Wanfa sect? The difference between Wanfa University and Yaoming University, maybe it's the difference between one in needing cattle and horses and the other needing pigs and sheep. So the ones who disagree with the practice of Yaoming Palace are the 10 major sects like Wanfa sect, right? Because they want cattle and horses that can work, not delicious pigs and sheep. Yeah, what else? Zhang Yu sighed in his heart. The conflict between the 10 major sects, if it's not for profit, can it be for the struggle between good and evil? Seeing Zhang Yu's pensive look, True Man Zhang continued, if you are willing to enter Wanfa University, I can introduce you to my university connections, which should give you a lot of help. As for me, I can also provide you with some guidance as your master in the rest of your high school career. Okay, I finished what I said. You can slowly consider what to choose. Tell Bai Zhenzhen what I said today. I'm in a hurry and will leave soon. Next, Starfire Master, there is another righteous god who wants to talk to you. The next moment, Deng Bingbing emerged and said, Student Zhang, long time no see. The purpose of Deng Bingbing's visit to Zhang Yu this time was to deal with Wang Yin. Deng Bingbing thought to himself, other arrangements of Oasis Group on the 1st floor are not difficult to deal with, but Wang Yin is a troublesome hot potato. Whether they are the righteous gods or Starfire Master who is willing to do things for money, they are unwilling to take action to deal with Wang Yin as an individual. After all, taking wages and overtime pay, and cleaning up the various minions under the Oasis Group, is no problem for them. But going to slap the face of the young master with a deep background in person and being marked by the other party is another matter. However, Wang Yin is like a flag erected by the Oasis Group on the 1st floor, representing the confidence of countless people, attracting countless talents and nobles to join. Deng Bingbing understands that as long as Wang Yin does not fall down, the hands and feet of the Oasis Group will grow back again and again no matter how many times they are cut off. But that being said, she was unwilling to step forward to suppress this young master and then be remembered by the young master of the Oasis Group. Under such circumstances, Deng Bingbing thought of Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu's background is unfathomable, he should not be afraid of being hated by Wang Yin. Moreover, Deng Bingbing thought of the fact that in recent months, Zhang Yu came to Wang Yin, endorsed the Oasis Group, and went in and out of Wang Yin's mansion and parties from time to time. Thinking of Zhang Pianpian behind Zhang Yu, and a certain great god behind Zhang Pianpian, she understood that Zhang Yu was definitely not from the Nether Palace. Could it be that this is a deliberate arrangement by a great god? Zhang Yu has been involved since the day he took the foundation building exam, replacing Yulink Seo, getting close to Wang Yin. And sneaking into the Oasis Group is just to let Zhang Yu deal with Wang Yin in the end. If you look at it this way, Wang Yin came to manage the Oasis group to gain wealth, and Zhang Yu relied on dealing with Wang Yin to gain wealth. Whenever he thought of this, Deng Bingding felt a chill in his heart. The water in Kungsu is always so unfathomable. Whether we are or the Oasis group, I'm afraid we have already been calculated by this mysterious great god, and are moving step by step towards the ending he has laid out. After hearing Deng Bingding's request, Zhang Yu was stunned for a moment, and then felt that Deng Bingding was joking. Me? A sophomore student going to fight Mr. Wang of the Oasis group? Zhang Yu thought to himself that this would really kill people, and not only him, but Bai Zhenzhen might also die. But Zhang Yu didn't want to offend the great god Deng Bingding, so he just wanted to refuse politely. Deng Bingding said, in order to quickly go down to the next level and replace the divine root to rebuild the foundation, Wang Yin abandoned his own cultivation and no longer has the strength to build the foundation at the peak. As for his magic weapons and talismans, it is not that there is no way to deal with them. In short, Deng Bingding had one idea, that they could create opportunities for Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen to deal with Wang Yin. But after Deng Bingding's explanation, she found that Zhang Yu still refused again and again. At first, Deng Bingding thought that Zhang Yu's refusal was just a show, but soon she found that no matter how she persuaded, the other party was unwilling to accept it. Deng Bingding was not angry, but had a new idea in her mind. Zhang Yu had communicated with Zhang Pianpian on the second floor before, and he should have received instructions from above. He refuses me now. Does it mean that now is not the time to take action? Deng Bingding pondered in his heart, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that the other party meant this, so he stopped insisting and let Zhang Yu leave. Starfire Master on the side watched this scene, frowned and said, letting such a high school student to fight Wang Yin, what on earth were you righteous gods thinking? Even if you are afraid of getting into trouble and want to find a knife, this is a bit too much, Deng Bingding said dimly. Huh? Starfire boy, this is why you will fall down after climbing up. This Zhang Yu is not as simple as you think. The matter of the first floor must be settled thoroughly. If we want to drive Wang Yin back up there, the final move may fall into Zhang Yu's hands. Zhang Yu returned to the apartment and saw Bai Zhenzhen standing up while practicing. He said happily, Yuzi, you are back? I ordered some delicious food, let's eat together. Bai Zhenzhen didn't know the purpose of Zhang Yu going out yet. At this moment, Zhang Yu looked at Bai Zhenzhen's happy look and sighed in his heart. It's not easy to have the stable life now. How can I risk my life? I don't want to risk my life anymore, and I don't want Zhen to lose half his life like before. Bear with it, Zhang Yu. Be patient and accumulate strength silently until you are strong enough, until the day you come out. In the following period of time, people around Mr. Wang found that Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen rarely appeared at the party. Many people felt that Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen seemed to be ignored by Mr. Wang. And they immediately felt happy and tried harder to please Mr. Wang, thinking about replacing him. At the party, Yu Mansion cursed, poor dogs like Zhang Yu can't be fed too much. If these guys who climbed up from the bottom are fed too much, they will think they are confident and stubborn, and they will not be obedient. Someone echoed, poor people can't be given too much money. At first, throwing money at them is useful, but after throwing too much, they think they have money too, so they are not so obedient. Mr. Wang looked at the people around him who were obedient to him and started to insult Zhang Yu because of his actions. It was like watching a group of dogs wagging their tails and begging for mercy, but he sneered in his heart. He has seen too many dogs like this, wagging their tails and begging for mercy, and he has raised too many dogs. The more you raise this kind of dog, the more dependent it becomes, the less courageous it becomes, and the more obedient it becomes. It doesn't even dare to show its teeth when something happens, and it is so obedient that it doesn't even dare to make a sound when its own interests are damaged. Wang Yin used to like raising this kind of dog, but he soon found that this kind of dog was useless, which was also the reason why he and his mother had a disagreement. Chapter 248 Unbearable. Wang Yin thought to himself, if a person doesn't even dare to fight for his own interests, how can he dare to fight for the company? Go and rob. If Zhang Yu is so submissive and timid, and even doesn't have the courage to ask me when something happens to someone around him, then his achievements in this life will be limited. Wang Yin knew very clearly that in Kungsu, one must dare to fight and rob, so that there is a chance to stand out. If the dogs under his command are all submissive, how can they be let out to bite people? But biting randomly and being bold and reckless is not okay. You can't wear down your temper and become completely courageless, but you can't not understand the rules and bite randomly without my order. This time, It's just right to wear down Zhang Yu's temper and let him know that the company's interests are the bottom line and can't be touched. Wang Yin planned to suppress the other party, and then find some benefits for the other party after a while, and train this promising talent well, so that he can be useful in the future. Time went by and stopped, and in the blink of an eye it was already September. As Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen officially became senior high school students, a new batch of freshmen also appeared in Songjiang High School. Zhang Yu looked at the many freshmen who had enrolled, as if he saw his former self, just as poor, just as weak, just as anxious. He looked down at the number in his bank account. 43 million. Not only did his deposit not continue to grow this month, but it also decreased as he spent and paid off his debts in the past month. This is because the money for this month, Mr. Wang has not yet transferred it. Zhang Yu understood that Mr. Wang was obviously waiting for him to apologize. If he wanted to continue to take money from Mr. Wang, he would probably have to follow the other party's rules and serve him obediently. What if he went to find Master Xinghe and chose Wanfa University? He would have to give up Mr. Wang's next 4 million every month, a total of tens of millions of wealth. At this moment, whether Zhang Yu was running the Jinyu Mantang heart method or the Kenyushi body and mind technique in his mind, none of them worked well. It was as if two different forks were in front of him, but he didn't want to choose either. Zhang Yu thought about when he first came to Kungsu. He dreamed countless times that he could get rid of poverty and become a rich man without worrying about loan interest. But now with 43 million in his hand, he found that the difficulties he faced were still the same as in the past. Either he continued to suffer, or he suffered less and became a dog of the rich. Zhang Yu could only keep reminding himself. You have to be patient, Zhang Yu, just like I endured Zhou Chechen and Lan Ling before. With my talent, as long as I endure, there will be a day when I am strong enough. At this moment, with the vibration of his mobile phone, Zhang Yu found that it was a message from Chai, the general manager of Oasis Group, inviting him and Bai Zhenzhen to attend the party tonight. At the party, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen were welcomed in by President Wang as soon as they arrived, and they kept taking medicine and drinking beside him. Then he took them to a huge blood pool. Looking at the reliefs on the outer wall of the blood pool that looked like living people, he introduced. This is a blood pool built with 18 strong men at the peak of ki refining as the foundation. The blood in the pool is connected to their bodies, and the blood is moved by these 18 people all the time. As long as people soak in it, they will naturally be driven by the blood in it, just like these 18 people are moving blood for you. Just soaking in it is equivalent to practicing hard day and night. If you complete the foundation building in this pool in the future, you can increase the strength of your physical body to more than level 12 as soon as you enter the foundation building, saving at least a year of hard work. Looking at the human figures on the outer wall with their chests still rising and falling and their hearts still beating, Zhang Yu was not as uncomfortable as the last time he saw the living clothes hanger. After all, after spending some time with Mr. Wang, he has basically understood the art style and immortal style of the Netherworld sect. Basically, they are running all the way in the birth area. There is nothing they can't do except what you can't think of. Although Zhang Yu still didn't like this style, at least he didn't show it on his face. What Zhang Yu was more shocked about now was, these are obviously worth a lot of money. Wang Yin gave such valuable things. In addition to the art style and immortal style of the Netherworld sect, Zhang Yu gradually understood Wang Yin's style of doing things. Without him apologizing, the other party actually gave him such a valuable thing. Zhang Yu immediately had a bad feeling in his heart. After introducing the blood pool in front of him, Mr. Wang patted Bai Zhenzhen's shoulder again and said with a doting face, "Ah Zhen, I have something to tell you." He touched Bai Zhenzhen's hair and said with some regret, "There is a distinguished guest upstairs who is very interested in your body and wants to buy it at a high price. Although this business comes too suddenly, this price will definitely not disappoint you, so I will take the initiative to agree to it for you. Ah Zhen, change your body." Hearing what Mr. Wang said, both Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen were shocked, as if thunder had exploded in their minds. Mr. Wang slowly stroked Bai Zhenzhen's head, as if he was looking at his most beloved pet, and said, "Don't worry, I won't treat you badly after changing your body. With this blood pool in front of you, I will help you choose a powerful body, and you will be able to recover your physical cultivation soon. Just bear a little hardship this time, and I will definitely cultivate you vigorously in the future and will never treat you badly." Mr. Wang comforted, "When you enter the Netherworld University in the future, you will know that changing your body is common and not a big deal." Looking at Mr. Wang's harmless eyes and feeling the matter-of-fact tone in Mr. Wang's words, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen could both feel the seriousness of the other party's words. The other party really wanted to sell Bai Zhenzhen, and the other party really thought that he was doing it for Bai Zhenzhen's good, that he had not treated Bai Zhenzhen badly, that he had paid enough, and that changing his body was nothing. Just when Bai Zhenzhen's body was shaking with nervousness, Zhang Yu grabbed her palm. Zhang Yu smiled at Mr. Wang and said, "No problem, Mr. Wang. I've agreed on behalf of Zhen, but can you give us a few days to prepare?" Seeing the two people's calm appearance, Wang Yin nodded slightly. "Then you go." Walking out of Oasis building and all the way back to the apartment, the two held hands but did not speak. It was not until they stepped into the apartment that Bai Zhenzhen broke the silence. She held Zhang Yu's hand, pulled him around and said, "Yuzi, don't mess around. I'll give you my true spiritual root, so I'll just change my body. As long as the spiritual root is still there, changing the body is nothing." Just like what Mr. Wang said, "You will be able to practice back soon," Zhang Yu said indifferently. "What if you can't practice back? What if you can't practice back in the 2 semesters of senior year? The new body is not suitable? What if it doesn't adapt to your spirit?" Zhang Yu shook his head. "Zhen, I have figured it out," Bai Zhenzhen said helplessly. "Then what do you want to do? Fight with Mr. Wang? Not to mention how much money and how many people the Oasis group has, we can't even beat Mr. Wang's semi-automatic talisman. How to fight? Bai Zhenzhen has extremely strong practical experience and the observation ability brought by the true spiritual root. It is precisely because of this that she has deduced the possibility of fighting with Wang Yin countless times, and the result is 0. Winning rate 0%. This is the conclusion she has drawn from countless desperate experiences and repeated death battles in the past. Zhang Yu said slowly, "Zhen, I want to endure too. He messed around in Songyang City, I endured it. He made a lot of trouble, I endured it too. Old Zhao was sold, I still endured it. I thought that as long as I endured it, as long as I had money and my strength improved, I wouldn't have to endure it in the future, but he shouldn't. Now he's even planning to sell you." Zhang Yu's eyes were filled with cold light, and a strong fighting spirit began to gather in his mind. "Zhen, I really want to endure it, but this Shida Kung Su, this Shida world, this Shida company, these Shida rich people, they have been forcing us to not even endure it, so I figured it out." In the visualization picture in Zhang Yu's mind, the crippled cow that had been silent for a long time seemed to gradually open its eyes. "For Mr. Wang, as long as someone offers enough, he will definitely sell us. This is Oasis Group, this is Netherworld Sect, this is Kung Su. To them, we are not even pets, but just part of their property. Tell us before selling, give some compensation, and offer a high price. That would be a great mercy to them." At this moment, Zhang Yu's face looked extremely cold and calm. The edge that had gradually faded with a comfortable life seemed to have returned to him at this moment. But the opposite is also true. If someone offers him enough, he will sell us. If someone offers us enough, we can also sell him, Zhang Yu said coldly. "This is Kung Su." When Fuji heard this, she suddenly laughed. "Okay, kid, your understanding of Kung Su has deepened." She knew that Zhang Yu would never give up Bai Zhenzhen. If he said it as before, it would only arouse the other party's disgust. She simply did not persuade the other party, but planned to help plan together. Bai Zhenzhen, who was standing aside, listened to Zhang Yu's words and her eyes moved slightly. If she could avoid having her body sold, why would Bai Zhenzhen be willing to change her body? At this moment, she looked at Zhang Yu's serious look and felt his determination and will. "Yuzi, I understand what you mean. I don't want to sell my body either." She exhaled a breath, and the sword intent in her eyes gradually condensed. "Then I can't bear it. At worst, I'll fight to the death. Anyway, we poor guys have to make a way in this world, so fighting to the death is always necessary. We have been living too comfortably for the past 6 months. Tell me, what are you going to do?" Fuji reminded, "From your last conversation with Xinghuo Zhenren and Deng Bingding, the sect above is using the righteous god and this Jinden Zhenren to deal with the Oasis group. You have to borrow their power." Zhang Yu opened the phone address book and found Deng Bingding's location. He contacted Deng Bingding directly and asked, "How do you want to deal with him?" Deng Bingding's heart moved slightly. "It seems. Is the time right?" Chapter 249, Former Military Grade. After hearing Zhang Yu's question, Deng Bingding gave a brief account of the current situation. Relying on the efforts of several of their righteous gods and many outsourced employees, the illegal and criminal contents of the Oasis group have been investigated almost completely. And with the power of the righteous gods, Once these things are used to target the Oasis group, it will immediately cause heavy losses to the other party, causing countless employees to go bankrupt, and seriously weakening the power of the Oasis group. Zhang Yu was not surprised by this. With the style of the Oasis group and President Wang, and the approach of transforming the entire first floor and wiping out countless wealthy families, it is simply impossible for the company to be all law-abiding and not breaking the law. It's just that before, relying on the powerful prestige of the Oasis group and President Wang's various relationships, those illegal and criminal contents were either suppressed, hidden, or settled with scapegoats. In short, various methods were used to reduce the impact and not delay the plans of the Oasis group and Wang Yin. Deng Bingding went on to say, but no matter how many people under the Oasis group go bankrupt or die, it will be meaningless as long as they can't deal with Wang Yin. With the wealth he controls, he can attract more people to work for him anytime and anywhere. After all, you all know the current employment environment. Many high school and college students who can't find a job will send him resumes. He himself has a first-level murder certificate and a criminal immunity certificate. In most cases, even if he commits a crime, he can be exempted by a fine. In very few cases, a fine is not enough. In that case, it is necessary for a second-level or higher department to review his behavior before they can arrest him. Fucking murder certificate? Criminal immunity certificate? Zhang Yu was speechless. Although he knew that Wang Yin was very powerful, he couldn't help cursing the damn Kung Fu in his heart when he heard these things. Deng Bingding went on, so the simplest and most effective way is to directly severely damage his soul and force him to go back upstairs for treatment. As long as he's not in charge of the Oasis group on the first floor, the companies and wealthy families below are already full of conflicts, and they will soon become a mess. It will not be difficult to clean up, Zhang Yu said. Then why don't we let Xinghuo Zhenren, a giant and master, deal with him? Deng Bingding sighed helplessly. Xinghuo is old and no longer has the courage. It still takes young talents like you who have the courage and spirit to do such a shocking thing for the hundreds of millions of people on the first floor. It just so happens that you are an outsourced staff member of the inspection team. At least you can create some opportunities and have an excuse to take action against him legally. We, the righteous gods, are ready and willing to assist you with all our strength to severely defeat Wang Yin and drive him back upstairs. Hearing that this sixth-rank righteous god began to flatter him, Zhang Yu became more and more alert. You, a bunch of giant and sixth-level gods, are unwilling to take action, but you want me, a high school student, to rush to the front. However, Zhang Yu, who had been tested in Kung Fu for a long time, naturally did not refuse outright. Although he did not intend to rush to the front, he still wanted to use this matter to bargain and ask for benefits. Zhang Yu said with regret on his face, it's a pity that I'm just a high school student and I don't have any skills. I can't even defeat Mr. Wang's semi-automatic talismans. I'm afraid I can't help, Deng Bingding said. Wang Yin came here this time in order to make meritorious service, go back to get the authority of the divine root, and rebuild the foundation with the divine root, and in order to be able to go down to the first level faster, and to rebuild the foundation, he directly abolished his foundation building skills, and now he is still in the key refining realm. As for his semi-automatic spell casting without talismans, we can help you cut off his network and block it temporarily. We will also let those subordinates help you delay. In the narration of Deng Bingding on the other end of the phone, Wang Yin seemed to have become an ordinary key refining cultivator with a wave of weakening. And looked weak. But Fuji reminded Zhang Yu in his mind, don't listen to her nonsense. The so-called self-destruction of cultivation in the foundation building stage means cutting off the fusion of the spiritual root and the physical body. In this way, the spiritual root will be destroyed, and the magic power and physical strength will also seriously regress. But even so, the level of Dao heart can be retained in part. No matter how much the magic power and physical strength regress, it is still above key refining. Overall, Wang Yin's strength is definitely far beyond any key refining cultivator. What's more, with this kind of person coming down, who knows what kind of Dharma skeleton he's equipped with, and what kind of magic weapon he brought. In short, it is definitely not as easy to deal with as Deng Bingding said. If you want to fight with this Wang Yin, you must be safer after the foundation is built. Make more demands on her. At Fuji's reminder, Zhang Yu shook his head again and again. No. Even so, he still has Dharma skeletons, magic weapons, a body of powerful skills, and who knows how many trump cards. My ability is so low, I don't even have a flying sword, a Dharma skeleton, or a heavenly spiritual root. How can I fight him? Deng Bingding curled her lips. knowing that the other party was asking for benefits from them. She was not surprised by this. In Kung Fu, who would ask for benefits when looking for someone to do something? If the other party really didn't want anything, she would suspect that it was a scam. Deng Bingding immediately said generously, I can apply for a 20 million interest-free loan for you to support your action. Zhang Yu thought to himself, I have to fight with President Wang for 20 million? This righteous god is really cruel. So Zhang Yu still shook his head and said, it's not that I don't want to, it's just that I don't have enough strength. With my level, I'm afraid I need a military-grade flying sword, or a military-grade magic skeleton, or a divine root, a military-grade technique, before I can fight with President Wang. Deng Bingding thought to himself, military-grade supplies? This kid's appetite is too big. She responded, with your strength, you can win the battle without these, and we will lend you a magic weapon that can help you severely damage Wang Yin's soul. Once his soul is damaged, it will be difficult to treat and he will have to go back. Zhang Yu said, I'm afraid I'm not strong enough to take on the task. I'd better tip you off and provide you with some information about President Wang. After a tug of war between the two sides, Zhang Yu slowly tested out some of Deng Bingding's bottom line for the offer. For this righteous god, it was difficult to ask her to provide various physical material support. However, it was easier for her to provide various electronic secrets and copyrights of exercises. Then, she was willing to provide the leasing of Dharma bones and magic weapons. So after some discussions, Deng Bingding promised that as long as Zhang Yu was willing to make a move, in addition to the 20 million interest-free loan, he could also borrow a set of Dharma bones of the foundation building period and provide 3 foundation building exercises. Among them, the Dharma bones were the Jiaolong Ling Shu that Zhang Yu had seen during the foundation building exam, and the 3 foundation building exercises were the most valuable. In particular, one of the exercises was a former military-level exercise, but with the advancement of immortal technology, it was eliminated not long ago and rated as an expert-level exercise. It has not yet begun to be sold in the market. Deng Bingding said, foundation building techniques are hard to buy in the first level, and this pre-military grade technique is even harder to find. If it weren't for a fate, other foundation building cultivators in the first level wouldn't be able to buy this technique even if they spent tens of millions. When Zhang Yu heard about this pre-military grade technique, he had to admit that he was tempted. Deng Bingding, as for the other 2 foundation building techniques, you can also choose from the techniques you practiced in the key refining stage. Zhang Yu's own techniques were all difficult to advance to level 10, because the limit of the key refining stage was here. But if he entered the foundation building stage, some techniques would have a follow-up to the foundation building stage. As long as he got the relevant electronic secrets and copyrights, he could practice them to the foundation building limit of level 20. In other words, as long as I enter the foundation building realm, I can immediately choose 2 foundation building techniques and upgrade the 2 techniques I practiced in the key refining realm to level above level 10. But if Zhang Yu was only willing to provide some information and do some internal work, the other party would at most approve an interest-free loan of several 100,000 or 1 million. According to Deng Bingding, they did not lack information, but only lacked heroes who dared to take action against Wang Yin. Zhang Yu did not agree or refuse for the time being, but only said that he would think about it and planned to discuss it with Bai Zhenzhen and Fuji. Deng Bingding said lightly, then I will wait for your good news. As long as you agree, I will immediately approve you an interest-free loan of 20 million. Although he was very greedy for the 20 million, Zhang Yu still did not agree immediately. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yu told Bai Zhenzhen and Fuji about the situation. Although the 2 had been listening, Zhang Yu still told everything to avoid omissions. Fuji said, 3 foundation building techniques, one of which is pre-military grade. What you gave is indeed good. Bai Zhenzhen said, but if we fight Wang Yin head-on, the risk is very high. After all, he knows us very well, but we know nothing about his trump card, and even if we win, we will definitely be remembered in the future. Fuji reminded, if you decide to fight Wang Yin, foundation building is a must, and in the current situation, every increase in your strength will give you a point of safety and opportunity. Even if you don't end up having a head-on collision with Wang Yin, foundation building will make you more secure. In short, foundation building can't wait any longer. Let's take advantage of this moment when we have nothing to do and complete the foundation building first. Zhang Yu, let Bai Zhenzhen transfer the money to you first to help you buy the heavenly spiritual route. Zhang Yu also understood that compared to Bai Zhenzhen, because of the existence of Yu Shu, as long as he could learn the foundation building techniques, His strength would increase faster after the foundation building, and he would be able to realize more combat power in a short period of time. Zhang's foundation building can only be postponed. If this incident hadn't happened, Zhang Yu didn't want to spend Zhang's money, or borrow tens of millions and lose a lot of extra interest. After all, he only had to endure for a few more months to buy the heavenly spiritual root. But now the situation has suddenly changed. He can only hurry up to build the foundation. Bai Zhenzhen didn't hesitate about this, and immediately operated her mobile phone to prepare for the transfer. Zhang Yu knew that in Kungsu, the money in this bank account was like their cultivation resources and immortal foundation. If you want to use the heavenly spiritual root to impact the foundation building realm, it is impossible without a foundation of more than 58 million. Fortunately, after these 9 months of accumulation, if Zhang and I combine our foundation, it is enough for me to impact the heavenly spiritual root foundation. However, not long after Bai Zhenzhen transferred the money, she found that her funds were frozen. At this time, President Wang also called and asked, Zhang, why did you suddenly transfer so much money to Zhang Yu? He smiled and said, when the company transferred the money to you, I was afraid that you would suddenly get so much money and spend it recklessly, so if there is a large amount of capital flow, you will notify me and I will use talismans to temporarily lock it for you. You are transferring so much money this time. Are you trying to build a foundation? Why didn't you tell me? Building a foundation is risky. If you want to build a foundation, you must come to Oasis building and I will protect you. Chapter 250 Come out, my backup potential. Help me build my foundation. Mr. Wang's words were full of kindness, but Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen felt a chill coming from their bones. This guy, Zhang Yu thought, from the beginning to the end, he never intended to let us spend the money at will. Even if we go to collect money to buy the spiritual roots a few months in advance, we still have to pass his test. So, in fact, from 9 months ago, from the moment he transferred the money to us, we must get his consent and build the foundation under his nose. This guy has been playing tricks on us. No wonder he didn't ask the gods to witness when signing the contract. This guy doesn't intend to fully abide by the contract at all. I thought this would give us more freedom, but in fact it is the least restrictive for him. Zhang Yu understood instantly that for the wealthy families in Songyang City, they signed the contract with the gods to witness it in order to ensure the execution of the contract. But for a superior like Wang Yin, his wealth and power can guarantee the execution of the contract on the one hand, and asking the gods to witness the contract will only constrain him. There are also things like monitoring other people's accounts and freezing other people's funds, which definitely involve illegal operations, but Wang Yin obviously has the help of the righteous gods behind him to do this. At this moment, Zhang Yu felt that all the cultivation resources he had accumulated in the past 9 months to impact the foundation of the spiritual roots were tightly pinched by Wang Yin at this moment. Zhang Yu endured the anger in his heart and explained, Zhang wants to keep the money with me before changing the body. Mr. Wang dissuaded, it's just a change of body, not death. Why bother so much? I'll help you keep the account safe, don't worry. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen felt the surging pressure coming. Wang Yin has been influencing them and guiding them for the past 9 months, just like leaving chains on them. At this moment, those chains began to tighten one by one, like layers of suffocating pressure, suppressing him and Bai Zhenzhen and firmly controlling them in his palm. But the more this happened, the more Zhang Yu could feel the crippled bull visualized in his mind becoming active. Everything that happened today was like a thunderbolt, completely waking up this crippled bull. It began to struggle, roll, and roar. In this familiar feeling, Zhang Yu felt that his brain, muscles, and blood flow began to become more and more active. Floor 1111 of Oasis Building. Wang Yin hung up the phone and thought to himself, what does Zhang Yu want to do? I thought he had become obedient before, now it seems that he has learned to act in front of me. Such a sudden large transfer, is it to build a foundation in advance? Do you want to do something behind the scenes? After thinking for a while, Wang Yin was still worried about Bai Zhenzhen. After all, Bai Zhenzhen was the one he promised to buy, so he couldn't lose her. So he told Chai outside, go to Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen's apartment and bring Bai Zhenzhen over. Chai nodded and said yes, and then he respectfully withdrew. A moment later, he brought a team of people to Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen's luxurious apartment. He casually swiped his phone, and the door of the apartment opened naturally, allowing them to enter without any hindrance. But after a search, Chai frowned immediately. And he called Wang Yin, Boss Wang, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen are missing. Wang Yin's eyes fixed, and he said, "Send people to guard all the main roads in and out of Songyang City, go after them yourself, and tell me if you need any support." On the street, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen looked at the surveillance pictures sent from the mobile phone, which were recorded by the surveillance cameras they placed in the apartment. Looking at Qi, who was leading the team in the picture, Bai Zhenzhen frowned and said, "Wang Yin is suspicious as expected. They can't find us now, and the next step is probably to mobilize people to search the whole city." Zhang Yu pulled Bai Zhenzhen and ran to the suburbs. "Let's go first. They have the help of the righteous gods, and they must have been tracking us," Bai Zhenzhen said, annoyed. "This guy Wang Yin not only monitors and freezes accounts, but also sends people to arrest us at the slightest sign of trouble." Fuji analyzed, "This guy is different from Zhou Chechen, Zhou Yang, or Song Su you met before. Your previous opponents had to abide by the rules of one level more or less, and this guy Wang Yin, after he goes down to the first level, he just wants to flatten the first level with his feet. Many rules of the first level are like paper to him. Damn. I think even the evil gods are more law-abiding than him." At this moment, Zhang Yu also deeply understood why Kung Su had to strictly control the upper-class people from coming to the lower level. This time, a young master came and he was so lawless. If there were more, God knows what would happen to this layer. When the rules of one layer have limited effect on these people, then using the simplest and most direct way to achieve the goal often becomes their first choice. At this moment, Zhang Yu felt that Wang Yin was like a giant beast, following behind him step by step, not intending to give him any chance. But the more pressure there was, the faster Zhang Yu felt his mind method was running, and the crippled bull in his mind seemed to be excited. "We can't just sit there and wait for death. If we keep running like this, they will catch up with us sooner or later." Zhang Yu ran while dialing Deng Bingding's contact number. "I agreed to what we talked about before. Start now and send all your people to Songyang City," Deng Bingding said. "The true gods can only support you at the network level at most, and cannot directly descend to participate in this battle. The outsourced personnel who can participate in the battle are currently working overtime in various places on the first floor. If they gather in Songyang City, it will take about 6 hours to form an effective combat force." Although he knew the gathering from the first floor of more than 20 million square kilometers in 6 hours was not slow, but thinking of his current situation, Zhang Yu couldn't help but secretly say that it was too slow. Zhang Yu couldn't help but say, "I'm in trouble here, and now I'm being hunted by the people of Oasis Group." Deng Bingding frowned and thought to himself, "Did Wang Yin discover our plan? Did Zhang Yu show his hand? Or did someone on our side secretly pass on the news?" Deng Bingding was not sure for a moment, but he also knew that now was not the time to think about these things. She said, "I'll send the patrol team to cover you and delay them. You must hold on until we have all the people in place before we start," Zhang Yu said. "Then I have a few additional requests. I need the things we agreed on before now. I also want a secret account, and I want an interest-free loan of 60 million. I also need you to help me hide my tracks." Listening to Zhang Yu's big request, Deng Bingding said calmly, "I can help you open a secret account, and it will be done right away. I will also have someone protect this account, but as for the money, our budget has been consuming a lot recently." At this point, Deng Bingding thought of Xinghuo Zhenren, who had been earning overtime pay recently, and other large numbers of outsourced employees. She continued, "I can only take out a maximum of 25 million interest-free loans here. More will require approval, which will take about 5 to 10 working days." Zhang Yu frowned slightly, thinking that it was too slow. "We can't just wait for the support of the gods. This is just sitting there and waiting for death. We need to find a way to build our foundation quickly and gain stronger combat power. It seems that at this point, we can only fully release the immortal potential of Azhen and me to help me impact the foundation of the spiritual roots." On the other side, Qi was leading more than a dozen P-key refining masters to track Zhang Yu's whereabouts. A large number of surveillance screenshots, mobile phone signal data, network data, kept coming to him, allowing Qi to get closer and closer to Zhang Yu, and the two Yin Mansion in the team was even more excited. Although he didn't know how Zhang Yu and Bai Zhen had offended President Wang, he felt that his chance to avenge his previous shame had come when he thought about the arrest. According to the whereabouts data of the other party, they surrounded them from all sides, but soon found that there was no one at the location marked on the mobile phone. Qi frowned and asked, "What's going on?" A voice of a righteous god came from his mobile phone. "Other righteous gods are covering them, but it doesn't matter. The whole Songyang city is full of my eyes and ears. The other party can create some false data, But not all false data. They can't hide. In the divine power network, with the actions of the righteous gods of both sides, a large amount of data containing Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen appeared from time to time. Although these data are true and false, and changeable, after a large amount of monitoring data in Songyang City corroborated each other, the escape route of Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen was finally found out bit by bit. But at this time, a group of people from the Songyang patrol team stopped them. Routine inspection, please cooperate, Chi said. I am very familiar with your captain, the other party said coldly. Please cooperate with me, Chi said. Then I will make a call. Okay, call Mr. Wang. After saying that, regardless of whether the other party agreed or not, he had already dialed Wang Yin's phone. When the patrol team members heard the words Mr. Wang, they all stopped and waited for Chai to call. In the sewer. With the arrival of the interest-free loan approved by Deng Bingding, the funds in the secret account reached 25 million, but this number was still far from the price of 58 million for the heavenly spiritual route. So Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen moved quickly in the sewer while constantly operating their phones and downloading one loan platform after another. Bai Zhenzhen's fingertips brought up a series of afterimages, and while operating, she said, Yuzi, I found another one that can make 300,000. Zhang Yu clicked on the link shared by the other party and said, well, I just approved 250,000 from Angxin loan, you can try it too. Last year, Zhang Yu and Bai Zhenzhen's immortal potential had been exhausted, and almost all borrowing limits were maxed out. But with the acquisition of the foundation building qualification certificate, coupled with the publicity of the Oasis Group, the immortal potential of the two has increased dramatically. Increased vigorously. At this moment, under the full sprint of the two, the powerful potential of the immortal path was constantly stimulated and gathered towards Zhang Yu's body. Under such operation, the funds in the secret account, which symbolized Zhang Yu's potential of the immortal path at the moment, also soared all the way, and soon rose from 25 million to 28 million, 30 million, 40 million. It seemed to be getting closer and closer to the requirements of the Heavenly Spiritual Root Foundation. But the number finally stopped at 43 million. Bai Zhenzhen looked at the number of 43 million and frowned. We too have borrowed all the platforms we can borrow. If we want to buy the Heavenly Spiritual Root Foundation, we still need at least 15 million. Zhang Yu on the side frowned, and after a moment, his eyes suddenly lit up. No, there's more. You forgot that we still have a spare immortal potential. Inside Bailong High School, Yu Xing'an looked at his vibrating phone and saw a message from Zhang Yu. I am Zhang Yu, the strongest high school student on the first floor of Kungsu. I am in an emergency and need to break through to the Heavenly Spiritual Root Foundation. I am still short of money. Lend me the money now, and I will pay you back 1.3 times in the future. Psycho, Yu Xing'an cursed in his heart and turned off the phone screen. But after a moment, he still called and asked, hello? Has your account been stolen? Hearing that it was indeed Zhang Yu on the other end of the phone, and that the other party really wanted to borrow money, Yu Xing'an hung up the phone. Then he thought about it and finally picked up the phone. You'd better really pay back 1.3 times the money. This more than 1 million is my hard-earned money. Inside Zion High School, Li Mulong looked at the message on the phone, and after a slight pause, he also called to confirm the truth. Then, while transferring the money, she thought, if Zhang Yu really succeeds in building his foundation, then the materials on him are the materials of the foundation building ancestor. Thinking of this, Li Mulong felt a little excited. Jin Shen hung up the phone, looked at his parents and said, Dad, Mom, I want to lend some money to Zhang Yu. Are you worried that he will cheat? How is that possible? Students with scores below 550 may exaggerate, but the champion of the competition with scores above 660, the winner of the foundation building exam, is unlikely to lie. Investing in the strongest high school students under the college entrance examination system, I think it is a sure win. In the spirit world, Mo Xian'ai sent a group message. I have confirmed that Zhang Yu urgently needs a sum of money to break through the foundation. Everyone's monthly salary has been paid, right? Those who have money can lend some. After all, Zhang Yu is a genius who has finally come out among us poor people. It is not easy for him to build a foundation. In the protected area, Shuang Wenwu, who was rubbing his spiritual vein, looked at his phone and said, Annan, I'll just transfer it to him. You can keep your money yourself. Annan was not convinced and said, I just received a salary of 2,500, 1.3 times is 3,250. In the temporary rental house, Zhao Xiangxing's mother looked at the content of the message from Zhang Yu, and her original excited expression gradually returned to calm. At this moment, Zhao Xiangxing's voice suddenly came from the computer not far away. "Mom, call to confirm the truth. If it is indeed a message from Zhang Yu asking for money, then lend it to him with the money you raised to redeem me. I believe in a Yu's character. He will definitely pay back 1.3 times. We need this money." On the company battlefield, Starfire looked at the message that appeared in his eyes Dharma body and said in surprise, "Borrow money to build a foundation? Could it be that this guy really had a falling out with Wang Yin from Oasis?" After confirming the authenticity of the message, Starfire thought to himself, "My disciple has some courage." He was about to transfer the money, but then he remembered that most of his money was stored with his daughter. So he sent a message to Li Zulian, "Lend some money to Zhang Yu." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.